The world of magical realms filled with cultivation techniques and countless treasures is a place many aspire to reach. Today's story is about a guy named Tan Tian, a sect leader in a cultivation school, but he's rumored to be a weakling with pathetic skills. Until one day, a reincarnated female emperor joins the sect and becomes Tan Tian's disciple, only to discover that her master is hiding a big secret. What will Tan Tian's life be like now that all his female disciples are stunningly beautiful girls with powerful skills and big hearts? And above all, a terrifying conspiracy is looming over the universe, so let's join Tan Tian on his quest to wipe out all enemies and ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos. Amidst towering mountains shrouded in mist, there are luxurious palaces surrounded by ethereal clouds and mystical beasts dancing like a scene from a fairy tale. In that mountain range, there's a plot of land used by the celestial sect to cultivate spiritual herbs, and right now, a dedicated person is tilling the soil. It's a young man with an ethereal aura, a mysterious red mark on his forehead, and looks that far surpassed the average person. After finishing up the plot, suddenly a system notification pops up in front of him, announcing a reward. The Transcendent Freedom technique has leveled up to the 9th rank. The young man stands there, bewildered, wondering what level his power has reached. Alright, system, let's check my personal attributes. According to his personal attributes, the young man's name is Tan Tian. He's 23 years old, with a strength rating of 3 stars, speed of 4 stars, intelligence of 1 star, and his current realm is first stage semi-saint. Seeing the 1-star intelligence rating, Tan Tian feels utterly defeated, thinking this system is really harsh, but when he looks at his semi-saint realm, he breathes a sigh of relief. Semi-saint? That's quick. I can go find you now, Qin Shui, Tan Tian whispers, reminiscing about a certain girl's figure. Then it seems Tan Tian has started to treat the whole like his dream lover, kissing and making a scene, but just then, another voice interrupts. Junior brother, junior brother. The voice belongs to a stunningly beautiful girl, but when she sees Tan Tian kissing the hoe, she stands there in shock, too stunned to approach. At this moment, Tan Tian realizes the girl has misunderstood, so he hurriedly tosses the hoe aside and panics, trying to explain that she's got it all wrong. But before he can say anything more, the soft hand of his senior sister gently touches Tan Tian's cheek. Little brother has grown up, so I'll be visiting you often from now on, the fiery sister said, pressing her chest against Tan Tian's face, leaving him gasping for air. His face turned beet red as he squirmed to escape the embrace, quickly explaining that things weren't what his sister thought. Oh, come on, we all know what's going on, ha ha. Forget it, little brother is old enough now. The hidden sword peak has always been yours alone, and in the quiet of the night, it's hard to avoid feeling lonely. Ugh, you just don't get it at all, Tan Tian thought helplessly. Suddenly, Tan Tian coldly shifted back to the main topic, asking, so, why did you come here today? Hearing this, his sister turned around, nodded, and said, well, it seems there is indeed something. Today is the day Kunlun Sword Sect is recruiting new disciples, and the sect leader wants you to check it out. Ever since junior sister Jiang left, I've been the peak master of Hidden Sword Peak and haven't recruited any disciples. The sect leader has a lot of expectations for me, Tan Tian complained. Teaching disciples? What a drag. Then wait for me a moment, I'll go change into a new outfit. What? Let me change with you, little brother. No need, thanks. Oh man, Tan Tian felt utterly helpless in front of his sister. Meanwhile, at the front of the Kunlun Sword Sect's mountain gate, 2 mysterious figures were quietly observing the sect. The saintess has fled to Kunlun Sword Sect. This matter needs the sect leader to decide personally. Our mission ends here. Let's head back to the demon sect and report, one of them spoke, and in the blink of an eye, both vanished from sight. The scene shifted to the square of Kunlun Sword Sect, where mortals would undergo a talent assessment to determine if they could be selected as disciples. The beautiful woman with a generous spirit was none other than MANHUA Tian, the current sect leader of Kunlun Sword Sect. As sect leader MANHUA Tian observed the disciples, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. It was Tan Tian, now dressed in a pure white robe, making him look like a celestial being descending to earth, captivating everyone's attention. The female disciples were thrilled to see Tan Tian in his charming appearance, while the male disciples felt a pang of jealousy, thinking it was so unfair that such a delicate figure like Tan Tian was adored by the ladies. Tan Tian paid no mind to the gazes around him, engrossed in reading a rare book titled 1,000 Ways to Lie Still and Tell the Story of Life, which made sect leader MANHUA Tian beside him fume with anger upon discovering its content. Look at you, the Grand Master of the Sword Concealment Peak, spending all day lost in growing herbs and raising birds. And here you are, your cultivation level barely a tiny speck in the vast universe. Don't you feel a bit embarrassed about that? Suddenly, a sharp smack to the head left Tan Tian dazed and confused. Wasn't it you, the sect leader, who sent me here? He asked, feeling a mix of frustration and bewilderment. And Tian, seeing Tan Tian's expression, was furious, her anger radiating like a fierce queen. You've got some nerve to talk back to me, don't you? Faced with the overwhelming presence of this fierce woman, Tan Tian trembled in fear. Seriously, big-chested women are terrifying. But just then, another pair of ample assets pressed against Tan Tian's head. All right, sect leader, stop teasing our junior brother. Jiang Shimu, the only revered beauty of the sect in thousands of years, had her eyes set on this junior brother. There must be something special about him, right? Hearing this, the sect leader could only sigh and remind the girl to mind her posture a bit. Meanwhile, Tan Tian was left utterly bewildered and awkward, caught between the two voluptuous souls. The other male disciples watched this scene unfold, feeling a mix of envy and heartache. It's so unfair. Can being handsome really let you do whatever you want? Even the sect leader, one of the 6 great semi-saints of the Eastern continent, and the stunning Su Feng, one of the 3 great beauties of the Eastern continent, were both captivated by his looks. As time passed and everyone gathered, sect leader Mo Tian signaled the start of the training competition. One by one, the mortals lined up in 3 rows, ready to test their potential. In the blink of an eye, as they touched the assessment orb, results flashed. Some were overjoyed to qualify, while others were left heartbroken and disappointed. All right, next up, and Yao Lang, step forward. At the elder's call, a girl with soft pink hair, stunningly beautiful and with lips as red as rose petals, appeared. Everyone around was mesmerized by her ethereal beauty, her large, innocent eyes with fiery red pupils, yet she exuded a strangely aloof aura. A beauty that was both alluring and cold, making it impossible for the men to keep their composure. Following the elder's instructions, the girl gracefully stepped forward and placed her hand on the potential assessment orb. In that instant, the orb erupted with blinding light. A piercing song rang out as an ethereal image of a divine ice phoenix burst from Yao Lang's body, soaring into the sky, filling the space with a mystical glow, and the fierce aura of this legendary bird. The sect leader Mo Tian was taken aback, standing up in shock as he gazed at the ethereal figure. Oh my, is that really the bloodline of the ice phoenix? As the illusion of the ice phoenix appeared, an overwhelming pressure filled the arena, and out of nowhere, a swarm of powerful figures suddenly swooped in. I want to take you as my direct disciple. Do you agree? The sect leader Mo Tian quickly stepped forward, proposing to take Yao Lang as his direct disciple. However, in response to this invitation, Yao Lang coldly shook her head. The other elders in the sect lit up with excitement at this rejection, realizing that they now had a chance to take the girl as their disciple. The girl's astonishing talent had the old-timers in the sect circling around her, hoping she would choose them as her master. These old geezers were practically waving their alchemical goodies like candy to lure her in. The sect leader felt utterly helpless but had no choice since he had been turned down. Anyone who wants to join a faction can choose freely. Our sect won't skimp on resources for talented individuals. And Yao Lang pondered for a moment before suddenly shifting her gaze to a person who had been completely expressionless the whole time. Tan Tian, who had been watching the drama unfold, noticed the girl looking at him and felt confused. At that moment, Yao Lang pointed at him and declared, I want to join the Sword Hidden Peak under Master Tan. Tan Tian was left dumbfounded by her words. What was going on? He was just here to watch the show, and now the show was involving him? This girl, Yao Lang, was a legendary female emperor from a previous life, striking fear into anyone who heard her name. But in a moment of carelessness, she was betrayed and killed by 3 other powerful emperors, leaving her to die unjustly. Yet fate had other plans, and Yao Lang was reborn, but ironically, she became the top furnace of the demon sect's leader. To save her life and bide her time to regain her strength, she fled from that demon sect. After that, she joined the Kunlun Sword sect, hoping to hide her secrets under a weak sect leader. As long as her identity remained undiscovered, with the knowledge from her previous life, she was sure she could reach the Emperor realm again. When that time came, Yao Lang would definitely take revenge on each and every one of them. But right now, Yao Lang suddenly felt a headache coming on due to her current situation. At this moment, Tan Tian was showing the only female disciple he had just accepted around her new living quarters. Yao Lang glanced around the room and noticed that everything was covered in a thin layer of dust. In this room, I think it suits you well, Tan Tian exclaimed loudly, while Yao Lang felt pretty annoyed because usually, this guy doesn't clean up at all. This room was not only dusty but also had flies buzzing around, making it super uncomfortable for someone like Yao Lang, who was a cleanliness freak. Suddenly, at that moment, Tan Tian's face went blank as he carefully brought one hand close to Yao Lang. To her surprise, Tan Tian's hand gently brushed against her soft cheek, like tofu. This unexpected intimate gesture startled Yao Lang, and she quickly recoiled, thinking, "Did I just get hit on?" Seeing her reaction, Tan Tian snapped his fingers and said it was just because he noticed her face was dirty, so he was helping her out. No need to freak out like that. And Yao Lang didn't respond and backed away like a mouse avoiding a cat, keeping a solid 8 feet distance. Her beautiful eyes were glistening, looking pitiful, thinking how annoying it was that in her past lives, she wouldn't even dare to look at this guy, yet here he was, trying to get cozy. Tan Tian, clueless about what was going on in Yao Lang's head, switched topics, saying that if she was going to be his disciple, there were some rules to follow. First off, he was super busy with planting and watering flowers, which took up a lot of time, so he might not have time to teach her much. And Yao Lang didn't catch a word of that, silently cursing that finger of his. Just wait until she regained her powers, she'd chop it off. Actually, sometimes he'd assign her some chores, Tan Tian said while patting the table, sending dust flying everywhere. So what do you say, are you in? After a moment of contemplation, the girl reluctantly nodded and knelt down to pay her respects as a disciple, along with her sword on her back, still thinking that once she regained her powers, she'd have to chop off both of this guy's hands. The moment Yao Lang agreed, suddenly the system chimed in with a continuous notification, congratulating the host for acquiring an outstanding disciple, the reincarnated empress, with rewards including all skills leveling up, supreme sword techniques, heart sword techniques, and the ultimate ice sword, the frost lie. He stood there, dazed for a few seconds, processing all the information from the system, then stared at his hands in shock, thinking, a reincarnated empress? But these rewards are way too good, haha. And Yao Lang helplessly watched her new, overly excited master bouncing around, completely clueless about what was happening. Finally, regaining his composure, Tan Tian pretended to be calm and said, "Ahem, since you've become my disciple, consider this a gift for your initiation." As he spoke, he spread his hand, and a mysterious energy began to gather in his palm. Without blinking, the energy dispersed, leaving behind a rustic ancient sword, which Tan Tian handed over to his female disciple. And Yao Lang completely brushed off her master, thinking to herself that a tiny little scene like this couldn't possibly yield anything good. After all, it was her master's good intentions, so the girl reluctantly reached out to accept it. The moment her fingers brushed against the sword, an odd sensation suddenly surged within her. Staring at the sword her master gifted her, the reincarnated empress was left dumbfounded because this was, without a doubt, a supreme imperial weapon. She hurriedly asked, "Are you really giving me this sword?" Tan Tian shrugged and nodded, saying, "Yeah, I guess this sword is decent enough." Decent enough? Is this guy allergic to bragging or what? Based on Yao Lang's past life experiences, weapons and techniques were categorized into levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the highest being imperial and supreme levels. Each level further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. In her previous life, Yao Lang had nearly met her doom over a low-grade imperial weapon, and now, right after reincarnation, she was gifted a supreme imperial weapon. Unable to hold back, the girl asked, "We've never met before, so why are you treating me so well?" Tan Tian scratched his head, confused by the question. Isn't it normal for a master to give gifts to their disciple? Well, that made sense, but... Seeing his disciple's hesitation, Tan Tian added, "If you don't want it, just give it back. I've got a pair of old socks lying around. I could give those as a master's gift too." And Yao Lang grimaced and shook her head. "I'm not interested in your stinky socks." Although she agreed to accept the sword, everything felt so surreal that the girl couldn't help but wonder if it was really just a master's gift. But since she couldn't figure it out, she decided to accept the sword first and think later. Quickly making up her mind, and Yao Lang bit her fingertip, letting a drop of fresh blood fall onto the sword. This was the method for a cultivator to bond with their weapon. The drop of blood was swiftly absorbed by the sword, and a strange connection began to form between the sword and Yao Lang. The girl thought the bonding process was over, but to her surprise, in the blink of an eye, the sword emitted a blinding light. Perhaps she had underestimated the power of this supreme imperial weapon since she had never seen one in her past life. The light radiating from the sword shot straight up into the sky, creating a massive pillar of light that changed the very essence of the surrounding world. Because the sword resonated perfectly within Yao Lang's bloodline, it triggered a celestial phenomenon. The fiery leader of the Kunlun sword sect was lounging in her tower when she noticed a strange phenomenon in the distance, causing her to change her expression dramatically. Meanwhile, somewhere unknown, a gigantic eye belonging to some kind of monster opened to gaze at the beam of light, only to quickly shut again. It seemed this anomaly had stirred many powerful figures and drawn their attention. How intriguing! After my retreat, I should pay a visit to the Kunlun sword sect, the mysterious red-haired man whispered as he sensed the surging energy in the world around him. Tan Tian was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this phenomenon, but he reacted swiftly, waving his hand to dispel the celestial anomaly, restoring tranquility to the sword. In the blink of an eye, the beam vanished, leaving the sky clear and calm as if nothing had happened. While the female disciple was still in shock, Tan Tian waved his hand again, making the sword disappear, and told her not to mess around anymore. The sect leader was coming. The girl was completely confused and utterly amazed that the person before her could extinguish such a phenomenon with just one move. Stop standing there in a daze. Come outside with me to greet the sect leader. Under Tan Tian's guidance, the female disciple tried to keep her cool and suppress her thoughts as they headed outside to await the arrival of the Kunlun sword sect leader. The leader, with her stunning figure, gracefully soared through the sky before landing on the ground and immediately approached Tan Tian, scolding him. "Oh, Tan Tian, what were you doing? That hurt. Now tell me, did you two cause that anomaly at the sword collection peak?" Tan Tian quickly waved his hands, insisting, "Do you really think we could create such a commotion with just the two of us?" The female sect leader remained skeptical and turned to Yao Lang, asking if it was true, prompting the girl to nod vigorously. Tan Tian smiled and explained that the anomaly was just that, an anomaly. It had nothing to do with them. Do you even understand? This phenomenon appearing in Kunlun makes me fear that trouble is coming our way. Rest assured, the sect leader, everything will be fine. The sect leader tapped Tan Tian on the head with her smoking pipe, realizing she had no choice but to turn and leave. You two better be more careful. Don't cause any trouble for me, got it? In the blink of an eye, the alluring woman with a vibrant spirit vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Yao Lang felt invigorated and called out to her ice-lie sword, summoning her imperial weapon. The girl stood there, dazed, staring at the sword in her hand, feeling like everything was just too surreal. Casually pulled out a top-notch divine weapon that could trigger celestial phenomena. With a flick of his hand, he made the celestial phenomena vanish. Your master really makes me more and more curious, Yao Lang thought to herself while glancing at her weak-looking master. As time passed, another night slipped away, and the sun began to peek over the distant horizon, while the rooster did its daily duty, crowing to announce the new day. Within a tall tower, the sounds of counting and the breathing of some creature echoed occasionally. It turned out the strange sound came from a peculiar three-legged bird trying to practice its skills, as early morning was the golden hour of the day. While training, the bird thought to itself that only through persistent practice every day could it hope to escape the clutches of the evil deity. This golden bird was sure to have a bright future, but just as it thought that, a hand appeared out of nowhere, gently grabbing its neck, making it let out a comical squawk. A few other golden birds, seeing their buddy being caught, quickly scurried into the corner, trembling and huddling together. The captured bird faced the greedy eyes of Tan Tian, and cried out in pain, "Evil deity, stop! You're plucking my feathers! It hurts so much!" Early in the morning, the tower was already filled with the tragic cries of the bird, mixed with the rooster's crowing, "Help me! Save the bird!" But the three-legged golden bird's resistance was probably futile as it was stripped of its feathers, revealing its plump body. Tan Tian hoisted the giant bird over his shoulder and stepped out of the tower, noting how firm the meat was, truly the most disciplined golden bird in the tower. Today, his disciple was in for a feast. Meanwhile, Yao Lang diligently began her training routine in the nearby bamboo forest. The divine weapon was held firmly in the girl's hands as she focused on channeling the frost sword intent, a type of sword intent dominated by ice that could freeze anything it touched. Yao Lang's sharp eyes locked onto each falling bamboo leaf. A stunning sword strike with the essence of frost froze the bamboo leaves and effortlessly sliced them in half, causing them to fall into tiny pieces. After mastering a round of sword intent, Yao Lang exhaled and silently marveled that sword intent was indeed not easy to comprehend, even with her past life experience. At that moment, Tan Tian's booming voice called for his disciple to come eat, and upon hearing this, Yao Lang sheathed her sword, shaking her head and saying, "I'm not eating." Just as she finished her sentence and was about to turn away, a frying pan suddenly appeared, blocking her sword, and the cold voice of Tan Tian rang out right beside her. You have to eat, you know. The sudden appearance startled the girl, and she thought, oh my gosh, when did he show up? And what kind of rule is this? What rule, you ask? My rule is that rule, my dear disciple. Under the pressure and temptation from her master, the girl reluctantly shuffled over to the dining table, only to be amazed by the colorful dishes laid out before her. The aroma was so rich that just smelling it felt like she was already tasting it. At that moment, Tan Tian, with a quirky expression, brought over a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this, Diolon couldn't help but complain, Master, your smile is just so devious. Ha ha! After this meal, you might just break through to the first level of the Golden Body Realm, Tan Tian said while ladling chicken soup for his disciple. And Yao Lang, hearing this, was at a loss and looked at her master as if he were a fool. Master, are you feeling okay? The cultivation levels in this world are divided into 9 realms: mortal, transcendent, spirit, golden body, nirvana, creation, semi-saint, saint, and emperor. Each realm is further divided into 3 levels. And does your master really think breaking through a realm is as simple as having a meal? And Yao Lang thought this was just a joke from her master, so she didn't think much of it and took a sip of the delicious, hot chicken soup. In that instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. The overwhelming shock caused her to lose grip on the bowl of chicken soup, which shattered on the floor. Seeing this, Tan Tian was incredibly excited, watching closely. Here it comes, here it comes. What is this feeling? A strange energy surged through her body, and Yao Lang felt as if she were soaking in a warm stream, involuntarily letting out a moan. The bizarre sensation felt like electricity coursing through her, relaxing every muscle and meridian, as strength kept rising within her. Blood circulation usually takes 20 to 25 seconds, but this energy enveloped all her meridians in just 10 seconds, or even 5 seconds. It felt like the gentle ebb and flow of ocean waves, making her soul sway along with it. Every cell in Yao Lang's body greedily devoured that mysterious energy, and she trembled, clutching her hot body, gritting her teeth to endure the mix of pain and pleasure. Just gotta hang in there, can't give up. I can't take it anymore. The energy flows like waves crashing through Yao Lang's veins, trying to break through the chains and unblock the pathways in her meridians. The girl couldn't help but smile blissfully, feeling utterly satisfied. This is the heavenly delicacy of the mortal realm, huh? After a while, Yao Lang finally digested all that energy, and beads of sweat streamed down her face, making her feel like she just went through an intense workout. She knelt on the ground, unable to believe it. She really just had a breakthrough. Oh my gosh! Seeing his disciple in such a sultry pose, Tan Tian couldn't help but have a nosebleed. So inappropriate. Ahem, the master said if I can help you break through, then I definitely can. Otherwise, wouldn't that just waste these precious golden little 3-legged birds? Hearing that, Yao Lang's eyes widened in shock again. Wait, what? You used golden little 3-legged birds to make soup? Tan Tian didn't respond, calmly sitting down to eat. Everything happening was so bizarre that Yao Lang realized her master was definitely not just some small-time cultivator, unless... At this moment, Tan Tian ignored his disciple and continued to eat, feeling quite pleased with himself. No doubt, I'm getting closer to cooking that can shine. And Yao Lang stood up and approached her master, unable to hold back her curiosity. Master, are you? But before she could finish, a pair of chopsticks blocked her pretty mouth. Come on, a person should always keep a bit of mystery, right? Like how I have secrets, and you have secrets too, so why be so nosy? Facing her master's deep, penetrating gaze, Yao Lang felt a wave of panic. What's going on? Does he know my true identity? With that, Tan Tian gently set down his chopsticks and pinched his disciple's plump lips with 2 fingers. Remember to finish your food, don't waste it. And also, clean up the table, my good disciple. Saying this with a playful wave, he left Yao Lang fuming with puffed cheeks. Taking advantage of my tofu again, huh? One day, I swear I'll chop off your hands, you jerk. This place is a barren land with majestic mountain ranges covered in white snow all year round, a rarely trodden paradise for all kinds of magical beasts. The tranquility of this place was shattered today by a young man, making the mighty dragon lord incredibly furious. You damn human, who the hell are you? Why do you come here every day to capture my kind? You better release all the demon kings you've captured right now. It's downright wicked, but I kinda like it. How about staying here tonight for a drink with me? Facing Tan Tian at this moment were 3 demon kings, the evil dragon, the snow monkey, and the demon bird. What's this? I came to borrow as much of that royal blood as possible, so hand it over. Tantian remained completely calm, showing no fear in front of the three beasts. The lustful demon bird smiled and nodded. This sounds pretty impressive, huh? Wake up, oh my, he's here to kill us. The evil dragon roared in anger at Tantian's words. You want my head? That's just too much. As soon as it finished speaking, it lunged forward with its massive weapon, but the human easily dodged. The snow monkey seized the opportunity, appearing right behind Tantian and swinging its staff down. Let's see what my old monkey stick can do. Facing the fierce attacks from the three monsters, Tantian smiled calmly. If you won't lend it to me, I guess I'll just have to take it myself. His hands moved gracefully, unleashing a flow of mystical energy that effortlessly blocked the snow monkey's strike. With a crack, the staff, forged from divine metal, was easily shattered by Tantian's mysterious power. The old snow monkey howled in pain and fury. No way! How could this happen? My precious weapon! Before it could react, a massive phantom of a stone turtle suddenly appeared, its mouth full of teeth aimed right at the monkey, ready to bite. As Tantian clenched his hands, the giant creature's mouth snapped shut, successfully catching the snow monkey. The phantom of the giant turtle vanished, and the snow monkey was defeated, crashing down onto the snowy ground. One down, that was quick. Having easily taken down one demon king, the young man with flowing hair like a celestial being turned his gaze to the remaining two beasts. So, are you two coming at me together or what? Let's save some time. Seeing this, the evil dragon immediately told the demon bird to use that special move. Alright, I really don't want to ruin that handsome face of his, but we have no other choice, do we? Right after that, the two monsters started to overlap, transforming into a massive force like a tornado, charging straight at Tantian. This was their ultimate fusion technique called the Blizzard Thunderstorm, boasting an incredibly destructive power. Danger was looming, but Tantian remained completely calm, not moving an inch, even taking the time to admire and assess this incoming attack. A fusion technique, huh? That's pretty interesting. Coincidentally, I also know a fusion technique. As soon as he said that, one of Tantian's hands gently touched a layer of ice and snow, and within his petite frame, a destructive energy began to surge forth. Tantian softly called out the name of his technique, while continuously channeling energy and the surrounding spiritual essence, gathering it before him. The four symbols in heart sword, the ultimate lyric sword technique. Moments later, he lightly waved his hand, transforming the energy into countless razor-sharp flying swords, brimming with lethal intent, aimed straight at the two monsters charging forward. A thunderous explosion shook the surroundings, causing the ice and snow to tremble, and as the dust settled, the two monster kings lay sprawled on the ice, unable to move. Just moments ago, they were fierce, but in the blink of an eye, they were utterly defeated, more dead than dead could be. At that moment, Tantian suddenly sneezed, causing tears and snot to flow freely. What's this? I've only been out for a few days. Could it be that Yao Lang is missing me? Once I get the blood essence, I'll head back to the sword concealment peak. Luckily, I held back earlier. Otherwise, with their clumsiness, there wouldn't be any blood essence left to collect. Ha ha. In the quiet of the night, under the shimmering moonlight, the sword concealment peak, usually silent as everyone drifted into sleep, suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion that startled even the cat in the tree. The noise was so loud that Yao Lang, who was about to go to bed, couldn't help but step outside to check it out. The girl looked towards the source of the explosion and discovered it was the alchemy room at the sword concealment peak. What's going on? Is someone in the alchemy room at this hour? Could it be that the master has returned? The massive explosion sent smoke and flames billowing everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Sitting right in the center of the explosion, Tantian was left dazed and confused, unable to tell which way was up. What's this? The master just returned and already caused such a ruckus? Could it be that they blew up the alchemy room? Hearing Tantian's voice, he turned around and noticed his disciple approaching, so he beamed with joy. Yao Lang, you arrived just in time. But it's still hot. Hurry up and drink this. It's a special elixir I brewed just for you, Tantian said, placing a round, light green pill that looked like jade into his disciple's hand. And Yao Lang stared blankly at the pill, its strong medicinal aroma wafting up from her palm. Is this the Love Emperor pill? Oh my gosh, the Love Emperor pill, a top-tier treasure. Even as the former empress, it was tough for me to get my hands on one of these. Is this a dream? So you disappeared for a few days just for me? And Yao Lang looked at her master in shock. Huh? Why haven't you taken it yet? Is the pill too bitter to swallow? Tan Tian asked, his expression clueless. And Yao Lang, who was already touched, was left speechless by his silly demeanor. First off, do you really think this is the right place to use a pill, master? Hearing his disciple's reminder, Tan Tian suddenly realized the chaotic scene around them and the wrecked alchemy room he had just caused. Oh right, I guess this isn't the best setting, huh? With no other choice, the two of them headed to Yao Lang's private room so she could safely use the elixir to stimulate her bloodline. As cultivators, swallowing a pill this size wasn't a big deal, but since it was meant to stimulate her bloodline, she needed someone to protect her during the process. And Yao Lang swallowed the pill, and Tan Tian sat beside her, placing a hand on her back, quietly channeling his energy to sense her condition. As the pill hit her stomach, it dissolved into a warm stream that began to rise in her dantian, and the temperature kept climbing, making Yao Lang feel like she was on fire. Tan Tian didn't dare to slack off. He gently infused his energy into his disciple, and Yao Lang's condition was looking great. Suddenly, instead of meditating to refine the pill, Yao Lang turned around and placed her hand on her master's shoulder. Tan Tian was taken aback, not understanding what was happening as his beautiful disciple, with her alluring figure and vibrant spirit, leaned closer, pressing him down onto the bed. At that moment, the female disciple looked at her master with flushed cheeks and dreamy eyes. Master, I want. Seeing her like this, Tan Tian suddenly realized something, and his face turned oddly lewd. Yao Lang, you can't be getting aroused, can you? Before he could finish his sentence, a sweet kiss from his stunning disciple landed on Tan Tian's lips. So, Tan Tian is this cross-dimensional dude who's got a attendance system, and right now he's facing some serious risks regarding his reputation. Master, you can't escape this. Hearing that, Tan Tian freaked out and shouted, Yao Lang, snap out of it. We can't do this. Not listening, not listening. I totally want to do this with you, master, she said, while playfully grinding her curvy body against him. The scent of his master was absolutely divine, as the girl teased him with provocative words and gently licked his throat. Damn it, has the effect of the love elixir worn off? That soft, luscious body rubbing against him was making Tan Tian lose his grip on reality. First, I'm a righteous gentleman, and I can only channel the effects of the potion within me to awaken my senses. Come on, brain, stay with me. With that thought, Tan Tian pulled his female disciple into a tight embrace, looking all cozy and charming. You'd think a childish scene was about to unfold, but suddenly, the room erupted with a piercing scream of pain. Holy crap, did you just bite me? What the heck? But honestly, is this some blood-boosting potion or what? And Yao Lang was just lying on the bed, laughing like a maniac. At that moment, the girl's previously dazed eyes suddenly cleared up, and a powerful aura began to radiate from her. The illusion of the ice phoenix that appeared during the talent assessment the other day reappeared in the sky above the sword peak, and this time, it was way more spectacular and powerful than before. Success! My disciple has awakened the ancient ice phoenix bloodline, breaking through to the first level of Nirvana realm, and her talent rating has jumped to the 7th rank, with attendance points rising to the 6th rank. Wow, what a haul! My reputation is still intact, and honestly, I don't even feel that bad about it. After all, my disciple is safe and sound. At this point, Tan Tian turned his gaze to his female disciple and noticed she had rolled over and fallen into a deep sleep. Guess awakening the bloodline knocked her out for a bit. Feeling like it wouldn't be cool to leave just yet, Tan Tian decided to stick around and wait for his disciple to wake up. After what felt like ages, and after he'd nearly finished a pot of tea, she finally started to come to. You're awake. Just so you know, Master is a very upright person. This was all you're doing. Yao Lang, you need to be careful from now on. If you run into someone more lecherous than me, you're toast, Tan Tian said, gently placing the teacup down on the table. Anyway, to do is definitely different, huh? After saying that, he hurriedly bolted from the scene while Yao Lang was still standing there, completely confused. Did I do something? It feels like something's up. After thinking for a moment, the girl finally snapped back to reality, recalling what had just happened, which made her face turn beet red. You jerk, stop right there. And Yao Lang angrily chased after that creepy guy, but as soon as she stepped outside, a bunch of elders from the sect appeared right there. Leading the pack was the beautiful sect leader, Yao Lang. Has your bloodline awakened? Yeah, that's right. Awesome. Here in Kunlun, we have the potential for a saint-level talent. Kunlun is about to have its second saint. Ha ha! While the sect leader was celebrating, the surrounding elders quickly chimed in, saying they felt Yao Lang couldn't stay at Hidden Sword Peak anymore because her talent was too high, and staying here would slow her down. Just as they were discussing, and Yao Lang's cold voice suddenly rang out, "This time, I awakened my bloodline all thanks to my master. If you keep slandering him, then get out of Hidden Sword Peak. You're not welcome here." Everyone was left dumbfounded by her words. What's wrong with this girl? Has she really been enchanted by that brat Tan Tian? Suddenly, from a distance, a disciple came rushing in, shouting in the night, "Sect leader! Sect leader! This is bad, this is bad. Come on, keep your image together, don't embarrass us. Sorry. But the demon clan is attacking Kunlun." The disciple was wailing and crying like it was the end of the world. Upon hearing this, the sect leader immediately became serious, and told Yao Lang and Tan Tian to hide first for their safety. The elder who had just scolded the disciple for not maintaining their image was now wide-eyed, nearly wetting himself. This is bad. The Phantom of the Phoenix earlier must have caught the attention of the demon clan. We need to go meet them. Quickly! In front of the Kunlun Sword Sect, a line of figures stood ready to defend the new sect. From the disciples of Kunlun to the elders, everyone was stepping up to handle this unexpected situation. The sound of rustling wind shattered the silence, sending chills down spines, and in the distant sky, dark clouds were gathering ominously. Amidst the clouds filled with enchanting energy, a fierce dragon with 2 golden horns appeared, staring intently at the Kunlun Sword Sect and murmuring, "The bloodline of the ancient Ice Phoenix is right here." Its eyes were sharp, radiating a powerful aura of menace. The dragon soared through the sky, accompanied by a legion of demonic soldiers and generals, saturating the entire sky with a terrifying aura. "Immediately hand over the one with the Ice Phoenix bloodline, or today, I will turn Kunlun into a sea of blood." The dragon roared, exuding a ferocious presence that made the disciples guarding below feel like they might be blown away. "This aura is too strong. Is this the breath of the royal demon lineage, the dragon? But this presence feels oddly familiar, as if there's some resonance with me." And Yao Lang struggled against the dragon's pressure when suddenly she realized the whole situation. The royal demon pill had the exact same aura as this dragon, which meant that the earlier elixir contained its blood. When the dragon's blood met the phoenix's blood within Yao Lang, it would awaken the deepest, truest emotions in her heart. That's why she recalled the kiss in her days and couldn't help but feel shy. After piecing everything together, her anger erupted. And Yao Lang immediately kicked the door open, searching for her master. "Was it you who did this on purpose?" In response to her furious roar, the room was completely empty. Where did everyone go? Outside the mountain gate, the fierce dragon was howling in rage when suddenly a stronger presence emerged right behind it. "Wow, little dragon, your bravado is impressive. Where's that fierce aura from earlier?" The dragon felt a chill run down its spine and immediately turned to stare at the beautiful and alluring sect leader who had just appeared. Upon seeing her, it instinctively backed away, clearly intimidated by the enchanting girl before it. Sect leader Mo Wentian smirked, "With your strength, you really think you can wipe out Kunlun?" The royal dragon retorted, "True, my strength is lacking. But if I have the 3 demon royals, will that be enough? They'll be here in 5 minutes, and by then, just you alone won't be able to protect this sect, ha ha." Hearing this, the usually calm sect leader's expression changed to one of panic. "There are other demon royals coming? This is bad." At the same time, in the distant sky, 2 mischievous creatures, Miho and Tan Bang, were trying to send dark clouds racing towards the battlefield. They were late because Tan Bang got totally hooked on watching the Chaotic Sword God movies and lost track of time. The 2 demon kings were pushing their limits, not noticing a mysterious figure behind them blowing into a paper airplane. Then, Tan Tian, sitting on a giant pot, launched the paper plane straight at the 2 monsters. "All right, contestant number 78, go chase them down." To their surprise, a whole fleet of enchanted paper airplanes easily zoomed after the 2 terrifying demon kings. Miho, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "Hey, I've been meaning to ask, have these paper planes been following us the whole time? Are they your new pets?" Tan Bang immediately shook his head. "What? No way." Hearing his buddy deny it, Miho felt something was off. He glanced at the paper airplane and noticed sparks starting to flicker and catch fire. The white monkey barely had time to shout, "Watch out!" before the paper airplanes charged at them and exploded in the sky, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. After the blast, the 2 demon kings struggled to get back on their feet, but they were surprisingly unscathed. What the heck was that? They wondered. At that moment, Tan Bang squinted up at the sky, frozen in shock. What in the world? A flying pot? Above the giant pot, Tan Tian smiled down at the two monsters, saying, "Hey there, you can't go this way. Why don't you head back to where you came from?" As they recognized the figure sitting on the magical pot, Tan Bang and Miho screamed in panic, "It's you! That damn guy who hurt us last time! Wait! Are you from the Kunlun sword sect?" The two demon kings stammered in a mix of fear and disbelief. Tan Tian smiled and nodded, "Correct. You guessed right, and there's a reward for that. Sorry for the trouble, but we're leaving right now." The two demon kings immediately turned tail and ran, not looking back. "Why are you running so fast? You haven't even claimed your reward yet." After saying that, Tan Tian waved his hand and unleashed the transformation of the dragon technique, summoning a golden dragon claw from the sky aimed straight at the two demon kings, making them wet their pants in fear. The dragon claw extended through the air, slamming the two demon kings into the ground with a thunderous crash. Once the power faded, the two fleeing demon kings looked like squashed mosquitoes, blood splattered everywhere in the massive crater. The scene could only be described in a few words, a sight too tragic to behold. TSK, you guys are still so weak, huh? Can't even take a single hit anymore." Flashing back to the scene outside the Kunlun sword sect, the fierce dragon and the beautiful sect leader exchanged deep, contemplative glances, the atmosphere thick with meaning. "Hey, it's been almost half an hour. Looks like your buddies aren't very reliable, huh?" The furious dragon huffed and puffed, turning to the beast soldiers and shouted, "Brothers, let's go. I'll make those two right their regrets." They stormed off with bravado, only to slink away, leaving the disciples of Kunlun's sword sect breathing a sigh of relief, finally escaping danger. Mo Wentian soared through the sky, watching the dark clouds drift away, sighing quietly. The beast clan from the Manhwa mountain range had taken notice of Yao Lang. "I need to head to the back mountain soon." Back in his lair, the dragon was still fuming over those two who dared to mess with him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His subordinate, Fan, saw this and offered a cup of tea. "Great Elder, don't be mad. Drink some tea to cool off. Drink my foot. If you were a bit stronger, and could tie that damn woman up, we wouldn't have to run away like this." The furious dragon scolded his subordinate, oblivious to the pot flying by in the distant sky. "It's been a while since I had some beef, huh? Tonight, I'm definitely having some beef stew. That'll be delicious." Time passed, and today was just another day in some month where Tan Tian was still blissfully lost in the warmth of his cozy blanket. Just as he was sleeping, a blinding ray of sunlight from the window gradually woke him up. "Oh man, that morning sun is way too bright. But wait, something's off." Suddenly, Tan Tian jolted up, realizing his room only saw sunsets, not sunrises. "Does that mean I've slept an entire day?" Yep, that's strange because for the past month, and Yao Lang has been dragging her master out of bed at the crack of dawn for training, and today, no one called. This made Tan Tian feel incredibly touched, seeing a glimmer of hope. "After a month, Yao Lang finally stopped torturing me. Boo-hoo! To celebrate this glorious sleep, I'm definitely going to feast on some beef tonight. Ha ha!" In contrast to Tan Tian's excitement at escaping his demonic disciple, the screams of the beast kings trapped in the beast tower echoed in the background. Night had fallen, and still, there was no sign of Yao Lang, leaving Tan Tian puzzled. He decided to investigate what was going on. After surveying the entire mountain range, he finally noticed his female disciple quietly standing in a nearby forest, her body enveloped in vibrant red energy, resembling a massive cocoon. And Yao Lang was completely covered by the bright red energy, rendering her immobile as she gazed up at the sky. Tan Tian appeared, waving his hand. "Yao Lang, come on, it's time to eat. I've got something delicious for dinner." "Master, you go ahead. I don't need to eat. What's up with you? Weren't you the cold beauty a while back? What are you doing now?" And Yao Lang helplessly explained, "Don't touch me. This is just a limitation from practicing the supreme emotionless technique." Tan Tian touched the strands of red energy, looking puzzled. "The supreme emotionless technique? I think I've heard that somewhere before." "Right. The supreme emotionless technique is a ruthless cultivation method that can lead straight to the Emperor realm, allowing one to grasp the heavenly mandate and transcend emotions while mastering the 5 elements of creation and destruction." Realizing that this technique was about emotional detachment, Tan Tian immediately knocked his female disciple on the head. "No, you've completely misunderstood. The supreme emotionless technique isn't about being devoid of feelings. It's about being emotional yet not bound by them. Even if your body is trapped in the suffering of love, your heart can remain pure and free like a lotus in the mud. Honestly, whether it's emotionless or emotional, it's not really suited for you. You're a sword cultivator, and you'd be better off following your own path. So, you should focus on this sword technique, and aim straight for the heart of the sword in the supreme realm. What? Just 220? Tan Tian's face twisted into a mischievous grin, like a street vendor trying to sell his wares. And Yao Lang gasped, the supreme realm? Is that really above the emperor realm in legends? She quickly snatched the technique scroll and placed 2 gold coins in her master's hand. Tan Tian smiled, clearly pleased. Wow, the boss is really loaded. But why do you only have 2 coins? Ignoring her quirky master, and Yao Lang was completely captivated by the scroll, something she had risked her life for in her past life but never obtained. After a moment of excitement, she managed to rein in her joy, turned to her master, and said, "Thank you so much, master." And Yao Lang flashed a rare, joyful smile that left Tan Tian momentarily speechless and blushing. With that smile, those 2 coins are worth it. Ha ha! Let's get to training, disciple. We need to address the effects of the supreme emotionless technique on you, or your mental state might get messed up. Early the next morning, the usually quiet sword peak was suddenly graced by a tiny figure soaring through the sky on a flying sword. It was a petite girl with 2 adorable pigtails, and as soon as she landed, Tan Tian signaled her to keep quiet. Hey, what's everyone up to? This cute little girl is Yang Qin Ti, the direct disciple of the sect leader Mo Tian. Hearing her question, Tan Tian replied that Yao Lang's cultivation technique had gone a bit off track, causing some temporary issues. Is Yao Lang okay? No worries. With the help of my master, she's been training a new technique that's even stronger than the last one. Upon hearing this, Yang Qin Ti's eyes sparkled. No wonder you're the best little master. A little while later, and Yao Lang was trying hard to focus on her training to overcome the effects of the heartless technique, but the buzzing sounds around her made it impossible to concentrate. Wow, what's this? Is that fried potatoes? My cooking skills are pretty good, right? Absolutely. Little master, you're the best in the sect. So delicious. Finally, unable to take it anymore, and Yao Lang opened her eyes and shouted angrily, "Enough already. Can you guys go somewhere else so I can train?" Tan Tian, with his round belly, still tried to justify himself. I'm doing this to help you keep your mind clear and undisturbed by outside distractions. A heart that remains calm amidst chaos can go further on the path it desires. So we're training your mindset. Yeah, I don't get it, but little master, you're so wise. If you leave it too long, it'll lose its fizz. And if you leave it too long, it'll go bad. You gotta eat it fast. Tan Tian rambled on like a fortune teller, saying things that made no sense to anyone else. Suddenly, Yao Lang smiled and drew her weapon. Tan Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Yao Lang, why are you pulling out your sword? Today, I'm going to do something incredibly disrespectful. I want to take down my master. Run, the disciple of my master is way too fierce. On a moonlit night with no stars, Tan Tian quietly sat drinking wine in a grassy field when a monkey appeared. You've come, but you really shouldn't be here. The monkey coldly replied, I have to be here. Tan Tian, with a beautiful face and a wine bottle in hand, laughed heartily. You haven't changed a bit. The monkey, seeing this, said nothing more and immediately charged at Tan Tian with its magical staff. However, Tan Tian easily dodged and spun around to deliver a painful kick. In the blink of an eye, a few suave moves landed the handsome Tian gracefully on the ground, while the poor little minion was taken down with a thud, sending dust flying everywhere. Standing by the lake, surrounded by jars of long-aged wine, Tan Tian pondered for a moment before reaching for one and lifting it up. The poor minion, seeing this, weakly protested, No way. That's my wine. Put it down, put it down. What are you talking about? My name's right on it. Tan Tian said, cheekily slapping a name tag on the jar of wine. The minion was so infuriated by this shamelessness that it spat out water in frustration. After gathering up all the fine wine the minion had hoarded over the years, Tan Tian decided to head back and enjoy the good stuff with his female disciple, while also checking in on his accumulated attendance points. The reward for accumulated attendance points was the Transcendent Freedom Technique upgraded to level 11, the Eternal Body boosted by 1 level, plus a time-space token that could summon your spirit to assist you in times of danger. Meanwhile, in the bamboo forest of the Broken Sword Peak, wherein Yao Lang often trained, the sound of a girl's laughter echoed. Finally, I've grasped the sword intent. Thanks for putting up with me these past few days, Yao Lang. Yao Lang gently patted the girl's head, saying, no worries. Training with you has been beneficial for me too. Yang Qingqi hugged the girl tightly, explaining that she had wrongly blamed Yao Lang before. It was all that scoundrel Tan Tian's fault. Yao Lang was truly a lovely and beautiful woman. Yao Lang, I have to rush back and tell my master the good news. I'm off. After Yang Qingqi left, Yao Lang stretched and sighed, oh dear, after all this training, I'm covered in dirt. I need a bath. In that bamboo forest, there was a secluded area with a natural hot spring, which was wherein Yao Lang often bathed. As her feet touched the warm water, it rippled gently across the surface. Her skin, as smooth as a delicious pastry, was enveloped by the warm water, relaxing her muscles and creating an incredibly comfortable sensation. This feels amazing, but I guess someone should show up soon, and Yao Lang said suddenly, soaking in the hot water with a hint of mystery. Just as she predicted, Tan Tian appeared with his mischievous grin. Wu Lang, Master has prepared a feast of delicious dishes. Come on, let's eat dinner. Oh my gosh, it's like this always happens. That damn name pops up out of nowhere every time she's taking a shower, driving Yao Lang absolutely crazy. Master, are you doing this on purpose or just being careless? Tan Tian squinted at his fuming disciple and replied, on purpose? Of course, it's on purpose. You know that, right? Tonight, I'm bringing back some 800-year-old wine, so hurry up and get dressed. Come drink with me, don't worry, I won't peek this time. Seeing that creepy face and that annoying nosebleed, and Yao Lang yelled and threw a towel right at her master's face. Get out of here, you perv. After a chaotic time at the hot spring, the girl finally finished her shower, feeling fresh and clean. Meanwhile, Tan Tian was sitting under the eaves, gazing at the full moon, musing about how he has a blossoming daughter. And Yao Lang, now done with her shower, approached and sighed at her master's indescribable expression. Master, what are you thinking about? Why does Master keep grinning like that? The girl had just finished her shower and changed into a new outfit that was so snug, it felt like it might burst open. This outfit made Tan Tian's creepy self have another nosebleed. I didn't expect you to look so stunning in that outfit. Blushing at the compliment, and Yao Lang awkwardly glanced down at her chest. Sure, it looked good, but the outfit Master bought was so tight around her chest, it felt like she could barely breathe. At that moment, the button on her chest popped off due to the pressure from her curves. Oh my gosh, it's too much! Tan Tian's face turned beet red as he stared at the pop button, while Yao Lang's figure was now partially exposed. In the stillness of the night, Yao Lang's scream echoed, along with Tan Tian's panicked voice, wait. Don't do anything crazy. Let's talk this out, don't kill your master. A night of chaos passed, giving way to a new day filled with the delicious aroma of a steaming hot soup. And Yao Lang slurped the soup, praising her master's cooking skills. You're getting better and better. Eat up, haha. Suddenly, Tan Tian's expression turned serious as he looked towards the mountain gate, making Yao Lang curious. What's wrong? Is something up? A saint might be coming to Kunlun to stir up trouble. Let's go check out the main peak, he said. Yes, master. At the martial arts training ground of Kunlun's main peak, the saint had just arrived, and it was none other than Elder Ling Nai from the Banlai sect. The sect leader Mo Wentian turned to the old man beside him and asked, I heard that Elder Ling Nai has been going around challenging the young disciples of other sects with the top disciple of the sect. What's that all about? Elder Ling Nai of the Banlai sect smiled mysteriously and replied, It's just a misunderstanding. It's because Xiaohua has hit a bottleneck, and wants to spar with the disciples of other sects to find a breakthrough. Actually, we came here to meet someone with the legendary ancient bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. The sect leader's sister thought to herself, this old fox definitely has ulterior motives. So, the sect leader shook his head and declined, saying that Yao Lang was currently in seclusion. The elder, unfazed by the rejection, just smiled and said it was probably just bad luck for them. He then turned his gaze toward the arena. At that moment, on the arena, the young man with white hair was Bai Xiaohua, the top disciple of the Banlai sect. Xiaohua, feeling bored, yawned and wondered, is this lead lightning technique really not done yet? I've been waiting forever. Facing Bai Xiaohua was Hian Loi, the son of the lightning master from the lightning sword sect, who smiled back and said, sorry to keep you waiting. You'll regret letting me finish my lead lightning technique. As he spoke, Hian Loi unleashed a powerful surge of electricity, causing the ground around him to crack. In an instant, a fist charged with electric energy from Hian Loi's lead lightning technique shot toward Bai Xiaohua, who was warned, don't cry for your mommy when I hit you, white-haired boy. Bai Xiaohua, facing the fierce attack, remained calm and simply extended a finger, saying, "If that's scary, then taste my mid-grade heavenly technique, the first sword of the mountains." With a thunderous boom, Hien Loi, who had been so confident just moments ago, was sent crashing into the distant wall, causing it to explode in a cloud of dust. The arena fell silent, and the surrounding disciples were left in shock, unable to process what had just happened. The lightning master, Hien Loi's father, shouted in worry, "Hien! Hien!" While the other disciples were still trying to figure out what had just occurred, as the previous attack had been too fast to see clearly. After defeating his opponent, Bai Xiaohua smirked with disdain, saying, "So weak. Sorry, Lightning Senior, but I really didn't expect your son to go down in just one move. So, who's next? Don't let me down. So, are you here to be my rival or what?" Bai Xiaohua smirked, scanning the crowd, but not a single disciple dared to step up and challenge him anymore. What's going on? No one's brave enough? Is Kunlun's sword sect really that scared of me? Yang Qingti couldn't let her sect take this humiliation, so she immediately asked her master for permission to step in and fight. If this kept up, the faith of the disciples would be crushed. Getting the green light, Yang Qingti was about to step up when she turned around and said, "Just to be sure, can you call in Yao Lang here too?" The sect leader raised an eyebrow, asking why she wanted that girl, who was still pretty weak. Yang Qingti quickly explained, "Master, you don't know this, but under the guidance of our little master, Yao Lang has grasped the essence of sword intent, and that's why I've reached the threshold of sword intent too." And Mo Wentiang, the head honcho, was totally taken aback. "Wait, what? Tentian is mastering the sword path? Are you sure about in Yao Lang?" The little girl nodded vigorously, her determination shining through as she assured him that everything she said was true. Seeing this, the beautiful sect leader pondered, thinking to herself, "No wonder I felt that Tentian kid was so strange. Turns out he's been hiding his skills." At that moment, Yang Qingti stepped onto the arena, facing off against the white-haired guy. "I'm here to be your opponent, so let's not be polite." Bai Xiaohua couldn't help but chuckle when he saw a little girl stepping up to fight. "Since the Kunlun senior sister is up here, how about we make a bet? The prize is a spot in the carefree secret realm. Sound good? If you beat me, my spot will be yours. If not, you'll have to give me one." And Mo Wentiang thought to himself, realizing their true aim was that spot and the secret realm. So, the sect leader Mo Wentiang used his power to send a message to his disciple, saying, "Just agree to it." Yang Qingti didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement with Bai Xiaohua. "Alright, since the Kunlun senior sister has agreed, let's get started." In an instant, Yang Qingti unleashed her swift movements, darting forward like a swallow, while Bai Xiaohua countered with a powerful strike, unleashing a storm of sword intent that whipped up fierce winds. To suppress his sword intent, Yang Qingti had to use her own, so she unleashed her gentle yet resilient sword intent, creating a refreshing breeze. Bai Xiaohua was a bit surprised. "You actually know sword intent? Looks like you're worth me going all out." The two of them exchanged sharp words as they clashed, their exquisite sword techniques and superior intent distorting the very air around them. "But just gathering ideas won't get you anywhere, Master Sister. You need to see this clearly," Bai Xiaohua said, continuously shifting his sword techniques, making his moves increasingly eerie. The higher realm of sword intent is the fusion of sword intent and sword technique. With each word he spoke, the power of his intent began to gather, whipping up fierce gales that coalesced into sharp threads, wrapping around his sword. The top-tier heavenly grade technique, the Whirlwind Sword, unleashed a torrent of magical power, with each sharp thread of sword intent aimed directly at Yang Qingti. Faced with this powerful attack, Yang Qingti, who had been calm, quickly changed her expression to one of worry. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion rocked the arena, shaking the ground, and the strike landed squarely on Yang Qingti, leaving her unable to defend herself. It was just a single sword strike, yet it summoned a violent whirlwind, leaving Yang Qingti completely defenseless as she was blown into the sky, looking quite battered as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Severely injured, Yang Qingti temporarily lost consciousness and fell straight from the sky to the ground. Sect leader Mo Wentian watched her disciple with concern, calling her name, but as the sect leader, she couldn't intervene in the duels of the younger generation. However, contrary to what everyone expected, what fell from the sky was just Yang Qingti's sword, while she herself suddenly vanished from midair. Bai Xiaohua, with a nonchalant demeanor, glanced at the figures that had just appeared before him. Dust swirled around, and a few silhouettes suddenly emerged on the stage, drawing everyone's attention. "We're here!" It turned out that the ones who had just caught Yang Qingti in time were Tan Tian and his female disciple. Tan Tian's appearance sent the surrounding female disciples into a frenzy, cheering, "Little Master Uncle, so handsome! I admire you, Yan's sister! I want little Master Uncle to carry me like a princess." Bai Xiaohua perked up his ears, then glared at Tan Tian with jealousy, muttering to himself, "What's so handsome about him? I really don't get what these vulgar people are always raving about." At that moment, Bai Xiaohua was suddenly captivated by a beautiful girl with a face like a fairy behind Tan Tian, causing him to dazedly rush over and take her hand. "I am Bai Xiaohua, the top disciple of the Banglai sect and the leader among the 3 great young talents. May I know your name, junior sister? You are truly stunning, a beauty that could topple cities and nations." The old man Ling Nai was quietly keeping an eye on the girl with the pink hair, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Finally, the target had appeared, and it was time to see if she had any skills beyond her bloodline. "Hey, you bug! Get your filthy hands off my student! Who are you calling a bug? You're the real cockroach here." Hearing Bai Xiaohua insult his master, and Yao Lang and Yang Qingti immediately shot back, "You're the cockroach! He's my master!" Bai Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he had heard rumors about a handsome little master who was a total loser at Kunlun. Looks like the so-called loser everyone was talking about is right in front of me. They must be enchanted by his looks. I need to save them and show them that real power is what matters most. Bai Xiaohua completely looked down on the guy who was all about appearances but was weak as a kitten. "I have to prove to them that strength is what counts, and then, heh, Xiaohua said with a devious grin. Tan Tian saw this and turned away, disgusted. That smile was just creepy. It was clear he was thinking of something nasty. "We need to teach him a lesson, Yao Lang. Just use 3 moves to handle him, but leave some face for Ban Lai." Following his master's orders, and Yao Lang stepped up to the arena to face Bai Xiaohua. The surrounding disciples began to worry about whether their junior sister could win since she had only been training for a little over 10 years. But Yao Lang had the ancient bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, so she might be able to train faster than an average disciple, giving her a shot at victory. Over here, Emma Wen Tian coldly complained about how long Tan Tian was going to keep holding on to her little disciple. Tan Tian quickly defended herself, saying, "It's because Yang Qingti got hurt, so I'm just helping the master take care of the disciple." After a few back and forths, the two stopped the banter and turned their attention to the match happening above in the stands. Bai Xiaohua, with his sword in hand, sized up the girl in front of him. Her cultivation level probably wouldn't surpass Yang Qingti's, and with his strength, he could turn this into a teaching moment, while showing off his skills and style. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Bai Xiaohua smiled and gestured for Yao Lang to make the first move. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly closed in at an unbelievable speed, leaving Bai Xiaohua stunned and unable to react. And Yao Lang's lightning-fast attack landed successfully, leaving Bai Xiaohua injured and blood splattering everywhere. If it weren't for her master's warning to hold back 3 moves, she would have taken him down in that very strike. Stepping into the fight and getting hit in the face, Bai Xiaohua roared in anger, "You filthy woman! If I hadn't intentionally let you have that, how could you have hurt me? Now, let's get serious." Sword technique, the wild sword of the mountains. Bai Xiaohua, realizing he couldn't underestimate the girl in front of him, decided to unleash all his power. But as soon as he activated his sword intent, and Yao Lang's blade sliced through it effortlessly, rendering Bai Xiaohua's technique useless. The sudden disruption left Bai Xiaohua stunned, unable to react, while Yao Lang smirked in disdain, "So sloppy. And that wild wind sword technique of yours? Just a pretty shell. True sword intent should be like this." As Yao Lang finished her sentence, a wall of beautiful pink cherry blossom petals appeared on the arena. And Yao Lang's sword intent had reached a level of illusion and reality, summoning cherry blossoms that surrounded her and began to envelop Bai Xiaohua. Sword intent is the essence of martial arts. It must bring the sword intent to life to truly showcase its power, got it? Prepare to receive my cherry blossom sword of fate. The storm of cherry blossoms, both beautiful and sharp, engulfed Bai Xiaohua, causing him to spit out blood in agony as he screamed. At this point, he couldn't fight back against the floral tempest. The surrounding disciples quickly took cover to avoid being swept up in the storm. "Oh my gosh, is this really a genius? Bai Xiaohua is no match at all." After the floral storm subsided, Bai Xiaohua lay on the ground, battered and weak, like a rag doll. Is this what perfected sword intent looks like? How is this possible? How can someone so young achieve perfected sword intent? Facing this outcome, and Yao Lang remained calm. Nothing is impossible, but it's not over yet. I still have my final move. Bai Xiaohua tried to say something, but Yao Lang wasn't interested in listening. She waved her hand, ready to unleash her ultimate technique to finish everything. The power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline surged from Yao Lang, hurtling toward her opponent. As the attack closed in, Bai Xiaohua could only scream, "Oh no!" With a thunderous crash and blinding light, the ice storm erupted dramatically. The icy power swallowed Bai Xiaohua whole, leaving only Yao Lang standing on the arena. The outcome was crystal clear. The winner was the enchanting Lian from Kunlun Sword Sect, and this result took the sect leader by surprise. As the massive ice layer began to dissipate, the results inside were finally revealed. Bai Xiaohua, who had been so cocky at first, was now transformed into an immovable ice statue. The surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, celebrating Yao Lang's victory. "Haha, we've won. Looks like our junior sister is at the top of her game." Even Mo and Tian, the sect leader who rarely smiled, couldn't help but beam at the outcome. Elder Ling Nai didn't show much emotion but tossed the token to the sect leader, the promised token of the carefree realm, and with a grin, the sect leader accepted it. Without saying another word, the elder snatched up the frozen Bai Xiaohua and took off into the sky. At that moment, he wore a mysterious smile, finally having found what he was looking for. Once the not-so-friendly enemy left, the disciples of the Kunlun Sword Sect sighed in relief and gathered around to praise Yao Lang, making her blush. As the sky turned to dusk with soft orange clouds, Elder Ling Nai knelt in front of an ancient coffin on a mysterious cliff. Having found the suitable host, she possessed ancient blood and had mastered the essence of sword intent. The one trapped in the coffin was a girl, neither fully human nor ghostly, her body resembling stone. She was Mui Shui, the leader of the heavenly demon sect. "Well done, Ling Nai. Once I regain my body, I will surely unify the eastern continent, and won't forget you." The elder nodded in gratitude as he heard Mui Shui's sharp voice. The stone-like hand of the heavenly demon sect leader gently touched the coffin's wall. Her cold voice, filled with murderous intent, echoed. "You, the heartless empress, will pay for the humiliation you've brought upon me. Once I'm free, I'll return it to you 100-fold." After receiving the quota to enter the carefree realm, today marked the opening of the secret realm, and sect leader Mo Wentian led a few outstanding disciples into the realm. The carefree realm was a secret that the three major sects, Kunlun, Bang Lai, and Tai Bak, had to pay a hefty price to open, occurring only once every 20 years, filled with countless opportunities like precious herbs and treasures. But it has two limitations. First, only those below the Nirvana realm can enter. Anyone who has broken through to the Nirvana realm will be thrown out of the secret realm. Second, when it opens, only a maximum of 9 people can enter. The key to entering the secret realm is the token in everyone's hands. Everyone must remember that once inside the secret realm, there is only a 7-day window to explore, so make the most of the time. If there are no further issues, we should set off. We'll be waiting for good news from the elite. Following the elder's orders, the most outstanding disciple of the Kunlun sect immediately leaped into the secret realm. The moment they crossed the spatial barrier into a new realm, the tokens everyone held suddenly flickered with a strange aura of demonic energy. This demonic energy acted like an alarm, alerting the leader of the heavenly demon sect from afar that they had entered the secret realm. "Bring her here," the leader of the heavenly demon sect immediately commanded her mysterious subordinates. At the same time, in the secret realm, Yao Lang was separated from the group after teleporting and was wandering through the forest with an apple in hand. "How did I get lost from the others?" Master Su never mentioned anything about this happening. Suddenly, the girl noticed a furtive gaze from the bushes nearby. Instantly, Yao Lang swung her sword and decapitated a pitch-black crow. It turned out to be just a crow that scared me. As soon as the crow's head was severed, a beam of light burst forth from its body, and a scroll fell to the ground. Yao Lang looked at the scroll on the ground, puzzled about where it came from. Is this the fortuitous encounter in the secret realm that Master Su mentioned? The girl opened the scroll and discovered it was a map leading to the Heavenly Supreme Fruit. Oh right, the Heavenly Supreme Fruit. Eating it could help me break through to the peak of the Nirvana realm, just a step away from the creation realm. Realizing the clue to the Heavenly Supreme Fruit, Yao Lang immediately set off to find it, completely unaware of another crow filled with demonic energy watching her from the side. The eyes of the crow, bright red like blood, reflected in Yao Lang's image. After wandering through the winding forest and following the map's guidance, Yao Lang finally arrived at her destination. Found it. This map is surprisingly clear. With several heavenly supreme fruits here, I can quickly break through to the creation realm. Just as the girl was about to reach out and grab the sacred fruit, a swirling vortex of dark energy suddenly appeared beneath her feet, and troubles began to rise from the depths of the earth. And Yao Lang calmly observed the scene before her and realized it was a sealing formation designed to restrict movement. At that moment, her entire body was ensnared by chains of demonic energy, rendering her immobile and completely sealing her powers. Almost immediately, a strange soul appeared beside her, eyeing her body with delight. Indeed, it was a plot, and the mastermind behind it was a holy spirit of the sacred realm, aiming to seize her body for rebirth. And Yao Lang assessed the newcomer and suddenly felt eyes forming on her face. The Holy Spirit, who was smiling with glee, began to feel uneasy as this girl remained oddly calm and had already exposed the scheme in just a blink. Just as the leader of the heavenly demon sect was about to regain her form, she was shocked to realize that what she had just sealed was not in Yao Lang but merely an ice sculpture of her. Realizing she had been tricked, the leader of the heavenly demon sect furiously shattered the ice sculpture, cursing that she had been toyed with by a mere little girl. "Come out right now! Stop hiding!" And Yao Lang had no intention of hiding, so she slowly stepped out from her concealment. When the leader of the heavenly demon sect saw her face, she was utterly taken aback. "You look just like the heartless empress," Yao Lang said while munching on an apple, curiously asking, "Who are you?" "What? You destroyed my heavenly demon sect and ruined my body, and you don't even remember me?" Faced with the furious words of the heavenly demon sect leader, Yao Lang thought hard, trying to dig into her memory. Nothing came to mind. She really couldn't remember. The leader of the heavenly demon sect was completely enraged by these words, screaming as she charged at Yao Lang to attack. But thankfully, she managed to rein in her fury, stopping to assess the girl before her, saying, "The Empress has vanished. Judging by your appearance, you must be her reincarnation, right?" Yao Lang smiled innocently. "Who knows? Why don't you give it a try?" "Haha, no need to try. I believe the rumors are true. Empress, you've lost your imperial power." As the monstrous creature shrieked, dark tentacles began to sprout from her eerie body. "Now you're just a weakling in the Nirvana realm. Hand over your body to me, Empress." Each wicked tentacle lashed out, forcing Yao Lang to skillfully dodge with her agile movements. The situation was pretty dire, so Yao Lang quickly summoned her ice-lie sword, a powerful weapon to shield herself. The moment the weapon appeared, it sliced through several approaching tentacles, and the fierce sword energy didn't just stop there, it extended further into the fray. From a bird's-eye view, the two were locked in a fierce battle, each clash echoing like thunder, threatening to shake the entire forest to its core. Clearly, the monster was way stronger than Yao Lang at this moment, but thanks to the sword energy, and the overwhelming pressure from her weapon, she was managing to evade for now. The scene was one of a fighter retreating while the other relentlessly attacked with tentacles. After a while, the monster began to catch on to the secret of the sword. "That sword has been blocking my attacks. It's a divine weapon, isn't it? Today is truly my lucky day. I'll get my hands on that incredible body and a legendary weapon to boot. Oh, dear Empress, just raise your hands and surrender. I don't want to ruin that perfect body of yours." I'm a bit overwhelmed, but Yao Lang skillfully sliced through each of her tentacles, saying, "Stop messing around. You're just a spirit of the holy realm without a body. The rules of this secret realm restrict all external powers. Cultivators who surpass Nirvana must seal themselves to enter. You're no exception, right?" While dodging the attacks from the divine weapon, the leader of the heavenly demon sect grinned wickedly. "You're right. The theory is sound, but every rule has its loopholes, and this secret realm is no different." As she spoke, chunks of eerie stone began to peel away from her body, looking utterly terrifying. In an instant, the outer layer of stone was stripped away, revealing a grotesque face, a mix of flesh and bone, yet devoid of any blood. The leader of the heavenly demon sect began to mutate into a gigantic monster, her power surging uncontrollably. And Yao Lang stared in shock at this scene, her eyes wide. The monster had just broken through to the holy realm. This was impossible. While she was momentarily stunned, the colossal monster suddenly vanished right before her eyes. Then, she reappeared behind the girl, her voice a chilling whisper from the depths of hell. "To be precise, I'm a half-saint about to break through to the holy realm. And we're about to get a new body soon, haha." At this moment, the giant spider legs of the monster started wrapping around Yao Lang, leaving her completely helpless. "Ugh, I can't move. When did that guy sneak up behind me? His face is a twisted mess, neither human nor demon, with deep, dark holes and a disgusting stench. You know, to gain the power to surpass the Nirvana realm, and use it in this secret realm, I had to sacrifice so much. Turns out, when she stepped into the secret realm, her powers were restricted, and she was immediately attacked by a giant spider monster, nearly losing her soul. I can't fall here. I still have enemies to kill and revenge to take. This can't be the end. Everything is far from over. The leader of the heavenly demon sect screamed in pain and fury. Suddenly, her hand lunged at the giant fangs of the attacking spider, causing it to freeze in place. You're just a beast, a half-saint. Even if my powers are sealed, I can still kill you. The rage transformed into strength, allowing her soul to consume the spider whole. And with some bizarre reaction, the leader of the heavenly demon sect and that half-saint spider merged into one, looking more eerie and crazed than ever. As her body gradually lost all strength, and Yao Lang struggled to touch a talisman and whispered, "Master, Master. Master, it's time for you to show up." That voice was just in Yao Lang's inner call, but it seemed to transcend space, piercing through the secret realm to a bustling street. Each call reached Tan Tian's ears as he strolled through the streets, making him jump. On a moonlit night, before entering the secret realm, Tan Tian had warned his disciple, "Only 3 days left until the secret realm of leisure opens. If you find yourself in danger, activate this time-space talisman. Remember to keep it safe, don't lose it." Tan Tian said as he placed a small talisman in his disciple's hand, the same one he had received from the system the day before. "Keep it on you?" "Of course. When the time comes, I'll burst out from the talisman to help you." And Yao Lang nodded and slowly tucked the talisman between her breasts. "When the time comes, Master, be careful out there." Tan Tian was so flustered by his disciple's action that he nearly had a nosebleed. "You don't need to hide it so well." Now that the disciple has followed Sister Su Kuang to the carefree realm, Tan Tian finally has some free time. "Ha ha, my moment of solitude has returned. Happy, let's cheer up, oh la la. Here you go, sir, this is your beef noodle soup." A steaming bowl of beef noodles is placed in front of Tan Tian by the waiter. "Smells amazing. This beef noodle soup from Chongming is definitely not just for show." Tan Tian is thrilled by the delicious dish, and just as he picks up his first bite, the desperate voice of his disciple echoes in his head, "Master, help me." What the heck? Is that a distress signal from the time-space token? Seriously, what's going on here? In the blink of an eye, Tan Tian vanishes from his seat, leaving behind the hot bowl of noodles. If he had taken just a moment longer, he might have run into Bai Xiaohua, who got her arm broken the other day. In the carefree secret realm, a giant spider is spinning webs around Yao Lang's soft body. "Is this your way of protecting yourself, Empress? Stop struggling in vain. I'm about to take over this body." "Too bad that token is useless," the spider says as it snatches the token from in Yao Lang's hand and tosses it away. The token falls freely through the air, suddenly halting mid-flight and emitting strange lights, as a hand appears out of nowhere to grab it. Tan Tian materializes right behind the spider, wearing a peculiar hat and holding the token, coldly stating, "You say this token is useless?" The spider is startled by the sudden appearance of someone beside it, but what awaits is a powerful punch that distorts its face. That casual, lackluster blow sends the spider crashing to the ground like a shooting star, accompanied by a wretched scream. With a flick of his hand, Tan Tian quickly clears away the spider silk surrounding him and asks with concern, "Are you okay, disciple? What happened?" Gently cradling his disciple, Tan Tian lowers them to the ground, puzzled about where the Qing Ti people are and why Yao Lang isn't with them. Due to injuries sustained during the fight, Yao Lang finds it hard to speak, so she gestures to transmit a memory segment to her master, and he will understand everything. The soft hand of Diu Lan gently touches the button on Tan Tian's forehead, and memories begin to flow into his mind. In that instant, Tan Tian sees everything in Yao Lang has witnessed in the context, as if he had experienced it all himself. So, it turns out Ling Nai and that woman are in cahoots. Ling Nai led that clueless Bai Xiaohua on a wild goose chase to find a suitable body for her. And Yao Lang is scratching his head, wondering why his master switched to that ridiculous monkey-shaped hat. Tan Tian chuckles and points at the hat, saying it's the secret weapon he can use to break the limits of the secret realm with his semi-divine power. The principle is pretty straightforward. After taking down a beast from the secret realm, you can disguise yourself as part of it by absorbing its soul. Hearing his master say that, and Yao Lang realizes the woman can wield semi-divine power, meaning she must have taken down a semi-divine beast herself. Meanwhile, the leader of the heavenly demon sect is still reeling against the cliff, unable to get back on his feet. That punch was terrifying, just one hit and my soul feels shattered. Looks like the beast soul he's got is the holy primal ape, the strongest in this secret realm. My soul can't handle the pressure to snatch the body of the female emperor anymore, and besides, I'm no match for that guy. I guess I'll have to resort to my backup plan. It's infuriating that you all turned me into a beast. Turns out she was only temporarily fused with the beast soul and hadn't fully merged yet. But now there's no other choice but to use my final secret technique. The leader of the heavenly demon sect gently touches the air in front of her, and the power from the beast soul starts to seep into her own. Over on the other side, the master and disciple are still oblivious to their opponent, happily chatting about the token and Tan Tian's sudden appearance. Just as they're having a good time, the ground beneath them starts shaking like something's about to burst through. Back up a bit. Something's about to pop up from the ground. Suddenly, the earth shatters, and a gigantic spider monster, even bigger than the last one, emerges, accompanied by the voice of the sect leader. The female emperor and that chatty guy. I have to take you both out. If she was half human and half spider before, now she's fully transformed into a creature that's part human, part spider, unleashing her terrifying venom to attack. Yao Lang, it's been a while since we've been here. It's too dangerous. Let me handle it. Following his master's advice, and Yao Lang quickly steps back but not without reminding his master to be careful. No need to worry, she's not my match. Tan Tian summons the power from the ape soul he defeated earlier, and uses that massive fist to strike. Relentlessly, the fist packed with the ultimate power of the thriving spirits rained down on that monstrous spider, landing solid hits on its body. But after a moment, when Tan Tian finally paused, the spider flashed a sneering grin. Haha, your punches are definitely weaker than before. They don't even faze me. Seeing this, Tan Tian gritted his teeth, realizing that its shell had become much tougher than before. Without giving him a moment to think, the spider unleashed a toxic gust that sent Tan Tian crashing to the ground. His lightweight body tumbled a few times but ultimately landed safely, escaping serious danger. However, this creature was proving to be trickier than he had anticipated, and the biggest issue was that he couldn't break through its defenses. Just as he touched down, sinister vines began to pierce through the ground, launching an attack that forced Tan Tian to leap into the air once more. With the strength of the ape coursing through him, his speed wasn't that great, and he got whipped by a vine that singed the hem of his shirt. It's poisonous. I can't let it touch me, Tan Tian thought, quickly casting a spell to soar higher and evade the spider's assault. But at that moment, Yao Lang shouted in panic, "Master, be careful!" By the time Tan Tian realized the danger, he was already ensnared in the spider's web, which had been spun without him noticing. Oh no, I've fallen into its divine web trap, he thought as the threads began to spin around him at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he was tightly cocooned in the sturdy silk, unable to break free. The spider, seeing this, approached with a gleeful expression, revealing its blood-stained, jagged teeth. And Yao Lang swallowed hard from her hiding spot, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her, as she watched her master ensnared so tightly. After a moment of panic, a light bulb went off in her head, and she remembered a solution. Oh, I almost forgot about that. The leader of the dark demon sect, fused with the monstrous spider spirit, grinned wickedly. Ha ha ha, I've won. I've won. Once I deal with you, the real enemy will be next. Just as its eerie laughter echoed through the forest, a flash of light sliced through the silk cocoon, silencing the spider's grin. From the shattered cocoon, powerful, blinding sword energy surged forth, forcing the spider to retreat. Tan Tian suddenly emerged from the swirling smoke, skillfully wielding his sword to slice through the silk cocoon. Haha, I almost forgot about the ice lie sword. Luckily, Yao Lang reacted just in time. It turns out the plan Yao Lang came up with was to summon the ice lie sword and transfer it to his master. Since it's a divine weapon, it easily suppressed the power of that spider monster. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Tan Tian's hands moved in a dazzling display, performing various hand seals as if a blazing sun was igniting in his palm. Sun and moon seal, poisonous needle seal, and the heart seal, gourd seal. The three seals merged into one, creating a technique that combined the power of three high-level seals, causing an overwhelming force that threatened to tear the very fabric of space apart. Facing the deadly danger closing in, the spider monster roared in fury, summoning all its strength to conjure ropes from the ground to block the attack. A barrier of demonic energy ropes was erected by the spider to intercept Tan Tian's palm strike. But Tan Tian's power was not so easily stopped. In just a few seconds, the spider's wall crumbled, and the attack struck straight at it. Under the fierce impact, the soul of the heavenly demon sex master was violently ripped from the spider, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. With the soul and body separated, everything else became a breeze. With the power of the ice Lai sword in hand, Tan Tian effortlessly annihilated the monster and the sect master. His face was incredibly handsome and cool after the victory. As the power faded, the soul of the heavenly demon sex master was consumed by magical flames, scattering into nothingness. After his triumph, Tan Tian quickly tossed the divine weapon to his female disciple and then walked over to a nearby tree, thinking about how he could get something even better. Here it is. Oh, thank goodness, after such a fierce battle, the heavenly sacred fruit is still intact. Haha, this proves that this sacred fruit was meant for you. Go ahead and eat it, I'll protect you. Following her master's guidance, Yao Lang immediately devoured the sacred fruit, and the surging energy allowed her to easily break through to the peak of the Nirvana realm. At the same time, the system chimed in again, congratulating the disciple of the host for reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm, granting a 20% bonus to the host's reward points. A little while later, Yao Lang had absorbed the power from the holy fruit, and just needed to head back to Hidden Sword Peak for a bit more seclusion, and she'd be ready to level up to the Black Creation realm. Tan Tian placed his hand on the rock wall and said that before that, they needed to deal with one more thing. And Yao Lang turned around, looking at her master with curiosity, asking what it was. Suddenly, from the rock wall, Tan Tian grasped a chain filled with demonic energy and yanked it out, making it flutter in the air. Gotcha! You thought you could hide 1,000 meters underground? At the end of the chain that Tan Tian pulled out was a person tightly bound, and he yanked him up and tossed him into the air. It turned out to be Elder Ling Nai of the Bonlai sect, now completely corroded by magical energy, and unable to move. Elder Ling Nai, lying on the ground, assessed the young man behind him and bitterly complained that everyone said Kunlun's little disciple was a useless brat, but it seemed he had fooled everyone. Tan Tian didn't care about him at all. He mentioned he had a bowl of beef noodles he forgot about and would leave Elder Ling for Yao Lang to handle. Master, are you really leaving? Don't worry, I'll transfer the remaining energy from that monkey to you so you can gain strength. For now, you've temporarily got the same semi-holy power as I did earlier. I'll be waiting for you back at Hidden Sword Peak, Yao Lang. His gentle voice echoed in the air, but he had vanished long ago. As soon as Tan Tian left, the chain's power he had released gave Elder Ling a chance to break free. Looks like he has a lot of faith in you, thinking a temporary semi-holy like you could defeat an old semi-holy like me. Yao Lang smirked in disdain, saying, "Who knows, why don't you give it a shot?" The old man, furious at her attitude, grasped his sword, saying, "Let me see what you're really made of. Here comes the heavenly demon slash." Who would have thought the elder of the Bonlai sect would rely on demonic techniques? He must have been undercover in the Bonlai sect for a long time. And Yao Lang easily dodged the attack, her body feeling lighter than she ever imagined. This was the heightened power that came with reaching a higher realm and the bloodline boost, right? Seeing the girl just dodging and not attacking, the elder taunted her, asking if her useless master didn't teach her how to use her semi-holy powers. In response to the attack, Yao Lang gracefully leaped onto the tip of her opponent's sword. He talks too much, that old man. I'm just getting used to this new power, or rather, I'm trying to remember the feelings of the past. With the holy power you have, can you only dodge? Another attack filled with dark energy is unleashed by him. But still, you're just a little girl with a mouth still smelling of milk, relying on the strength of external forces. But when you touch the ground, it will all come to an end. At this moment, the intoxicating energy flows continuously, perfectly dodging attacks while he keeps chasing. One of the girl's hands touches the ground, and a cold voice rings out, "It's my turn to strike now." The heavenly demon slash, a vicious and cunning technique, sweeps through the air, but Yao Lang suddenly vanishes, causing his attack to once again fall into the void. What? It disappeared so fast. Just when the old man is stunned, and Yao Lang appears behind him in an unbelievable burst of speed. Then, a punch engulfed in great flames forces the old man to brace himself. The sudden attack, yet filled with immense power, easily slams the elder into the mountainside, creating a loud explosion. Compared to my past self, his strength and speed are still lacking, but hey, he's just a semi-holy level. While I sigh in amazement, the elder is left battered and exhausted. That little girl is way too fast and strong. Forget him, let him sit there mumbling. And Yao Lang doesn't want to drag this out, so she draws her sword, ready to finish this. This is taking way too long, let's end this farce here. The old man's feet struggle to stand, and he begins to swell up. Little girl, today I will show you what a true semi-holy is like. The elder decides to use a secret technique that burns his life force, causing an unprecedented surge of pressure within him. Facing that fierce appearance, and Yao Lang smiles lightly with the flames dancing on her sword. Is the semi-holy really that powerful? I've killed many like you before. The heart sword technique ignites fiercely, and the explosive sound shakes the small mountain, sending birds scattering in panic. Meanwhile, the other three from Yang Qing Ti's group are separated from Yao Lang, searching for her. Yao Lang, where are you? I'm right here. After dealing with the elder, and Yao Lang finally reunites with her group. Oh man, what just happened? After I walked in, I realized my little sister wasn't with us anymore. Honestly, I have no clue. I just stumbled into a little twist of fate, that's all. Hearing her say that, everyone else got curious, wondering what Yao Lang had encountered, so they crowded around to ask. Actually, when I got sucked into that vortex, a red gem suddenly appeared in my hand. Not wanting to deal with the chaos in the Tian secret realm anymore, after taking care of that spider and dragging the elder out, I headed straight back to the restaurant to enjoy that delicious beef noodle soup again. But oh no, my beef noodles! The table and chairs I left behind were now flipped upside down, and my bowl of noodles was splattered all over the floor. What the heck is going on? Tian's face darkened as he looked at the chaotic restaurant, completely different from when he left. Suddenly, the street below erupted with the sounds of soldiers shouting as they tried to fend off assassins so the princess could escape. Princess, hurry and run! But her escape route was blocked by another mysterious figure, forcing her to stop. Hey, little princess, where do you think you're going? Just raise your hands and surrender. Haha, princess, you wouldn't want your people to get hurt, right? The despicable assassin was taking innocent bystanders hostage to threaten the princess. Faced with this situation, the beautiful little princess panicked, unsure of how to react. Just when the tension was at its peak, Tian stood on the second floor, holding an empty bowl of beef noodles, crying out, "Oh heavens, my noodles! I haven't even had a bite yet." The princess seized the moment, and shouted up to Tian, "Young master, I am Princess Ming Yilian of Chongming. I hope you can help me." The assassin, seeing this, pointed at Tian and yelled, "You brat, get lost! This is none of your business." Frustrated over losing his delicious meal and being yelled at, Tian snapped back, "Can't you see I'm talking to the heavens here?" With a powerful roar, he unleashed the dragon transformation technique, summoning a massive golden dragon claw from the sky that smashed down on the assassins blocking the way. In the blink of an eye, they were completely obliterated, leaving behind only a gigantic crater. The princess stared at the crater for a moment before exclaiming in amazement, "That's incredible. Thank you for saving me, young master. How about we head back to the palace and discuss how I can repay you?" Tian, not wanting to linger, shook his head and replied, "No need, I've got my own stuff to deal with." So, the princess wanted to say something more, and the guy immediately sent his magical pan flying away. Oh my gosh, the savior is gone. Luckily, I used the recording stone to capture that moment, so I'll head back and have the intel team find out which noble family that young master belongs to. Tian was sitting on his magical pot, mumbling to himself that there was still some time before the Yao Lang folks returned to their sect, so he might as well take a trip home for a visit. He quickly changed direction towards the Tan estate, but it was shrouded in a mysterious barrier, like a protective shield around the mansion. However, Tian easily tore a hole in it to slip inside. Why is there a holy formation set up at my own house? There's not a whiff of smoke. It's been abandoned for at least half a month. What happened to Mom and Dad? This eerie silence is making Tian a bit anxious, so he hurried in to investigate. It's the first time I've come home and felt so sneaky and cowardly. Just as he jumped down into the yard, his foot landed on a stone tile that sank down like it triggered some kind of mechanism. The tile suddenly popped back up, startling Tian, who thought there might be an ambush. An ambush? Is someone breaking in here? While he was worried about what might happen, he stared blankly at the hole. From the hole, two small, mysterious figures slowly rose up. Turns out, they were the dummies of Tian's parents. From the two dummies, the voices and images of his parents emerged, saying, "Son, we're off traveling with the household staff. Don't worry about us, just remember to be careful of guests." Tian was left speechless, staring at the confusing dummies, wondering what the heck was going on. Unable to meet his parents, Tian decided to leave home and wander for a while to clear his mind. As he walked, he started counting his fingers for fortune-telling, thinking that the signs were looking good today. His luck today was going to be great. Time to check in with the system, he thought, trying to act all mysterious. But honestly, he had no clue about fortune-telling. Whatever, let's put the fortune-telling aside and just check in with the system first. It had been days since Tan Tian last checked in, so his accumulated check-in times had built up quite a bit, giving him a chance to get some good rewards. A dazzling light burst forth along with the mechanical sounds of the system, announcing that his accumulated check-in had leveled up, unlocking all the martial arts he had learned, plus a bonus reward of a little monk for blessings. Following the system's light, a strange cube-shaped orb appeared, colored in white and blue with a little dot right in the center. Tan Tian stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, watching the ball roll around on the ground like it was the star of its own show. He slowly approached the cold sphere, staring at it with a look of disbelief. After weighing it in his hands for a moment, Tan Tian revealed an expression that was simply beyond words. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? You're pulling a fast one on me, aren't you? 7749, every single day you throw me a curveball like this? Don't think just because you've changed your game that I won't recognize you, Pokemon. I've leveled up and I'm ready to take you on. Tan Tian, fuming, hurled the ball straight to the ground, and at that very moment, a creature with fluffy pink fur just happened to dash by. The guy shifted his gaze to the creature that just leaped across the sky and realized it was a fox with a long, flowing tail. The sly little fox just happened to leap right into the spotlight, and that glowing orb totally froze it in its tracks. While Tan Tian was completely clueless about what was going on, the fox had been captured by the orb just like catching a Pokemon. The ball even wobbles and makes sounds just like in the cartoons. Is it really Pokemon, Mom? With no other option, the guy picked up the ball and wondered just how much longer this noisy thing wanted to keep going. It was way too loud. Could it really just keep yelling all day like that? Right at this moment, a massive foot appeared right behind Tan Tian. A massive giant with bulging muscles just showed up, and he's glaring at the little guy, saying, "Hey kid, scram! That box you've got is mine, the one that's been claimed by the Chinchio. Hand it over, pronto." Tan Tian turned around to face the giant and said, "So you're telling me that fox from earlier is the legendary Chinchio? It doesn't look anything like it." The giant, muscle-bound bald guy laid eyes on Tan Tian's angelic face, and his eyes turned into hearts. He excitedly shouted, "What a handsome little prince! This fox spirit is definitely the formidable empress of Chinchio, and she's someone the emperor has his sights set on. It's pretty intense, but she's surprisingly compliant, handing herself over to me." Meanwhile, the bald guy is chatting away while playfully squeezing Tan Tian's chest. "Hand it over to me, and then Uncle will take you to a super fun place to level up your skills. Uncle is a legendary figure, you know." This moment, a powerful track with deep-rooted memories resurfaces once again. That haunting track echoes in my mind once again. Tan Tian freaked out and quickly jumped back, shouting, "Don't come any closer, you creepy weirdo." The bald man's eyes were bewildered, then tears began to flow. Homosexuality? How disgusting. Disgusting gay, how dare you say that? The bald giant with a fragile soul couldn't hold back his tears. "Damn it, I should crush you so you can't say things like that anymore," he cried as he swung a massive clamp towards Tan Tian, but Tan Tian easily dodged it. The clamp's insane power caused the ground around them to explode, chunks flying everywhere. Tan Tian quickly backed away, realizing this guy was a real powerhouse, and his strength was terrifying. "Don't run, you bastard! Give me back that box!" The bald guy's eyes blazed with a murderous red, like a demon rising from hell. Tan Tian stuck out his tongue in mockery. "Don't lie so blatantly, you disgusting gay. That box is mine. You said that word again. I'm going to smash you into a pile of mush. Brace yourself for my furious clamp." The raging strength of the bald giant made trees around them snap like twigs, as if a tank had rolled through. The once peaceful forest erupted with loud explosions, trees uprooted left and right. Late into the night, with the moon high in the sky, Tan Tian sat in a tree, watching the box in his hands beep incessantly. "Wow, it really does beep all day long. My black crow mouth is truly magical." After a few more weak beeps, it suddenly went silent, with dazzling lights signaling that he had successfully captured a Pokemon. Tan Tian sighed in relief, glad it finally stopped making noise. The giant's massive clamp was stuck in the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He weakly leaned against the clamp, panting, but still managed to curse, "Damn it, that slippery little brat made me so tired." Once the ball stopped beeping, Tan Tian waved goodbye from the tree. "See you later, disgusting gay. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Don't run, you annoying brat. I used too much strength, and now I'm completely drained. The bald guy stood still, unaware that a formation was activating beneath his feet. Tan Tian rode his magical pot away, while the mountain where the bald guy had been standing suddenly exploded, lighting up the area. I wonder if that fox can eat this? The next afternoon at Hidden Sword Peak, where Tan Tian and his disciple resided, the clever fox, now caught, had awakened with careful bandages wrapped around its injured legs. But where was this place? It didn't resemble the realm of the divine at all. Could it be that someone saved me? The fox gazed into the distance, pondering. Just as it was lost in thought, a voice broke the silence, making the fox alert and turn around. So, you finally woke up, huh? This is the Kunlun sect, and I'm the one who saved your life. The fox looked at Tan Tian with disdain and replied, cut the bragging. You're just a minor spirit. How could you possibly rescue me from that holy being? Ignoring him, the fox lunged toward the window, ready to jump out. Whether you believe it or not, I turned that gay guy into fireworks. Just as it leaped out, its body suddenly froze in place. You crashed into my magical artifact, which means you've temporarily signed a preliminary contract with it. So, you can't stray too far, Tan Tian said, using a pokeball-like orb to pull the fox back into the room. Then you better break the contract. I need to get out of here fast. Tan Tian shook his head. That's not possible. The rules say if you break the preliminary contract, you'll explode immediately. I'll have to force you to sign a complete contract, or you'll blow up in 3 days. The fox scoffed, shaking its head in disbelief. 3 days? Who do you think you're scaring? Just saying explode doesn't mean it'll happen. Can you sense your consciousness? You can feel the contract signal in your mind. Upon hearing this, the fox focused its mental energy, and was startled to find a thread of energy enveloping its consciousness. Damn, it really is like that guy said. Is there really no other way? The adorable fox pretended to be pitiful, its eyes shimmering with tears. I've been wronged and have offended many powerful forces. Signing a contract with me means the consequences will fall on you. Tan Tian shook his head, showing no fear whatsoever. The fox stared helplessly at the orb binding it to the contract. I didn't expect to run into a delusional idiot. It seems my only option is to find a chance to snatch that thing and escape. Just as the fox was plotting, Tan Tian suddenly grabbed its legs tightly and said, let's sign the contract for 100 years, or your fox level can surpass mine. The fox was super pumped when it heard that. Why didn't you say so earlier? The conditions are so simple. If I just train hard for a bit, I can totally surpass you. Let's sign this thing already. With that hope in mind, the fox quickly teamed up with Tan Tian to officially sign the master-servant contract. Congratulations, the host has signed a master-servant contract with the Princess of Qinqiu. The rewards are the Supreme Technique, Heavenly Fox Supreme Decision, and the Heavenly Fox Pearl, a top-tier treasure. Starting today, I've got to train hard to recover my powers and break this contract with that guy. But right now, I'm so injured that just moving a little makes my wounds flare up again. But after signing the contract, Tan Tian realized he now had to worry about feeding another mouth in this house. What a hassle! Little pup, I'll be back soon. You can eat the food on the table first. The fox, hearing this, got mad. You're the little pup. Your whole family is a bunch of little pups, you annoying brat. I don't want to eat your food, you jerk. Then the fox fell silent, lost in thought. After a while, its stomach growled. The delicious smell from the food on the table made the fox even hungrier. Exhausted and with a growling stomach, the fox surrendered. I'm just eating to gain some energy for training, not because I want to eat or anything. Since it couldn't transform back into human form, the fox had to nibble on the meat like a little puppy. The piece was so big that it made a huge lump in its throat. But as soon as the meat hit its stomach, it melted away, releasing a powerful energy that made the fox gasp. This is the meat of a demon king. The energy from the meat made the fox feel better than ever, despite its serious injuries. Looks like I've been tricked, but if I eat all this food, which is all Demon King meat, I won't just be a little lively anymore. The fox wagged its tail like a puppy, staring at the sparkling feast in front of it. That night, at the hot spring in the bamboo forest, the sounds of splashing and shouting echoed through the air. Let me go! Let me go! You creep! No way! You're injured and your guard is too low. It's dangerous for you to bathe alone. I can do it myself. I can do it myself. The fox struggled, trying to cling to the nearby bamboo stalks with its tiny claws. But its little claws couldn't hold on tight enough, and it suddenly let go, causing Tan Tian to lose his balance and fall into the hot spring. Both the human and the creature splashed down into the hot water with a big splash in the dark night. The fox spirit's body was completely engulfed by the warm water, disappearing without a trace. Tan Tian stood up, scanning the lake but couldn't find the fox anywhere. Where did the little fox go? Little fox, are you there? Just as he was looking around, a girl with pink hair slowly emerged from the hot water, cursing him out. Tan Tian heard the voice and turned around, confused. Suddenly, a stunning girl with a flawless body and a foxtail lunged at Tan Tian, knocking him into the lake. You scoundrel! Can't you understand human language? She yelled. Tan Tian stared, dazed, at the beautiful girl with fox ears and her alluring figure right in front of him. Wow, she's so white! 2 streams of blood trickled from his nose, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. The close contact from being pinned down made Tan Tian nosebleed, and he thought, wow, this fox is really beautiful, and her figure is quite nice too. Hearing this, the fox suddenly realized she had transformed and was completely naked. She jumped back into the water, shouting at him to get out. Tan Tian pretended to cough and summoned a sparkling orb, saying, You want me to leave now? I was going to give you this. The fox poked her head up, glaring at Tan Tian with reproachful eyes. You're just a lecherous wolf. I'm not interested. But as she said that, her eyes widened, fixated on the gem in Tan Tian's hand. Is that the celestial fox pearl? The fox spirit exclaimed in shock. If she remembered correctly, this type of celestial pearl was formed from the essence and laws of a celestial being before their death. The celestial fox clan called it the celestial fox pearl, while the dragon clan referred to it as the celestial dragon pearl. Regardless of which clan's celestial pearl it was the most precious treasure in the world. Unable to resist the allure of such a rare treasure, the fox spirit stood up, wagging her tail, and asked if Tan Tian really wanted to give it to her. Tan Tian looked at the enchanting girl with fox hands and nodded. Yes, I'll give it to you, but with one simple condition. You have to kiss me, he said, his once suave demeanor replaced by a surprisingly crude expression. The fox, hearing this, got furious and scolded him. No way. Just because it's a treasure, you think you can get a kiss from me? Dream on. Haha, so why were we even planning to wait for you? After today, I'll hand over this cultivation manual and the heavenly fox pearl too, Tan Tian said, waving the manual in his hand. This time, the heavenly fox couldn't help but laugh. You're dead, and I thought it was something serious. Heavenly Fox Supreme technique, huh? Ha ha! I don't need your Heavenly Fox Supreme whatever because the 9-tailed heavenly scripture from my fox clan is the strongest cultivation method among the emperor-level techniques. So you've got an emperor-level technique, huh? But casually dismissing it like that isn't a good habit. Why don't you read a few pages and then reconsider? With that, Tan Tian tossed the manual over to the heavenly fox. Fine, I'll read it. I don't believe there's a technique out there better suited for our fox clan than the 9-tailed heavenly scripture, the sulky fox said as she flipped through the pages. While waiting, the little fox kept diving in and out of the water, feeling utterly bored. Time passed, and Tan Tian was dying of boredom while the fox was so engrossed in the manual she couldn't tear herself away. After a long while, the fox gasped in shock. No way, this manual actually allows for cultivation up to the heavenly fox realm. In the history of our fox clan, there's only been one heavenly fox, and that one only broke through by chance using some rare treasures. If I can cultivate using this manual, wouldn't it be easy to break through to the heavenly fox realm and take revenge on the emperor's clan? You really giving this to me? The fox turned to ask, only to realize he had vanished. That's right, I'll give it to you, gentlemen. Hearing the fox's voice, she turned around and yelled, Oh my gosh, when did you run over there? After soaking in the water and sipping a small cup of wine, it's just perfect. So, have you thought it over? Totally worth it, right? Just for a kiss. Upon hearing that, the fox hesitated, blushing. What's there to think about? But the heavenly fox pearl and this manual are just too tempting, making this little fox unable to resist the allure of the deal. All right, a kiss it is. I'm all in. Tan Tian was over the moon, his mischievous grin spreading wide. I'm ready. The fox looked at that grin and felt like slapping it, but she also pouted her lips, preparing to kiss the guy in front of her. What are these two doing? It looks so awkward. Almost there, just a little closer, and their lips will meet in a passionate kiss. But will it really be that easy? Of course not, when a sharp gaze suddenly appeared along with a long sword flying from afar, slicing through the tea table and plunging straight into the ground, making both of them jump in surprise. That sword was just a hair's breadth away from piercing Tan Tian in a rather unfortunate spot, causing him to tremble and plop down on the ground. Man, that was a close call for his buddy. At that moment, Tian Hu was eyeing the mysterious figure approaching with caution. What was going on? Were they under attack? But all she got in response was a cold voice. Because of a promise made to his master, he hadn't rested a moment since leaving the realm and had rushed back here. Turns out, the one who showed up was Yao Lang, with a dark expression and an ever-growing power. Tan Tian quickly intervened. Wait, Yao Lang, let me explain. Explain what? Just die, you lecherous old master. Suddenly, a wall of ice sprang up in the bamboo forest, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. Serves them right. Time passed as usual. Today, Tian Yaohun sat under the waterfall, focusing on her training, and behind her, the phantom of several tales began to materialize. After a while, once her training was complete, Tian Yaohun opened her eyes, sensed her power, and sighed. After 5 long years, Bai Xiaoru, the princess of Qingqiu, had finally restored her strength to the semi-saint level. But why hasn't the contract been dissolved yet, you scoundrel? The fox, Bai Xiaoru, angrily kicked the door and confronted Tan Tian. At that moment, Tan Tian had just received a system notification that the strength of the white little lady's pet had restored to the semi-saint level, and the reward for upgrading his aptitude had risen to the next level. Tan Tian was nervously responding to the contract issue while the system chimed in, making Bai Xiaoru scream in fury, Tan Tian, you're a fraud, a rotten scoundrel. Meanwhile, in a dark, eerie land filled with ominous energy and towering mountains with few footprints, the sharp voices of 3 monsters rang out. We come to pay our respects to the great demon saint. What's going on? Why are you 3 here instead of your own territory? Great demon saint, we've discovered the ancient blood phoenix. But there's a powerful being beside her, so we can't bring her back. We were heavily injured because of this, and only just recovered today. So, it turns out these 3 monsters attacked the Kunlun sword sect last time. Facing them was a massive golden dragon-like creature, puffing out breaths. Oh, interesting. Where is that bloodline? Yes, she's at the Kunlun sword sect. Just hearing the name of this dragon-loving giant sect reminds me of someone who really gets under my skin. It's one of those 3 immortal sects, and if they hadn't ambushed me back in the day, my cultivation wouldn't have been stuck in this rut for years. You 3, gather the troops of the demon clan. In 3 days, we're heading to wipe out the Kunlun sword sect. All demon soldiers, heed the command of the great demon lord. Get ready to storm Kunlun Mountain and wipe them out. Meanwhile, in the demon territory, the 3 demon kings are rallying their people for war. Back at Kunlun, the sect leader has caught wind of the news and rushes to report to the elder, asking for protection for the sect. Don't sweat it. You team up with the 2 sects, Ban Lai and Tai Bak, to handle the rest. Just leave the rest to the elders of the 3 sections. Hearing the calm yet powerful voice of the elder, the sect leader nods and accepts the order. At this moment, Tan Tian is chilling on a tree, enjoying the breeze when he gets another notification from the system. Today's attendance reward is a supreme grade life and death sword, and his cultivation level has skyrocketed to the Saint realm. But before he can even celebrate his upgrade, just 3 days later, the sky above the wild mountain range is filled with demonic flames and the sound of thunder. A horde of bizarre demon creatures gathers into squads, led by the 3 demon kings, charging straight for Kunlun Mountain. Crush them, my little brothers. Sect leader Mo Wen Tian draws his sword and mounts his horse, signaling the disciples of the 3 sects to prepare for the enemy. The disciples spring into action, ready to defend the sword sect and eliminate the demon creatures. And so, the 2 factions of immortals and demons clash in a chaotic battle. The beautiful sect leader Su Feng summons countless flying swords, showcasing her famous Tai split light sword technique. But that attack is easily countered by the demon king, Tan Bang. Just a little trick. Now it's my turn to strike. Just as Su Feng is about to take off and dodge, suddenly, countless vines shoot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around her legs. In a panic, she doesn't have time to react before her entire body is ensnared by the thorny vines. Sect leader Mo Wen Tian hears his junior sister's screams and looks down in shock, but he can't afford to be distracted because he's facing the evil dragon demon king from before. What's with this woman? Fighting while looking around like that? Seeing his opponent trapped, Tan Bang summons a storm of lightning in his hands and hurls it straight at Su Feng. Nice one, old tree demon. Time to die, sword master. The ancient tree, with its gnarled branches, stood beside the scene, using creeping vines to bind Su Feng tightly. This gave the fierce spirit, Tan Bang, the perfect chance to strike. With a thunderous blast, Lu Fong unleashed a lightning bolt that hit its mark right where Su Feng was standing, creating an explosion that echoed like a cinematic climax. Just when everyone thought the stunning master of the wind had been obliterated, the dust cleared to reveal a massive spirit beast swooping in to protect her. Yao Lang, with a serious expression, faced the monstrous foe and declared, "Your opponent is me." Tan Bang saw this and burst into a big laugh. "Finally, you've made your entrance, bloodline of the Ice Phoenix." Yao Lang's stunning face locked onto the monster with a confident gaze, and in a soft voice she said to the master beside her, "You just relax. I'll handle this little bird." In a far-off place, Tan Tian and his celestial fox companion perched on a branch, watching the epic showdown unfold below. "You sly little rascal, are you just gonna stand there and watch without doing anything? What's up with that, Tianhu?" Then the two of them charged at each other with some seriously powerful moves. "Here comes my epic eagle showdown." The battle was incredibly intense, with energy radiating so fiercely that it warped the air around them, pushing both fighters to the absolute limits of their power. A dramatic collision with a towering light pole unleashed powerful gusts that sent dirt and debris flying in all directions. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion rocked the center of the arena, sending shockwaves that forced the other disciples to quickly retreat, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the blast. The epic showdown between Yao Lang and the powerful monster was so intense that it actually tore a massive hole in the dark clouds covering the sky. But the two of them were totally oblivious to everything around them, laser-focused on their opponent, ready to fight to the finish. The Love Guardian wielded a massive hammer, yet she handled it with effortless grace. However, it seems Yao Lang's agility is on another level, so she seized the moment and delivered a powerful kick to the face of that bird-like foe, causing it to spew blood. The kick was so powerful that the bird was sent spiraling through the air before finally managing to regain its balance. The bird's claw brushed against the shoe print on the surface, its voice dripping with icy indifference. A creation that dares to ruin the stunning beauty of this old lady is simply unforgivable. Ta Phi Dap Nat Chan Te Qua Nu Va Dap Nat Sai Guang Matching DP Du Qua Nu. The surge of rage ignited the power within the giant bird, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy that rocketed toward Yao Lang in a wild attack. The little girl just in time harnessed the power of the earth to block that massive hammer. "Damn it, my power is running low!" And Yao Lang stared intently at the monster in front of her. The battle raged on, but it was clear that Yao Lang was slowly becoming the underdog as her stored energy dwindled. Her reactions and speed were getting sluggish, leaving her unable to dodge the sudden knee strike from the giant bird. Just as Yao Lang braced for the massive hammer, the bird delivered a knee to her face, sending her flying backward. The unexpected blow made the beautiful girl spit out blood. Seizing the moment, the bird stomped down hard, cracking the ground and sending electric currents swirling around its body. The immense power radiated out, causing trees and cliffs nearby to splinter. With the secret technique of the 9 Thunder Arts, the monster's eyes blazed like lightning as it executed bizarre moves, unleashing devastating damage. A massive energy sphere, a mix of demonic energy and thunder, began to gather above the bird, making it look like a thunderbird commanding lightning. Everyone watching was shocked and worried, shouting Yao Lang's name. "This is bad. What am I still doing here? Hurry and save her!" Bai Xiaoru, the celestial fox, tried to leap down from the branch to help, but Tan Tian held her back tightly, nearly choking her. "Don't worry, she's fine," Tan Tian replied gently, while the celestial fox struggled in midair, pleading, "Let me go, let me go." Her eyes, once as beautiful as a miniature universe, were fixed on the battlefield, marveling at how much of the semi-divine power given to Yao Lang last time was still intact. Thanks to that power and the divine weapon in her hand, Yao Lang had been able to fight this long. Until now, she had dodged the attacks from the Demon Lord, but it was relentless, continuously hurling thunder spheres at her. "Damn it, this is the last of my strength!" And Yao Lang silently felt her energy fading. The fierce battle had even shattered her favorite earrings. The giant thunder sphere from the bird demon was about to crash down, making Yao Lang feel the breath of death. Suddenly, the bird's eyes widened in disbelief. "I can, but she's gonna kill me." Suddenly, in that moment of divine insight, the giant bird sensed something about the future, that soon it would be taken down by the girl Yao Lang below. Just then, a strange noise erupted, causing the beast to turn and look behind. From afar, it spotted something approaching in the sky with an overwhelming force. The beast gritted its teeth in anger and shouted, "Damn it!" At the moment she lost focus, a fierce wave of energy surged from behind. It turned out that Yao Lang, with her weapon, had seized the opportunity to attack. The girl's eyes were chillingly calm, almost terrifying, as she wielded her sharp blade. A horizontal slash caused the heavens and earth to explode, but suddenly, a strange force descended from the sky, enveloping the beast. The power was so immense that Yao Lang had to retreat. The girl looked intently at the explosion and the mysterious force, and through the chaos, she could see a monster emerging. It was a bizarre chariot wrapped in the illusion of a gigantic fire dragon, and the dragon's hand was reaching for the beast. Just when the beast was about to meet its end, it was saved, feeling ecstatic because the one who rescued it was the great demon saint. From within the chariot, a cold voice echoed, "Even the rarest of demon kings can't appear easily. You're not dying here yet. The bloodline of the Ice Phoenix is the most crucial offering for my ascension, so come here to me." As the voice faded, the giant dragon's claw suddenly lunged to grab Yao Lang below. In that perilous moment, several sharp beams and an ancient sword pierced the giant dragon's claw, stopping it in its tracks. With the three elders of the three schools here, don't even think about causing chaos. While Yao Lang was still in shock, three old men with ethereal presence appeared before her, urging her to leave this place to them and go assist Wen Tian. Meanwhile, as everyone was fiercely battling the demons, in the storage room of the sword-hidden sect, Tan Tian and Tian who were rummaging for clothes. Why the sudden urge to come back for clothes? Tan Tian smiled as he found a suitable outfit. I have a feeling I'm about to get my moment to shine. The battle was raging fiercely, with countless magical artifacts soaring through the sky, relentlessly attacking that gigantic dragon claw. The heavens and earth changed color, smoke and fire swirling as the ancient masters clashed with the demon saint. Seeing that their usual attacks were having no effect, the three ancient masters decided to combine their powers, summoning a colossal sword. The heavens and earth forged a mighty weapon, the eternal 9 swords of destruction. As the sword shot straight towards him, a mocking voice echoed from the mysterious chariot, "Is that the same old trick from 300 years ago? Don't you guys have anything new?" The phantom of the gigantic fire dragon faced the incoming sword and unleashed a devastating energy blast known as the Dragon's Breath of Annihilation. The clash between the Dragon's Breath and the colossal sword was nothing short of explosive. After a fierce struggle, the sword proved sharper than the dragon's illusion for a moment, piercing through it, and aiming straight for the mysterious chariot. With a thunderous explosion that shook the heavens, a towering beam of light shattered the dark clouds, sending nearby cultivators flying from the shockwave. As the dust settled, the chariot appeared somewhat disheveled from the attack but remained mostly intact. Standing before everyone was a mysterious figure who effortlessly blocked the fierce attack from the colossal sword with just a finger. It was a young man with a slender build, yet he radiated an earth-shattering power. With a mere touch, he split the sword in two. "Well done, you could even destroy my bridge, but too bad you still need more skill to take me down," said the young man, whose innocent face resembled that of a child, yet he was the physical embodiment of the demon Saint Dragon. The demon Saint Dragon ignored the three ancient masters and lunged at Yao Lang with a massive dragon claw. "The Emperor realm is within my grasp. If I can just capture Yao Lang and extract her bloodline, this dragon can break through to the Emperor realm." Sect leader Mo Wen Tian was still locked in battle with the evil Dragon King, unable to divert his attention, but he managed to warn Yao Lang to be careful in his helplessness. Faced with this overwhelming force, Yao Lang could only sigh in exhaustion, thinking it was the end. However, she didn't notice the token nestled between her chest was glowing with a 7-colored light. Suddenly, from that token emerged a gigantic fist, startling Yao Lang into a scream. From the medallion on Yao Lang's chest, a figure burst forth, wearing a bizarre hood and a ridiculous outfit, knocking away the dragon's claw with a punch. "The hero has arrived. Hey monster, don't get reckless." The newcomer, clad in a golden suit with a flowing white cape, stood tall against the wind, while Yao Lang suddenly clutched his chest, trembling on the ground. The mysterious figure was Tan Tian, just finished with his disguise. Noticing his strange disciple, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" And Yao Lang was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face, his spirit feeling like it was being rubbed raw. "Damn it! You didn't even give me a heads up. Why don't you try it and see if it hurts? Did you just ask me? I am the Sword Master, the protector of Kunlun." And Yao Lang shouted in anger, changing the subject. "This is just too much. The demon Yao Tam, sneered protector of Kunlun? What a joke. Today I'll show you that no one can stop me." Immediately, the little evil dragon unleashed its ultimate technique, the soul-devouring dragon claw, attacking the mysterious figure with the hood. The figure swiftly drew a strange, pitch black sword to counter the sharp claws. Suddenly Yao Tam looked down at his hands, revealing an expression of disbelief. What the hell? How could I slice off my own hand so easily? In the blink of an eye during the clash, the sword had severed one of Yao Tam's arms, leaving him stunned. You've never encountered the supreme life and death sword, have you? When you meet it, even flowers bloom at the grave, and the coffin lid must be opened. So, let's see how easy it is to cut through your dragon's skin. The evil dragon gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, damn that weird guy. What's this supreme life and death sword? It's just a puny imperial weapon. The mysterious figure, hearing this, raised the sword high, gathering destructive power. So, how about you take a hit from my sword? Although Yao Tam looked down on him, he had just lost an arm, so he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated a secret technique to toughen his skin. The destructive power gathered on the mysterious figure's sword, which he swung with the technique called the sky-splitting slash, aiming straight at the dragon and its claws. Yao Tam summoned a phantom of dragon claws, desperately trying to withstand the strange purple destructive force. Both energy sources collided in a fierce standoff, relentlessly pushing forward. Moments later, the dragon's claw illusion of the weaker love saint began to be engulfed by the destructive currents, wrapping around the love-thorn arm. The thunderous explosion of destruction approached, seizing the dragon's arm and twisting it as if it were fading into nothingness. What the heck is this? Even my toughened skin and hard scales can't handle it? Before the beloved chaotic demon could even catch their breath to exclaim, the source of that destructive power just wouldn't quit, pushing the demon back and slamming them into the ground, exploding like a firework. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent before a massive explosion shattered the stillness, sending shockwaves through everyone's ears. The battlefield looked like the apocalypse had arrived, and the mysterious figure in the hood paused to admire their masterpiece, slightly taken aback. Wow, you're done already? That was super quick. The dragon had a showdown with the master MANHWA, and it got totally wrecked. Now it's all tied up with some magical bindings, leaving it unable to move or cast any spells. The sect leader, with a fierce dragon in hand, asked Yao Lang if he was alright. I'm good, sect leader. Did everyone wrap things up over there? It was all a bit hazy, but who was that? I just saw them take down a love saint with a single strike. The sect leader was eyeing this mysterious figure, and instinctively, and Yao Lang was about to say it was her master, but she suddenly caught herself and fell silent. It's definitely not right for the master to dress like this. They clearly want to keep their identity under wraps. So, I can't spill the beans. And Yao Lang picked up on this and quickly whipped up a half-baked excuse to reassure the sect leader. It must be that the successor left by the Grand Master has been found and activated by the master, right? MANHWA shot a glance at Yao Lang before nodding and replying, Qin Shui, that sounds awesome. If it were her, this war would wrap up in no time. Wow, can you believe it? And Yao Lang never thought the sect leader would take her words so easily. But hey, I guess that works in her favor. In the distance, a beloved saint with a severed arm lay amidst a pile of rubble, gritting their teeth and cursing up a storm. I underestimated you, Kunlun Sword Sect, and that's just plain annoying. What is this feeling, huh? It's like love is breathing life back into that severed arm, making it twitch as if it's come back to life. This feeling is just too cozy, and suddenly, the remaining intact arm of the love deity swells up with a brutal force. This feeling is the ultimate secret technique of the dragon, as the demon king's mind seems to spiral into madness with a savage grin, slowly forcing itself to rise. Before the mysterious figure could react, the spot where the demon saint stood suddenly erupted in a massive explosion, engulfing everything in a blinding white smoke and fire. In the distance, the sect leader MANHWA and Yao Lang quickly retreated, overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the blast. As the smoke cleared, the demon saint emerged, his arms intact and his body now more muscular than ever. If he had looked like a kid before, he now stood tall and imposing like a young warrior. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, in this life-or-death moment, I've broken through once again. Now, beneath the imperial realm, I am invincible. So, I must repay you properly, my great benefactor. The demon saint's savage laughter echoed through the sky, his rising aura making everyone else tremble. Oh man, he's even stronger than before. He's broken through to the 3rd level of the saint realm. Can Master really win against him? The demon saint laughed maniacally, his eyes blazing with fury. I will kill you, and with the support of the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, I will become the demon emperor, ruling over all demons. Just as he threw his head back in laughter, A mysterious flash suddenly sliced across his neck. In the moment the demon saint was reveling in his breakthrough, his head was cleanly severed from his body. What the hell just happened? Why do I feel so strange? It turns out the one who struck him down was Tantian, hidden beneath that hood. The demon saint's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. I just broke through to the 3rd level, and now this? Before he could finish his sentence, both his body and head fell to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. Tantian, seeing this, caressed the devastatingly powerful sword in his hand and sighed. I was planning to play with you a bit, but you talked too much. Don't you know that villains often die from talking too much? After a grueling battle that left the ecosystem of the surrounding area in shambles. With the leader defeated, the remaining demon beasts were easily captured and tied up by the Kunlun sword sect, their fate looking grim. The demon saint had arrogantly dreamed of advancing to the imperial realm, but before he could even take a step, his head was severed, his body now lying lifeless on the ground. Come here, the corpse of the golden dragon saint realm is a real treasure. With a philosophy of not wasting food, Tantian wasn't about to let this delicious body go to waste. After stowing the golden dragon's corpse in his gourd, Tantian looked at his disciple and said, I'm heading back now. Upon hearing this, and Yao Lang replied, I'll head back too. No need to wait a sec, Tantian said with a mysterious grin. And Yao Lang suddenly felt a chill run down her spine from her master's smile, and she quickly tried to stop him, but before she could react, Tantian dove right into the token nestled between her chest. This annoying master of mine just loves to snuggle up there. The sect leader called out from a distance, asking if the sword master had returned. That's the guy who just helped us out. I haven't even thanked him yet. But hey, is it just me, or is your chest looking a bit bigger? I swear I see smoke rising from it. The sect leader suddenly noticed Yao Lang's chest and curiously asked. After that battle, Tantian's biggest haul was definitely the corpse of the golden dragon, so he decided to head into the secret chamber to start refining pills. Meanwhile, the little fox was bored out of her mind waiting outside the alchemy room with nothing to do. Seriously, this is so boring. Tantian has been in there for almost half a day now. She yawned and glanced at the chubby sparrows pecking around on the floor. Aren't you guys bored too? The gentle breeze blowing from the bamboo forest and the soft atmosphere made Xiaoru drowsy, and she was about to drift off to sleep. Just as her eyes were getting heavy, a hand suddenly appeared calling her name. Hearing someone call her, the little fox tiredly opened her eyes, drool trailing down. Why are you sleeping here? Where's my master? Seeing Yao Lang arrive, Xiaoru immediately jumped up and hugged her. Yao Lang, you're finally back. Your master is in the alchemy room. The moment she mentioned the alchemy room, Yao Lang felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Just as Yao Lang sensed, moments later, the alchemy room exploded with a bang, startling the little fox into a scream. The sword peak is under attack, and Yao Lang helplessly watched the chaos unfold. She was so used to it by now, as her master tended to blow up the alchemy room every few months. The smoke was so thick. Once it cleared, the two of them stepped into the wreckage to search for their master. All right, gentle wind, heed my call. With the little fox's soothing voice, a miraculous breeze suddenly appeared, blowing away the thick smoke and restoring the fresh, pleasant air. All done! Now it feels way better. At that moment, amidst the rubble, Tantian sprang up, a round pill in hand, exclaiming excitedly, Haha! I did it! I really did it! Congrats, player! You've crafted the legendary Holy Dragon Essence. As a reward, you get a Holy Elixir recipe that requires Holy Dragon Essence, Sacred Spirit Fruit, and Chongming Flower. Enjoy the adventure. Since mastering the Holy Dragon Essence, the system rewarded me with an extra elixir, which was a delightful surprise. Then Tantian made a bizarre request to his disciple and the celestial fox, leaving both of them utterly confused, but they had no choice but to go along with it. Two people are following Tantian's request to put on a bizarre outfit. What in the world is this costume? I don't really know, but compared to the outfits my master used to buy for me, this one is definitely a winner. And Yao Lang was constantly adjusting his outfit while letting out a dramatic sigh. But this outfit is super tight, and since it's my first time rocking this style, I feel totally out of my element. And Yao Lang, on the flip side, is totally chill about flaunting his big, bold soul. No worries, his master said that once you get used to it, it'll feel like a breeze. At that moment, behind the screen, Tantian peeked out, his eyes locked onto the two stunning beauties in front of him. Are you ready? The night of cultivation is about to begin, he said, revealing his lewd face. Seeing that celestial face alongside Yao Lang, he instantly chucked his shirt right at Tan Tian's face, making his nose bleed. After the two of them changed their outfits, they followed Tan Tian's request and lounged on two tables next to the hot spring. Tan Tian, with a serious expression, glanced at the two beauties beside him, ready to make his move. Wait for the celestial beast to witness me unleash a rhythm of 99 beats with every breath, making both your body and heart bow down before me. My 6 paths of reincarnation will transform my fist into an ultra-powerful machine gun, firing at a rate of 100 rounds every breath, ready to conquer your muscles, veins, and bones. Alright, let's hit the gas and get this show on the road. My fingers will press on the outer gate and the inner gate, giving a gentle nudge to the 100-mile point. Next, there will be a meticulous friction at the Yaoyangguan point. The whole vibe got stiff as Tan Tian casually pressed his finger into the sensitive spot at the base of the celestial fox's tail. His whole body felt like a bull in motion, with his hands roaming over the soft curves of the two girls, making them let out soft moans. And Yao Lang's face was now veiled with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She wasn't much better off, as her entire body was touched by that man, causing her to feel numb and squirm. A strange sensation with every touch on the skin felt like an electric current running through the body, and the comfortable moans were a gasp of disbelief at how things had turned out like this. Oh man. But to figure out why this was happening, we have to rewind 2 hours back when the two girls were shaking their heads in refusal, saying no way. Why can't we? Tan Tian wondered, heartbroken. What's this nonsense about enhanced massage and absorbing medicinal water? I see you just want to eat tofu. We won't fall for your tricks, master. You're measuring a noble heart with a petty mind. With your current cultivation, you can't fully absorb the dragon's essence in the medicinal water, so I need to use divine oil from India to help you out. Don't you want to catch up to me, surpass me, and then break our contract? Yao Lang, don't you want to quickly boost your cultivation? This is a great opportunity. The two girls looked at each other, confused, but eventually, the allure of the dragon's essence swayed them. The cold Tian Hu shot a warning glance at her master, saying, I'm telling you, don't pull any tricks. If that's the case, then let's give it a shot, shall we? And that's how we ended up with this beautiful scene by the misty hot spring. Slow down a bit, just a little slower, Tan Tian. Master, too fast, too fast. The two girls were overwhelmed by Tan Tian's touches, feeling both tingling and pleasure, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Tan Tian was also exhausted from the intense activity, sweat streaming down his face. Alright, let's wrap this up, just wait a moment. His hands slid down the girls' backs, gently pressing on their accupoints. This is the ultimate technique of divine touch. His hands were about to reach a sensitive spot, causing both girls to panic and shout, No, don't touch there. Suddenly, a strange energy erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. Haha, job well done. After pressing the last acupoint, Tan Tian relaxed, ignoring the pillows thrown at his face. You jerk. You're clearly just messing with us. Tan Tian replied, the noble gentleman he was, you can insult my character, but you can't belittle my skills. And now, it's time to witness a miracle, he said, wearing only his underwear, suddenly grabbing Tian Hu's hand, startling her. Because of this overly intimate action, a group brawl broke out by the lake. After a while, the fighting stopped, and the hot lake water was calm again. The absorption and transformation speed of spiritual energy had increased several times faster than usual, proving to be effective. The two girls couldn't stop exclaiming, while Tan Tian was left with a swollen head, feeling wrong. Just then, the system interface popped up again, announcing that the disciple Yao Lang had broken through to a high-level semi-saint realm, and the host's cultivation talent had been upgraded to saint level, earning an additional 5 reward points. Alright, I was wrong, we misjudged you, haha. Facing Tan Tian's pitifully resentful expression, the celestial fox finally clasped her hands in apology. Suddenly, and Yao Lang appeared beside her and whispered something in the celestial fox's ear. After hearing the whisper, the celestial fox broke into a mischievous smile. After a long, tiring day, Tan Tian ignored the two of them and leaned against the rock, soaking in the hot water to relax. Out of nowhere, the female disciple Yao Lang appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around his muscular body. The stunningly beautiful celestial fox also showed up right next to him, wrapping her arms around the young man's arm. Tan Tian was taken aback and didn't have time to react before the two hot girls covered his eyes with their hands. Tan Tian, oh master, as his vision plunged into darkness, he only felt 2 gentle kisses placed on his cheeks and the warmth of their bodies. Time gradually flowed into a day after the great battle of the demon clan. Today, just like usual, Tan Tian was sleeping soundly in bed until noon. Disciple Yao Lang and the celestial fox were also cuddled up, deep in slumber. The old rooster felt it was too late, so it decided to crow to wake up the three lazy folks. The rooster took a deep breath, preparing to channel its inner energy to kickstart its vocal cords. But just as it inhaled, a loud voice rang out from the distant forest, startling it. "Tan, benefactor, please help. Who's bothering others so early in the morning?" The loud voice woke everyone up, and it seemed someone was looking for the master. The once peaceful mountain range was now bustling with the girl's voice. "Tan, benefactor, Tan, benefactor. Tan, benefactor, I'm here to find you." Tan Tian helplessly followed the voice and discovered a girl, then interrupted her, telling her to stop calling. "The benefactor is just too good. I can't believe I found you." The beautiful girl turned around, startled but super happy, while Yao Lang wondered if they knew each other. "So here's the deal, it's like this and that, and then this happened, and finally that happened." "Oh, I get it now." After explaining everything to his disciple Tan Tian, he looked back at the princess he had accidentally saved before. "So, what brings you to me today?" Hearing this, the princess's eyes filled with tears, looking all pitiful as she begged. "Benefactor, you saved my life back then. Can you save me again?" With that, the princess knelt down and bowed her head a few times, saying she wanted to become his disciple because her father was thinking about passing the throne. "My younger brother, fearing a power struggle for the throne, wants to marry me off. He wants to marry me to that foolish emperor of the Zhou kingdom, and if I marry him, then Zhou and Chongming will always be allies. Or he could marry me off to some lecherous, crude border general. So, without a strong backing, it'll be tough for me to escape this fate of being married off. That's why I took the risk to come here and ask you to be my master, so I can seize my own destiny." Facing this poor girl, and Yao Lang felt a bit soft-hearted, while Tan Tian remained deep in thought. "All right, I can take you on as a registered disciple, but you have to agree to one condition." The princess perked up, asking what the condition was. "It's simple. I want the national flower of Chongming, the Chongming flower. This flower requires a huge amount of resources, time, and manpower to grow. Normally, only the new emperor can receive one to help break through their realm, so I can't agree to that condition." Tan Tian, knowing the girl's dilemma, confidently patted her shoulder. "It's easy. I'll help you become the heir, and you just need to give me the Chongming flower." And Yao Lang and the princess were both taken aback by this news. "You want me to become the heir?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the little princess kept pondering over what she just heard. After a moment, she gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and looked up at Tan Tian. "All right, I agree. I will do my best to help you get the Chongming flower." Seeing this, Tan Tian smiled in satisfaction. "Good. From now on, you'll be my registered disciple. Follow me." "Yes, master." Since that day, the tyrant Tan Tian began his special training with the little princess who had just stepped into this mountain school. No one knew what kind of training it was, but all they heard were the princess's desperate screams for help echoing through the air. "Ming Yilian, why do you want to run away? Master, why are you stating the obvious? If I don't run now, I'm going to die." Facing the giant saw blade of her master, Ming Yilian was using every ounce of her strength to escape. "What kind of expression is that? What's with those eyes and those tears?" The princess was crying without tears, continuously wailing, "I don't want to learn anymore. I don't want to be the heir." Hoo-hoo! Running too fast, she tripped and smashed her face into the ground. "Master, please spare me. Do those tears help you grasp your destiny? No more running, Yilian, come back to me." And so, this bizarre training session continued, with one person chasing and the other sprinting through the mountains, while Tian Hu and Yao Lang sat munching snacks and watching movies, wondering if this training was even useful. In the quiet of the night at the palace of Chongming, a girl's pleas echoed from a room. "Your Highness, let go. Let go of me." The poor girl lay on the bed, being choked by a man whose cold voice rang out, "Didn't you say you wanted to give me everything? Don't blame her. If you want to blame someone, blame that old man who won't die and my elder sister. They're the ones who caused his death." The man with the eerie eyes was the Prince of Chongming, named Ming Guangjiang. The girl, unable to breathe, was in tears of pain. After struggling for a while, she finally ran out of air and left this world in agony. After taking a life on his bed, Prince Ming Guangjiang, with his eerie smile, suddenly spoke, "Master, you agreed to my request. Then you should fulfill your promise, right? The prince's figure resembled a corpse, his hands trembling and his voice icy cold. As the prince spoke, the previously closed window suddenly swung open. A dark shadow, like a snake, slithered into the room through the window. From that dark shadow emerged a young man with fiery red hair, a pale face, and a voice that sounded like it came from hell. Prince Min, you wouldn't even be called Min Hong if you hadn't kept your promise. If you did, our demon sect would definitely help you claim the throne without a second thought. So don't worry anymore. The mysterious man filled with demonic energy is Mo Tianluan, the current leader of the demon sect. Meanwhile, in the palace, Princess Ming Yilian is blissfully unaware of the happenings, and is diligently training with her sister. If you can use magic, don't blame me for picking on you. Get ready to catch my fireball. Facing the fierce attack from the heavenly fox, Yao Lang immediately jumped in to defend. Come on, Yilian, attack her for me. The heavenly fox, seeing this, shouted angrily, Hey, you didn't say it was 2 against 1. So what if it's 2 against 1? Let's go all out. The intense assault from the 2 girls startled the little fox, who quickly dodged. Help! Someone's trying to take my life. They're going all out. Yilian, come on, attack with everything you've got. Great job, Yilian. Keep going. Stand up, Yilian. Don't rush her. The trio kept training together, while Tian sat on a tree, enjoying the show. Why do I feel like this scene is straight out of a Pokemon battle? Suddenly ganged up on by the 2, the heavenly fox was exhausted and waved her hands. Let's take a break. No more fighting. The 3 of them had been training for a while now, and thanks to the special training, Yilian had really improved a lot. The special training from the master was indeed effective, even if it was a bit scary and violent. But looking back at that horrifying scene, the 3 girls definitely didn't want to experience it again. At least now, Yilian wasn't running away anymore. Just as everyone was chatting, a strange sound suddenly came from Yilian's stomach. Hey Yilian, your belly is rumbling. Oh, this is a news notification device from our Chongming kingdom. My father was worried about me, so he gave it to me to carry around. This is my father calling me from afar through the communication token. The girl pulled out a round object with a yin-yang symbol from her bag. Yilian gently activated the communication device, and a screen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. On the other side of the screen, her father's face looked horrified as he called out to his daughter, Yilian, are you okay? Yilian, remember not to come back. Her father's voice suddenly turned extremely worried and frantic. At that moment, a blood-red hand pierced through the body of the emperor. The girls who witnessed this scene were utterly shocked and astonished. The eerie hand tore apart the emperor's body, and someone crawled out from behind it. Ming Yilian watched this horrifying scene through the communication screen, screaming in unbearable pain, Father! Father! Father, please answer me! Don't let anything happen to you! The prince, Ming Guangjiang, after killing his own father, heard his sister's voice through the screen. Seeing this, he immediately pushed the emperor's body to the ground and coldly said, Sister, I've killed father. But the one who killed father is you, he said, licking his father's blood in a mad frenzy. Faced with the horrifying scene of her father being murdered right in front of her, Ming Yilian blankly questioned, This is all a lie, right? Why would you? You want to know why I killed father? Just think about it. I was about to be crowned the new emperor, but when father found out you joined the Kunlun sword sect, he wanted to change the heir and make you the new emperor. To secure my position, I had no choice but to kill him. So this is all your fault, sister. Hearing this, Ming Yilian screamed in rage, wishing she could leap through the screen to kill that ungrateful wretch. You bastard! I have to kill you! I have to kill you for revenge! Ming Guangjiang's face twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. What are you angry about, sister? I'm scared, you know? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Because if you had just obediently married off to someone, wouldn't everything be fine? At that moment, the leader of the demon sect, with fiery red hair, appeared right behind Ming Guangjiang, saying, Well done! Next, according to our agreement, we will hold the sacrifice in Chongming City. You won't go back on your word, will you, your highness? Oh, of course not. You are all my great contributors. The people in this city are at your mercy for the arrangements and sacrifices. And the 2 of them chatted comfortably, completely ignoring the 3 people watching through the screen. Hearing the voice of the demon sect leader, and Yao Lang, Ming Yilian immediately recognized who it was. Ming Guangjiang, how dare you collude with the demon sect? What do you want to do? The furious princess screamed. On the other side, the two of them didn't want to continue the conversation, so they crushed the communication device. No matter how much Ming Yilian screamed, the screen gradually faded away. Come back here, you guys! Hurry up and clarify what you want to do with the people of Chongming. Facing the tragic death of the emperor and the betrayal of her younger brother, the little princess is on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Tianhu immediately stepped forward to comfort her, saying, Yilian, I know you're really worried, but first, don't lose your cool. But hey, I heard you say you want to use the people of Chongming as a sacrifice. Tianhu pointed at Tan Tian, who was still munching on a melon up in a tree. In this situation, if we want to save Chongming and defeat the semi-saint Ma Tianhuan, we have to rely on your master. Ming Yilian, reminded by her sister, suddenly realized, that's right. I still have my master. Tan Tian, who was enjoying his snack and movie, felt a bit annoyed at being dragged into this mess. What a hassle! After the emperor was killed by his son, the demon sect seized control of Chongming, causing the people to flee in panic. Run, everyone! Hurry! We're almost at the city gate. As long as we get out of the city gate, we'll be safe. Let's speed up! Young and old were rushing out of the city, but suddenly, mysterious tentacles sprouted from the ground, wrapping tightly around everyone's legs. What is this? Help me! A mysterious whirlpool like a sea of blood spread across the ground, continuously sprouting tentacles that ensnared each person. Amid the screams of the people, they were all swallowed whole by that blood-red vortex. Perhaps this is the life sacrifice ritual that the demon sect leader mentioned earlier. The screams gradually faded, leaving the streets eerily silent, with only pools of blood remaining. Nearby, the demon sect leader observed the situation in Chongming through his magic. After this sacrifice from Chongming, I've finally broken through. Ha ha! Hearing this, a mysterious figure appeared again, with a strange face like a soulless mask. Congratulations on your ascension to the Saint Realm, Ma Tianhuan. Next, just as you wished, the mysterious figure said, appearing with a strange book in hand, the sounds emanating from it. Now you have the qualifications to collaborate more deeply with us. At the request of his disciple, Tan Tian used a magical pot to transport the four of them to the palace of Chongming. Ming Yilian rushed into the main hall, flinging the doors open with a worried expression. Ming Guangjiang, come out here! But when no one answered, the princess's face turned pale with fear as she looked inside. Sitting right in the middle of the throne was a three-headed monster shaped like a human, with a long, winding snake tail that stretched all the way to the door, flanked on either side by two mysterious figures. With that strange monster featuring one head as Prince Ming Guangjiang, another head as Prince Ming Guangbao, and the last one as Prince Ming Guanghui. Everyone gasped in shock at the sight of this horrifying monster, while Ming Yilian cried out in anguish for her two younger brothers, Guanghui and Guangbao, her beloved little siblings. The red-haired master of the Cold Clan finally spoke up, so, you guys have finally arrived. The mysterious book in the pale guy's hands crackled with sound. It had been ages since Tan Tian had seen it. Tan Tian couldn't wrap his head around how the book knew his name, but he shrugged it off, his mind racing. He coldly asked, what did you do to them to turn them into these kinds of monsters? Guangjiang just wanted to level up his power, so he came to me for help. I used a secret technique to merge him with his brothers, boosting his strength in the process. The big sister joining the Kunlun sword sect has really put a ton of pressure on him, you know? Hearing those taunts, Ming Yilian was fuming, cursing up a storm as she summoned her weapon and charged in for the attack. You bastard, I'm gonna take you down. But just as she took a few steps, a mysterious wall suddenly popped up in her path, causing Ming Yilian to smack right into it. So there's actually skin whitening here. How sneaky is that? At this moment, Tan Tian finally had the chance to focus on the other mysterious figure in the grand hall, this bald guy holding a book. Who are you, anyway? The weird bald guy smirked and lifted the book high, saying, before I introduce you to this, how about we switch up the scene a bit? The book in his hand suddenly began to glow, each page flipping on its own with a strange, crackling sound. The dazzling golden light flooded the entire palace, making everyone squint in awe. As soon as the light vanished, the grand hall felt like a ghost town, as if everyone present had just evaporated into thin air. The scene shifts to a desolate desert, barren and devoid of any trees or grass. A crew of Tan Tian's folks just popped up out of nowhere in this desert, and man, my eyes are all kinds of dusty right now. The three-headed monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere, oozing fresh blood from its terrifying mouth and relentlessly calling out for its sister. The leader of the dark sect soared through the sky under the blazing sun, gazing towards Yao Lang and spoke up. My goddess, I never thought we'd cross paths again. I've missed you so much, it's like I'm about to burst. And Yao Lang was soaring on the opposite side, coldly replying, I miss you, but you're about to kick the bucket. I miss you so much that I wish I could chop you into 100,000 pieces and feed you to the dogs. Perhaps when we were teleported to this place, everyone got separated, so now, in this desolate sea, the bald guy started introducing himself. Let me go first, I am Manhwa, a holy disciple of the bald-headed cult. The book in his hands also chimed in. I am one of the 9 great divine tomes, a fragment of the space book. My main body is tangled up with your Tan family in the universe of the celestial realms. Hearing those words that were both strange and familiar, Tan Tian couldn't help but mumble, the Tan family in the celestial universe? After a long silence, still unable to piece anything together, Tan Tian finally asked, what do you mean by that? Oh man, the bald guy thought Tan Tian had understood everything since he was so deep in thought, but it turned out he didn't know a damn thing. Oh, I just remembered. I almost forgot about that night when those 2 creepy puppets said something really weird. It was only now that he recalled the 2 puppets he encountered at his house the night before. Those puppets had sprouted from a tile in his yard, and they looked like mini versions of his parents. At that time, his parents had announced that they were going on a trip with the servants, and that he shouldn't miss them, but he needed to be careful with the book. They didn't explain anything further, so Tan Tian was left clueless about which book to be careful with and why. Now, he calmly realized that his mother's warning about being careful with the book referred to this, making Tan Tian think it was some kind of test to challenge his intelligence, leaving him scratching his head. My parents have hidden so much. Next time we meet, I must make them spill all their secrets, he thought to himself, while outwardly, Tan Tian questioned, what exactly did the Tan family do? Are you planning to go after my Tan family? The strange book laughed heartily and began to tell a story. Everything has to start from the celestial universe. After the void explosion wiped everything out, the celestial universe was born in a miraculous way. To prevent chaos and collapse after its birth, the 9 great divine tomes emerged. The 9 great divine tomes include the Sword Tome, the Destruction Tome, the Spirit Tome, the Tao Tome, the Body Tome, the Death Tome, the Time Tome, the Nothing Tome, and the Fate Tome. We maintain the order of the celestial universe so it can develop steadily, but there are always variables that pop up. Those variables are a few mistakes. Like you and your father, you guys are gonna mess up the order and cause the universe to collapse and face extinction. So, we have to eliminate those flawed variables like you to ensure the universe runs smoothly. After the book finished speaking, the bald guy suddenly clenched his fist, making the book vanish and releasing a surge of energy like eternal flames that burned everything. The bald guy started absorbing the energy from that book. Just seconds later, the energy transfer was complete, and the book transformed into a cloak that sprouted from the bald guy's neck, radiating an eerie aura. Together we are invincible. The book-turned cloak smirked with satisfaction, laughing, ha ha, go ahead and kill him. For the peace of the universe and to break the curse of the bald priest, I might as well invite you to die at my hands. Looking at the bizarre combination of a person and a book in front of him, Tan Tian pondered, the book actually turned into a cloak? This is kinda awesome. What kind of magic is this? I really want to learn it. His eyes sparkled like he had just spotted a rare treasure. The weird bald guy said nothing and just raised his fist, charging forward. This was his signature move, called the bald head smash fist. Tan Tian wasn't scared at all. Instead, he smiled, thinking, you two are really interesting and cool, but too bad I have to take you down with my free and easy great dragon fist. 2 massive fists, infused with power and laws, collided with each other. In the blink of an eye, the aftermath of that clash sent waves crashing around like a meteor shower. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending seawater flying everywhere, making it impossible to see anything. After the clash, both fighters stepped back, eyeing each other warily. The bald guy couldn't help but exclaim, you look so agile, but since you're a variable, I guess you were hiding your true power. Still, I didn't expect you to be at the saint level like me. Ha ha, too flattering. But honestly, I'm not happy about your compliment at all. The cloak sensed Tan Tian's strength and realized this wouldn't be easy, so it spoke up, why can't you just die? Your existence will cause this world to collapse, and in Yao, Lang Bai, Xiao Ru, and even Ming Yi Lian will all perish because of you. Facing this threat, Tan Tian remained unfazed, just smirking in disdain, but I'm not an idiot, all of this is just your biased talk. I don't believe you at all. The voice of the cold cloak added a few more layers of chill, so there's no other way, Manhwa, you need to use the power of the divine book to deal with him quickly. No problem, I'll take out Tan Tian before she even reacts. Even though Tan Tian didn't understand who he was talking about, there was no time to think as he launched another fierce attack. Get ready for my breakthrough divine strike. The power radiating from him now made Tan Tian jump, as it was the kind of strength only found at the Emperor level. Both the speed and strength of the bald guy were on a whole different level now, like heaven and earth, leaving Tan Tian, a saint-level fighter, unable to respond. The bald guy's heavy fist came down like a massive mountain, smashing Tan Tian back toward the ocean. Seizing the moment, he unleashed another attack, not giving his opponent a chance to fight back. Tan Tian took hit after hit from the powerful strikes because, honestly, the strength of a saint was no match for an emperor. With a sudden crash, Tan Tian was slammed straight into the deep sea, sending towering columns of water shooting up into the sky. The bald guy, along with his eerie cloak, stood on the surface of the sea, gazing down for a long moment. That was easy, it's all over now. The scene shifted back to the desert with a massive explosion that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. The three-headed serpent monster raised its crossbow, its shrill voice ringing out, "Ha ha, sister, you've been at the Sword Wind Pavilion for so long and still haven't learned anything? Then just accept your fate." At the same time, 3 magical arrows were shot out, crackling with deadly energy. The fierce attacks forced Ming Yilian to scramble to dodge. "Damn it, the attack speed is too fast, I can't get close." The cold voice of the prince, Ming Guangjiang, echoed with laughter. "Is that all you've got, sister?" Just as the three-headed monster let its guard down, the celestial fox appeared right behind it, secretly thrilled at the opportunity. The beautiful girl was about to leap in for a sneak attack from behind but suddenly froze midair, staring in shock at the back of the monster, as an old, familiar face suddenly sprouted from its back. "What do you want?" The old face screamed upon seeing the celestial fox, shocked to find there was still another head behind this monster. The old head kept screaming as if it had lost its mind, starting to attack. "Don't come near me, stay away." Tian Ho Bai Shaoran silently exclaimed, "Oh no!" as a beam of light shot from that head straight at him. The sudden turn of events left Bai Xiaoru, who was sneaking up for an ambush, getting hit back in a devastating manner. The power of that head behind him was no less than the other 3 heads, striking Bai Xiaoru before she could react, and it seemed she was pretty badly hurt. Seeing this, Ming Yilian screamed in panic, "Xiaoru, sister! Well done, my father, the wise ruler!" he praised, and at that moment, the head behind him froze upon hearing Ming Yilian's voice. "Yilian, Yilian, run away, hurry!" It turned out that this head was actually her father, controlled and out of his mind, but upon hearing his daughter's voice, he suddenly snapped back to reality. "Run away, Yilian, you have to live well." The old head struggled to move forward to catch a glimpse of his daughter. "Hey, old man, don't move around like that." Hearing that familiar voice, the little princess was stunned, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at the monster. This voice, is it father? Father? Her big round eyes filled with horror and utter helplessness began to well up with tears. It was a pain that was beyond words. The head of her father also shed painful tears as he looked at his daughter. "You must listen to me, run away, my child, please. Run away. Why are you coming back here?" In response to that heart-wrenching shout, memories of the past flooded back into the princess's mind. "Ah, I found you. So you were hiding here. It's all your little brother's fault for scaring you with that mask. Hurry up and apologize to your sister." In her memories, her father was a young, charismatic emperor who was always gentle with her. "It's okay now, my little princess. You're a princess, and you're scared like this? Father will protect you well." That gentle man always cared for her and was a solid support for the little princess to lean on. "Father, I'm so scared. Father, I miss you." The image of the little princess with tears in her eyes before her father mirrored Ming Yilian's current state, tugging at the heartstrings. Ming Guangjiang immediately took control of his old head and interrupted the father-daughter conversation. "You two have been talking too much. Let's rewind a bit to the day when the palace was under siege by those pesky thieves and assassins. Back then, her father was old, his hair white, but he still picked up his sword and fought valiantly. Yilian, you must leave the palace for a while. Wait for me to resolve this war, then you can return." The little princess didn't want to leave her father, so she hesitated, but the old king coldly ordered the servants to hurry and take her away. "Hurry up, no time to waste." It was almost the first time the king had yelled at his daughter, desperately hoping she would escape this dangerous place. Just like before, the grotesque face that emerged from behind him screamed in pain and fury, urging her to leave quickly. The scream faded as the king's eyes turned a bright red, signaling that he had lost his mind once again. "Father, this time I won't go anywhere!" The little princess shouted defiantly, her gaze deep and unwavering. In response, she was met with the overwhelming presence of the three-headed serpent monster. "Ha ha, even dead you still care for your sister, huh? Just let me absorb you, old man, and everything will be just fine." Ming Yi Lian gripped her sword, channeling all her strength. She had always been loved and protected by her father. But this time would be different. This time, she would protect her father. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted back to the battlefield on the ocean, and suddenly, a massive whale-like creature emerged from the deep sea. Seeing the approaching creature, the bald man was taken aback, confused. Before he could think it through, the gigantic whale, with skin the color of the deep blue ocean, leaped out of the water, creating rolling waves. From the whale's back, a familiar figure jumped down. It turned out to be Tan Tian, who had just been knocked underwater moments ago. It was truly terrifying. If my power hadn't been a level above, I would have been dead for sure. But now, it's my turn to strike back. Tan Tian extended his hand, touching the surrounding space, creating a swirling vortex of dark energy, like a black hole in the universe. From this vortex, he pulled out a sword that was as dark as the void itself. "Now it's time to fight. Behold my life and death sword." The pitch-black sword radiated dark energy, like shadows ready to consume everything in existence. The bald man, with his glowing eyes, stared at the sword in awe. It was indeed impressive, but even if it was a divine weapon, you're still no match for me. "Ha ha, let's see about that." Around the sword, a storm of destructive power began to swirl, wreaking havoc and chaos, causing the ocean around them to churn violently. 9 Springs Deathmatch, the first sword technique of life and death. The bald guy was now channeling his powers into both hands, ready to block Tan's attack. He thought, with his newfound divine strength, that no matter what imperial-grade weapon he had, it couldn't break through his defenses. Just as the bald dude was feeling all high and mighty, his cloak suddenly jolted, and he yelled, "No, you idiot! Get out of the way!" But the cloak's warning came too late. It couldn't keep up with Tan Tian's sword, which sliced through space and time, heading straight for him. A spray of fresh blood erupted as the bald guy stood there, dazed, and his defenses shattered. Tan Tian landed on the ocean's surface like a total boss. "Who told you this was just an imperial-grade weapon, huh? How could this be?" The bald guy, with his eye sockets as dark as black holes, could only stammer a few words before falling silent. The cloak's voice trembled, as if it had just suffered a serious injury. "This is a catastrophic force." The residual power of that sword began to tear the cloak apart, accompanied by its wailing cries, while the bald guy's body started to disintegrate into the wind. Truly, this was a destructive force that could make both man and object vanish into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Tan Tian, meanwhile, stared at his hands, realizing he had finally met an opponent that pushed him to use all his strength. He started to feel that his power wasn't keeping up with the future's twists and turns, so he told himself he had to get even stronger. He couldn't always rely on weapons like this. At the same time those thoughts were swirling in his head, the system's voice rang out, confirming that the host was determined to grow stronger and could unlock the path of transformation, the path of mortals, and the forbidden spirit power of the red dust to cultivate the heart's enlightenment. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, an unexpected blow from an old man's head knocked the celestial fox out cold, leaving it bleeding on the sand. The three-headed monster, with the consciousness of the Grand Prince Ming Guangjiang, burst into laughter. "You really don't know your limits, do you? Father, look at that. This is the daughter you always cherished. See how useless she is? The heir to the Chongming throne should be strong, yet she couldn't withstand a single blow. That makes me the perfect candidate to take the throne." The poor princess was being squeezed by its snake-like body, struggling to breathe, only able to whimper "Father" in helplessness. Crying. What else can you do besides wailing and running away? Why does the king still want to hand over the throne to someone who only knows how to cry like you? This disgusting woman should just die already. The more the princess cried, the angrier the monster became, tightening its grip and making her scream in pain. Hearing that scream, Tian Hu, badly injured, struggled to stand up, hoping to do something. Tian Hu began to gather the last remnants of her weak power, preparing to launch another attack against the monster. A golden light started to gather around the girl, and Tian Hu's eyes transformed into a brilliant gold. She glanced around to see how the battle was faring elsewhere, and the ground was a chaotic mess, pockmarked like a bomb site. The leader of the demon sect, with his fiery red hair flowing, smiled smugly, declaring, "This space is just you and me. You won't escape this time, and no one is coming to save you." Hearing this, Yao Lang smirked dismissively, thinking, "You still see me as the powerless saint of the demon sect, just a coward who runs away like before?" The demon sect leader was taken aback as he sensed the power within the girl. "Is this the strength of a semi-saint? In such a short time, you've improved this much?" With her familiar divine weapon in hand, Yao Lang charged forward. Surprised by Yao Lang's strength, the demon sect leader still felt confident, revealing his own power. "What a pity, I am already at the saint level now." In the blink of an eye, he summoned a massive demon earth dragon from the sandy desert, aiming straight for Yao Lang to bite down. Facing that monster, the girl gracefully dodged. Yao Lang's agile movements allowed her to evade the two colossal evil dragons without flinching, quickly closing in on the demon sect leader. Channeling the bloodline power within her, Yao Lang summoned the phantom of an ice phoenix to fight. In the vast desert, the pure and noble cry of the sacred phoenix echoed, accompanied by a figure enveloped in icy power. Amidst the scorching desert, ice blocks began to rise, chilling the air around them, and those ice blocks shot straight at the demon sect leader. At that moment, the demon sect leader unleashed his own technique, a sphere filled with the power of the Azura. The two fierce forces collided, marking a battle between the flames of hell and the eternal ice. The force of the collision triggered a massive explosion, unleashing a blinding flash of light amidst a cloud of dust and smoke. As the dust settled, a terrifying face of a demon emerged, looking incredibly fierce. It turned out that the leader of the demon sect had summoned the phantom of his terrifying monster, shrouded in a swirling inferno from hell. His expression became hollow, yet it concealed a strange, sinister energy, writhing uselessly as he taunted, "Just come quietly back to the demon sect and become my saintess." With that, he commanded the Azura phantom behind him to launch massive fireballs, aiming to incinerate the girl before him. The scorching heat from the flames could burn souls and shatter spirits, ensuring that anyone who touched them would be utterly obliterated. In response to this attack, a sharp, icy blade of energy manifested in the air, halting the onslaught. Yao Lang unleashed her signature technique, the ice shatter slash, preventing any flames from getting near her. The beautiful girl gradually regained the poise of the empress she once was, remaining calm even in the face of a formidable foe. Having died and come back to life once, what was there to fear? This was just a fight for survival. Easily dodging the demon sect leader's attack, Yao Lang soared forward, teasing, "Ma Tianluan, I must say, your divine aura looks impressive, but it's utterly useless." The sect leader chuckled at her words, "You've only managed to block one attack, and you're already so cocky. That's not a good sign. Cocky or not, you'll find out soon enough." Yao Lang's expression made the demon sect leader lose his patience, prompting him to attack again. "Saintess, stop pretending to be something you're not." As his words fell, his hand transformed into a gigantic appendage, with demonic energy enveloping the space around them. Deciding not to waste any more time, the demon sect leader poured all his strength into the most powerful strike he could muster. This attack was not only powerful but also swift, piercing through Yao Lang's body before she could react. However, things weren't as simple as they seemed. Her body suddenly radiated a strange blue light, with delicate butterflies fluttering around her. Her form began to dissolve, vanishing into thin air, leaving only the faintly shimmering blue butterflies that reflected Ma Tianluan's current appearance. Ma Tianluan stared in bewilderment as his opponent disappeared right before his eyes, utterly confused. What are these butterflies? Why did they suddenly appear? Where did Yao Lang go? Yao Lang's red eyes re-emerged from the swarm of butterflies, and the long-planned attacks she had been holding back were finally unleashed. Yao Lang appeared right behind the leader of the demon sect, wielding the lotus sword dance and striking down. Ma Tianluan was startled by the sudden energy from behind, causing him to panic and shout, "How is this possible?" But in return for his shock, a dull blade cleaved the head of the illusory Azura behind him in two. The Azura illusion began to shatter, while Yao Lang had already retreated to a safe distance. The illusion couldn't hold out for long before it exploded, taking the demon sect leader down with it. In another battlefield, as the celestial guardian struggled to rise and cast a spell to help the princess escape the dire situation, an energy sphere continuously gathered, and this spell was a powerful binding magic with intense effects. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious mist appeared, taking the form of a gigantic fox that enveloped the three-headed monster. While the monster was still dazed, the cold voice of the celestial fox echoed once more. "Prisoner, be eternally sealed in the celestial palace." With the incantation of the celestial fox, the massive fox mist engulfed the three-headed monster, creating a tremendous explosion that sent Princess Ming Yi Lian flying away. At that moment, the princess was pushed back, coughing violently from the shockwave of the explosion. But thanks to that, she managed to escape the earlier tight grip. The celestial fox by Xiaoru struggled to maintain the sealing spell while loudly calling out Yi Lian's name. Yi Lian, this is your chance. I can only hold him for a moment, the rest is up to you, so hurry. The three-headed monster, temporarily trapped and unable to move, roared in furious rage, let me go. Meanwhile, the little princess gripped her sword tightly. The girl recalled the special training sessions with her master, who always reminded her not to run away but to turn back and fight. From the first time Tan Tian met her, she had always been on the run, even seeking a master just to escape, right? Perhaps being pampered by her father since childhood, whenever she faced difficulties, the first thing that came to the princess's mind was to flee, not to confront and solve the problem. Yet the first principle of a ruler is that words must be backed by action. One cannot simply turn and run away like this. People weren't wrong. Back then, I only knew how to run away. But now, I won't hide anymore. With the weapon in my hand, the aura of the little princess has completely transformed, like a blade drawn from its sheath. The three-headed monster is now starting to panic, screaming nonstop, wait, what's going on? Don't force it. Are you really going to attack me? Don't forget, Guang Hui and Guang Bao are both my beloved little brothers. They're all right here with me. Plus, my father is right behind me. I don't believe you would dare. Just as those words left its mouth, it suddenly fell silent as a sharp blade sliced through coldly, and a fierce energy began to tear apart the monster's body. With a cold expression and a resolute voice, Ming Yi Lian declared, you're wrong, monster. I will, and I dare to strike. This can't be. I can't die here. I still want to be emperor. The three-headed monster kept howling, but its body was gradually being shattered by the overwhelming power. As the winds swept through the desert, the monster's body slowly disintegrated into sand. Ming Yi Lian felt a few tears welling up but quickly composed herself, staring at the monster. Goodbye, father. On the other side of the desert, the leader of the demon sect weakly sank into the sand, his voice filled with resentment and jealousy. This is unforgivable. How is it that in less than 100 years, you've ascended to semi-saint? How can a semi-saint like you be stronger than a true saint like me? Humph. Your power, relying on the dark arts and sacrifices to ascend, is like a tower floating in midair. Your strength is nothing compared to an ordinary cultivator who becomes a semi-saint. Hearing those soothing words, Ma Tianlun was furious and immediately shouted, Shut up! I am a true saint. I will absorb your essence to reach the emperor realm. I will become the #1 demon emperor in the world. Continuous failures had driven Ma Tianlun to madness and instability. In response to his insults, and Yao Lang simply smiled gently. Just then, Ma Tianlun's fist suddenly stopped, blood gushing forth. It turned out that Yao Lang had used incredible speed to slice through him, severing his body. As his head fell to the ground and he began to lose consciousness, sinking into hell, he still clung to his obsession, mumbling about the essence and the emperor realm, my power. And Yao Lang approached the body of the demon sect leader, offering words of comfort, don't worry, you won't be alone on your way down to the underworld. Soon enough, all those wicked outsiders from the demon sect will follow you into the abyss. I guarantee he won't be able to resurrect from this one last strike, and Yao Lang forcefully plunged down. Once everything had settled, the space around them began to collapse, causing everyone to tense up and stay alert. This artificial space is starting to crumble, and under normal circumstances, everyone would be teleported out. The doll resembling Tan Tian's parents reappeared after he took down the bald guy along with that book. Oh my precious Tian Ni, it's been ages since we last met. The old man grumbled, get to the main topic, cough cough. Who would have thought that the doll would still scold the father like that? Truly pitiful. Now, let's get to the main point. If you encounter this doll again, it means you've come into contact with the divine book and managed to sort out this mess. This means our doll will activate, helping you condense the power of the divine book. As the father's voice echoed, the two dolls began to channel their strength, piecing together the shattered fragments of the book from earlier. Tan Tian stared in amazement as the strange book gradually restored itself. I know you have many questions in your heart. Once we reunite, I'll answer them all for you. But right now, your priority is to focus on training with all your might to reach the Emperor realm. Only then can you uncover more secrets and protect yourself. Heeding his parents' advice, Tan Tian reached out to touch the newly condensed book, marveling at how miraculous this all was. The book, now reformed, looked a bit different from its original state, with the words "No" inscribed on its cover. Staring intently at the title, Tan Tian didn't fully understand it but silently vowed to level up to the Emperor realm and wait for his parents' return. Time passed, and today marked the coronation of the new Empress of the Chongming nation. Officials and soldiers lined up in droves, all singing in unison to honor the celestial Empress. All the high-ranking officials bowed deeply in respect, chanting, "Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! Long live the Empress! May her reign bring peace to the realm." Ming Yulian had shed her youthful princess demeanor, now standing as the sovereign at the pinnacle of power. "You may rise, my lords." With the Empress's permission, the officials bowed their heads once more in gratitude, chanting, "Long live! Long live!" Ming Yulian, stunningly beautiful, donned a majestic robe that accentuated her mature yet alluring features, commanding respect and admiration from all who beheld her. At this moment, the Empress cast her gaze towards the distant sky, where the familiar giant pot hovered, accompanied by the silhouettes of 3 figures. The Empress recalled the conversation that followed the battle with the leader of the demon sect, where Ming Yulian had been hesitant but ultimately spoke up to apologize to everyone. She couldn't return to the Broken Sword Peak with them anymore, and as the little princess felt a wave of sadness and worry, a warm embrace and a pair of ample breasts pressed against her face. "We understand, the kingdom can't go a day without a ruler. You must stay for the people of Chongming, so don't be sad. We'll come visit you in Chongming when we can." "Yao Lang, Xiaoru, I get it, but I'm about to suffocate here." Tan Tian gently chimed in to comfort her. "If you face any hardships in Fengming, you can always seek help from your master or Yao Lang. The Broken Sword Peak will always be your home, and will always be your family." "Really?" Ming Yulian felt deeply touched by the affection from everyone. Now, with countless responsibilities on her shoulders, the Empress smiled contentedly as she watched her master and sisters, grateful for their unwavering support. After observing the Empress's coronation from afar, the 3 figures sat atop the flying pot, soaring through the sky. "Master, now that we have the Chongming flower, where do we go next?" Tan Tian asked, to which the master nodded and replied, "Hee, we're heading to the Hidden God Forest. In the past few days, while you all helped Yulian build the Chongming Palace, I've been wandering around, well, more like gathering intel." Truth be told, he spent more time chasing after beautiful women than actually gathering information. "Exactly. That's how you gather intel?" The 2 girls whispered to each other, eyeing their master with disbelief. "Alright, let's just head to the Hidden God Forest. No need to overthink it." The Hidden God Forest was about to welcome some guests, but suddenly, bolts of lightning began to strike down from the sky. In the dark forest, a peculiar flower emitted a gentle glow, sprouting from a rocky outcrop. Surrounding this strange flower were several massive serpents, vigilantly guarding it. The Hidden God Forest was a forbidden area in the eastern continent of the 9 continents, sprawling over an enormous area of more than 5 million square kilometers. This hidden forest is seriously massive. I wonder when I'll finally stumble upon the divine fruit here. How about we split up and search for a bit, then regroup here when the sun sets? I think that idea is pretty awesome. So, Tan Tian thought for a bit, and realized this was actually a pretty solid idea. The 3 of them decided to split up and head in different directions, planning to regroup when the sun dipped below the horizon. But the outcome is always a harsh reality compared to the dream. I hope to search all day for the Holy Spirit's shine, but I still can't see it. Tan Tian complained as he sat by the fire, continuously roasting a gigantic leg of meat. "This smells amazing. No doubt about it, I've leveled up in my cooking game, I'm practically glowing now." Suddenly, from the bushes in the distance, there was a rustling sound, like some creature was creeping closer, making Tan Tian glance over with a wary eye. Suddenly, the stunning Xiaoru burst onto the scene, leaping towards Tan Tian with her eye-catching curves. The sudden collision sent the delicious grilled meat skewer flying into the air. Just as the thigh was about to hit the ground, a figure swooped in and snagged it. At this moment, Yao Lang became deeply contemplative, fixating on the grilled meat leg and placing it back on the flames once more. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something off about the look on her face. "It's too hard to breathe, Xiaoru." Tan Tian whimpered and struggled when Xiaoru pressed down tightly on his face. "Sorry, I really apologize to Tan Tian." After the girl let go, with 2 streams of nosebleed, Tan Tian greedily inhaled the fresh air, feeling super relaxed. So there they were, 3 friends huddled around the campfire, eyes glued to the sizzling leg of meat roasting away, filling the air with mouth-watering aromas. But the vibe was totally off as the celestial lake was restless, unable to sit still. And Yao Lang, on the other hand, was cool and lost in deep thought about something. Tantian noticed the situation and couldn't wrap his head around it, so he asked the two what was going on. One person is as icy as a queen from a frozen kingdom, while the other is all frantic energy, like they're being chased by a rabid dog. Hey, when the girl gets called out, she totally jumps and starts spilling the tea. It was a total coincidence that they both spoke up at the same time, leaving them staring at each other, unsure of who should take the lead. Tantian, feeling a bit stuck, gestured for Xiaoru to go ahead and speak first. Alright, so I actually spotted the folks from Emperor Min hanging out by the edge of the forest. The crew from Diming kept chasing off anyone who dared to step into the mystic forest, and they didn't hesitate to take them out either. Luckily, at that moment, the celestial lake managed to hide behind a tree trunk, so the crew didn't catch on. Tantian listened to her story and suddenly realized he hadn't asked her why the people from Diming were after her in the first place. This story gets pretty lengthy, so if we want to dive in, we gotta rewind to the moment when the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Empire and the Great Liang Empire declared war on each other. But in the end, these two nations were taken down by a third party. Before the epic showdown at the Celestial Lake, Xiaoru had a fateful encounter with the Emperor of the Great Liang and the Emperor of the Crimson Heavens in a hidden realm. So, Diming blamed her for sparking the war, claiming all this chaos was her doing. The Master Diming sent the Celestial Fox on a mission from the Supreme Ruler Diming to prevent disaster from striking again. And Yao Lang immediately questioned why she, the Princess of Qingqiu, wasn't taking action. The reason was that due to the instigation of Emperor Min, now the entire Central Plains wanted to hunt down the Celestial Fox. So, facing such a powerful force, Qingqiu couldn't protect the Heavenly Fox unless they could find evidence to clear Diming's name. Tantian, munching on some meat while listening to her story, reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I've got your back, and I'll help you clear this injustice." Tantian thanks you, you're really awesome. Hey, don't go handing out good person cards to me all willy-nilly, and stop with the hugs like that. So what's up with Yao Lang? Why's her face all glum? Tantian shot a puzzled look at his disciple, while the stunning girl across from him was lost in thought, replaying the scene she just witnessed. There were two people strolling through the forest, lanterns in hand, chatting away. So, what's the deal with Lieutenant Kunren? What's he really after, dragging us all the way from the Kun Yuan Empire to this mysterious hidden god forest? Then how are we supposed to know what to look for? And Yao Lang realized that the two of them were actually soldiers of the Han Yuan Empire. Because this situation involves some of Lian's secrets, she still can't bring herself to spill the beans. Seeing his disciple remain silent, Tantian spoke up coldly, after all these years living together. You know exactly what I'm like with the little fox, right? We're not about to betray you, so come on, spill the tea. And Yao Lang's hands suddenly clenched tight, and he nodded in agreement to share the story. Alright, let me spill the tea. I'm actually, I'm a reincarnated soul, and in my past life, I was the Heartless Empress. Xiaoru was astonished and shouted upon hearing this, while Tantian calmly chewed and swallowed a piece of meat, nodding his head. His reaction was totally off, leaving the two girls staring blankly at Tantian. So, the reincarnated Empress of Ruthlessness, huh? Tantian had to pretend to be surprised again, but honestly, his acting was just way too fake. Alright, Master, you don't need to pretend anymore. I'm not asking how you figured out my identity. In my past life, I teamed up with three powerful emperors, Kun Yuan the Great, the Elder of Illusion, and the Elder of Blood Abyss. We joined forces to explore a forbidden life zone, but then those three ambushed me and trapped me in a prearranged formation. They used that formation day and night to refine my life essence, and their main goal was the low-grade emperor weapon I had on me. So even if I didn't actively seek revenge, one day they'd discover me and come at me with everything they had. Hearing her spill her secrets, Tantian handed her a plate of steaming hot meat, saying that this grudge definitely needed to be settled, no matter if it meant climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire. His master would help him out. Here, it's hot, eat up before it cools down. But really, it's just a low-grade emperor weapon. Do we really need to go all out like this? Xiaoru chimed in, explaining that only the strongest in the emperor realm could possess such weapons, and while there were many powerful forces and experts, there was only one emperor weapon. The scarcity of emperor weapons was due to the lack of materials in the 9 continents. But the biggest reason was that no one in the 9 continents could forge them. After listening to their little lesson, Tan Tian nodded thoughtfully, secretly thinking that if the system ever taught him how to forge emperor weapons, he'd be rolling in dough. Once they finished sharing their stories, the three of them gathered around, enjoying a delicious dinner by the warm fire. Meanwhile, at the Dual Realms mountain between the eastern and central continents, a sudden surge of deathly energy appeared, revealing peak Emperor Realm experts and a hidden realm. This bizarre phenomenon lit up the night sky, making it impossible for the surrounding major forces to miss it, and soon everyone got the news. The hidden realm only allowed cultivators with Saint Realm or lower to enter. Because of this, the Emperor of the Shenlan Empire, who was at the first level of the Emperor Realm, ordered his subordinates that the semi-saint prodigies of the Shenlan Empire could head there to retrieve treasures. Another big shot, Jian Wuchen from Jianshan Valley, also at the first level of the Emperor Realm, issued a command for the semi-saint disciples of Jianshan Valley to set off for the Dual Realms mountain. The female Emperor Bingquan of the Haotian Empire, with her impressive cultivation at the third level of the Emperor Realm, isn't backing down either. Our semi-saint prodigies from the Haotian Empire are heading to the Dual Worlds mountain to join the fun. Ever since the secret realm opened up, 10 days have passed, and more cultivators and prodigies are flocking to the Dual Worlds mountain, hoping to snag some opportunities. With so many people gathering in one spot, it's no surprise that fights are breaking out left and right, making the nearby divine hidden forest anything but peaceful. Right now, Kunrin, a semi-saint officer from the Kuing-Yuan Empire, is swinging his weapon like a madman, yelling, "Get lost, people of the Deming! The holy fruit was spotted first by my Kuing-Yuan soldiers. Where are your soldiers? They all seem to be dead, so how can it possibly belong to you? All I see is you here. You might want to check again. We've definitely taken that treasure." Facing off against General Kunrin are the three semi-saint brothers from the Deming organization, known as Wu Wen, Wu Ting, and Wu Shi. Those three are so cocky it's driving the general mad, and he shouts, "Get lost! This is a gift I want to present to the great Emperor of Kuing-Yuan." Oh, what a coincidence, the leader of Deming wants it too. Of course, just talking won't solve anything, so the four of them dive into a chaotic brawl, and whoever wins gets the holy fruit. Meanwhile, Tan Tian's group is hiding in the bushes, waiting for the perfect moment to signal their two disciples to jump in. And Yao Lang jumps into the fray, unleashing her terrifying bloodline, summoning ice phoenixes to attack the group. Tian, who uses her signature fan to summon wind blades, enveloping the crowd in a storm of wind. The combined power of the two girls is formidable, but the other group manages to dodge their attacks with ease. Who are you to sneak attack a Kuing-Yuan officer? The general glares at Yao Lang, demanding an answer. Who am I? Do you really need to ask? I'm the one who's going to kill you. The three Deming guys chime in, trying to intimidate Tian, who, we're from Deming. A little mouse like you should scram before you get hurt. Ignoring them, Tian Hu charges into attack, but from a distance, one of the brothers has already drawn his bow, aiming straight at her. With a swift shot, the arrow flies, but Tian Hu quickly conjures a water barrier around herself, forcing the three semi-saints from Deming to scramble to avoid it. Amidst the chaos of battle, a figure appears next to the rock where the holy fruit just sprouted. You all keep fighting. The holy fruit is mine now. Tan Tian smiled as he gazed at the flower on the rocky ledge before him. Suddenly something caught his eye. At that moment, the swamp surrounding the rocky outcrop where the divine fruit grew began to bubble ominously, as if something was about to burst forth. What on earth is that? Before Tan Tian could process it, a gigantic monster shot up from the depths. The silhouette of the creature was so massive that it blocked out the moonlight, causing everyone to stop fighting and look up in astonishment. Oh my gosh, it's huge! Who would have thought there'd be a guardian beast protecting the treasure here? Clearly, everyone from the different factions was stunned by this creature. It turned out to be a snake with 3 long heads and an enormous body, constantly flicking its tongue and staring intently at Tan Tian. Meanwhile, our guy Tan Tian was also staring at the snake, wondering aloud, can this thing be eaten? The ground around them began to crack with continuous tremors. A few more gigantic snake heads emerged from the ground, launching an attack on Yao Lang's group. The girl quickly dodged and unleashed her Ice Phoenix slash with her imperial weapon, aiming straight for the creature's massive body. However, the snake's thick skin absorbed the blow without a scratch. And Yao Lang was equally shocked, not expecting the imperial weapon's attack to have no effect at all. Just as the general of the Kuing-Yuan Empire was still in disbelief, the snake's mouth, with teeth as big as boulders, lunged down from the sky. With a horrifying crunch, the powerful general was swallowed whole by the colossal snake. Everything happened so fast. Before they knew it, One of their own had become the monster's meal, causing everyone to tremble and look back in fear. A few of the snake's massive heads also turned their attention to Tan Tian, who was about to pick the divine fruit they were guarding. Yet, facing this snake, Tan Tian remained oddly calm, staring it down. The snake widened its yellow eyes, staring back at him. After a moment, it seemed to be intimidated, causing its entire body to instinctively recoil. At the same time, with another sickening crunch, another person was swallowed, and this time the victim was one of the three from the Empire of Ming. The holy merchant from the Empire of Ming watched in disbelief as his brother was devoured, his eyes wide with shock. But this snake doesn't just have one head, so when it swallows one person with this head, it gobbles up another with a different head, leaving everyone totally confused. They've been struggling for a while now and still can't figure out just how many giant heads it has, and its power is terrifying, easily devouring seasoned warriors who've trained for years. Every time it opens its mouth, another life is lost, and the horrifying crunching sounds echo around. The remaining assassin, Di Ming, is screaming in despair as he watches his two brothers get slaughtered, feeling utterly helpless. It's only at this moment that Yao Lang suddenly realizes this isn't just any ordinary serpent. It's really not. Her voice is filled with panic and worry. But then, out of nowhere, Yao Lang's jaw drops in disbelief. Apparently, at some point, the old man Tan Tian has casually perched himself on the head of a massive snake. I noticed it seemed scared of me, so I tried to control it. Surprisingly, it listens pretty well. What do you think, am I handsome? Facing her show-off master, Yao Lang, furious, hurls her sword straight at his head. Handsome, my foot. Why didn't you do this sooner? The other assassin from Di Ming is stunned, watching this scene unfold. Can one person really control such a powerful beast guarding a treasure? How can you just toss around a sword that big? Someone could get killed. Today, I want to take down that master of yours. How can they be bickering like this? The assassin wonders who on earth these two are. Tan Tian glances coldly at the assassin, asking, "What's wrong? Aren't you leaving? What are you still doing here?" Being scrutinized by this mysterious figure makes the assassin break out in a cold sweat. "Eat him, my snake!" Following Tan Tian's command, the massive serpent immediately opens its gigantic mouth, targeting the Di Ming assassin. The guy is so scared he nearly wets himself, bolting away while screaming for help. Today's battle is truly a joke. It seemed like it would be an epic showdown, but instead, all the enemies got swallowed whole by the snake. Ha ha! But it's strange, they've got the holy fruit, yet it feels like they've forgotten something. Turns out, he forgot about the celestial lake. Meanwhile, the girl is huddled in a corner of the forest, trembling in fear. "Oh no, I'm so scared of the snake." Xiao Ru is sitting on the porch, munching on a popsicle and chatting with the person next to her. "Do you think it's going to explode this time?" And Yao Lang nodded in agreement. After all, it always blew up, right? If it didn't explode, that would be the real surprise. Explosions were just part of the deal. Two beautiful girls were munching on ice cream while staring intently at the dilapidated alchemy rooms that had probably been rebuilt countless times. Suddenly, a fierce burst of energy erupted from the alchemy room. With a familiar bang, smoke and flames filled the air once again. "See? Look at that. It exploded." Yep, it finally blew up. And Yao Lang and Xiao Ru were totally used to Tan Tian's alchemy explosions, but this time, Tan Tian was super tada. The holy elixir. Anyone below the third level of the holy realm who drinks it can advance a small. That's impressive. But seriously, put on some proper clothes instead of being all exposed like that. Following his disciple's advice, Tan Tian changed his outfit while reminding Yao Lang to go back and refine the elixir, as he would need her to go to a certain place later. Yao Lang asked curiously where they were going, "Master." "It's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes. For now, just focus on leveling up." "What's with the mysterious vibe?" As she grumbled, Tan Tian tossed out a gourd filled with elixirs from inside the room. "After you drink it, focus on refining it, then come find me. Anyone below the third level of the holy realm will advance a level after drinking it, but I won't help you with this refinement." With admiration in her eyes, Yao Lang looked at the gourd. "Is this really for me?" Tan Tian chuckled, "Of course. Don't you want it?" "I do. Thank you so much, Master." And Yao Lang said her thanks and suddenly pecked him on the cheek. Blushing, she turned to leave, saying, "I'll head back now." Tan Tian was left dumbfounded by his beautiful disciple's kiss, starting to daydream. Could it be that she actually likes me? Just as Tan Tian was lost in that kiss, the nearby Tian Hu pouted and playfully said she wanted a kiss too. Tan Tian looked at Tianhu with a confused yet excited expression. By now, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the sky. Tan Tian gazed at the elixir, feeling a bit disappointed. He thought the little fox was asking for a kiss, but it turned out she just wanted the elixir. So, are you all set? Can we actually refine this thing or what? Tianhu was just sitting there, swishing her tail, her eyes glued to the pill in Tan Tian's hand. The girl was completely captivated by that pill. Here, catch. Tan Tian flicked the pill into the air, and Tianhu immediately leaped up, mouth wide open, ready to catch it. The beautiful girl chewed on the pill like it was candy, and it didn't seem too hard for her. The holy pill not only packed a ton of energy to help break through levels but also tasted pretty good, which made Tianhu so happy that her tail was wagging nonstop. The guy couldn't help but be drawn to her tail because it looked so soft and inviting. Unable to resist any longer, Tan Tian dove in, rubbing his cheek against her warm, velvety tail. It really was as soft as he imagined. The sudden hug made Tianhu Bai Xiaoru jump, her face turning bright red. You idiot! Do you even know that the tails of our fox clan can't just be touched by anyone? I don't know, but what's the harm in me touching it a couple of times? I don't care about your clan rules. This tail is just too soft to resist. Damn it! Only a soulmate can touch a fox clan tail like this. How am I supposed to get married later? Tianhu was feeling frustrated and overwhelmed. Tan Tian reassured her, no worries, I'll take care of you, and then he drifted off to sleep on her soft tail. The scene shifted to the next morning in front of the beautiful pavilion. At that moment various spirits were hopping around the courtyard in strange poses, continuously chanting the names of ancient deities. Buddha, Avalokiteshvara, Jade Emperor, Jesus, Holy Allah, manifest and grant your commands. He kept mumbling the names of these divine beings while reaching down to touch the attendance list on the surface of the system. Congratulations, participant. You've checked in and received the Transcendence Technique, leveling up to the 13th realm, and the Eternal Body upgrade to the 3rd realm, plus the Supreme Spirit Pearl that boosts your cultivation speed. As Tan Tian listened to the system's announcement, he stared at his friend for a long moment, his hand trembling slightly. Oh man, nothing good came out. Tan Tian had saved up his attendance points for ages, but fate just wasn't on his side, giving him stuff he didn't even need. Just then, from a distance, Yao Lang approached and, noticing his master's strange expression, asked, Master, what are you up to? Yao Lang has arrived, huh? I need you to come to a secret realm of the Emperor level with restricted boundaries. Hearing this, Ling was taken aback. A secret realm of the Emperor level with restrictions? Really? The secret realm of the Emperor level with restrictions is something left behind by peak Emperor level powerhouses before they passed away. The previous owner is dead, so they know the way. In this context, aside from the inheritance of martial arts, there are also Emperor-grade elixirs, and even Emperor weapons might be found, though the chances are pretty slim. At this moment, a crowd of cultivators had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, chatting animatedly. I heard this secret realm might belong to the great Emperor Guiyang, who left it behind 30,000 years ago, when the peak of the stone realm collapsed. Surely, anyone who finds Gu Yang's inheritance in this secret realm will become a powerhouse. But if we're just casual cultivators, we don't stand a chance. Let's give it up. Just look around. The 3 major forces surrounding the Dual Worlds Mountain are all here, and they definitely won't let casual cultivators get their hands on the inheritance. Exactly. They are all top-tier geniuses from the Saint level realm, personally taught by peak emperors, with battle records against the Saint realm that are undefeated. Casual cultivators can't compare at all. Among those gathered here is Lan Feng, the prince of the Shenlan Empire, looking incredibly handsome in his pure white robe. He scanned the crowd and smiled gently, surprised to see you all here. Since you're here, why can't we be? This is related to Emperor weapons, you know. A beautiful girl chimed in, and she was Mo Qing, the daughter of the Empress Bing Quan from the Haotian Empire. Yeah, the Emperor weapon of Gu Yang can only belong to the Sword God and us. The young man with a silk bandage covering his eyes is Jiang Bei-shin, one of the heirs of Jianshan Valley. Just as everyone started to speak up to make their presence known, Lan Feng suddenly pointed to the sky in the distance. Hey, let's put this aside for now. Everyone, look over there. It seems like a very powerful figure is approaching. Following his gaze, a dark figure with a graceful silhouette and long hair was soaring towards them with an intimidating aura. It was a stunning girl with a hot body and a silk scarf covering her face, but she couldn't hide her breathtaking beauty and extraordinary presence. Yao Lang appeared gracefully, landing on the ground opposite the top talents of the other sex. She landed lightly on the ground, facing the top talents of the other sex. Her presence made everyone super cautious because the sword intent radiating from Yao Lang was on par with anyone else, especially Jiang Bei-shin, who could feel that powerful sword intent emanating from her. Qing, stunning with her snow-white hair, wasn't really on guard but was incredibly curious since she had never seen this girl before. Could she be a prodigy from another region? Suddenly, the Prince of Lan Feng charged in, and even though I cut through a layer of fabric, he could still tell she was a beauty. He couldn't hesitate or hold back. He immediately jumped in front of Yao Lang. Yao Lang, with her face covered, calmly looked at the guy in front of her and asked, "Is there something you need?" Prince Lan Feng, with an arrogant demeanor and a commanding voice, declared, "I am the Prince of the Shinlan Empire." "Woman, remove your face covering." Before he could finish, he lunged forward, trying to pull down Yao Lang's veil, but she easily dodged him. In an instant, Yao Lang summoned her imperial weapon, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered the prince's protective barrier, her cold voice ringing out, "Get lost, you insect!" Prince Lan Feng was sent flying, a savage grin spreading across his face. "You think you can injure me with just one strike?" The surrounding cultivators were left in shock. "Wow, she's so strong! She can injure the prince of the Shinlan Empire so easily. I wonder which prodigy she belongs to. She can't be from the central region, can she?" Though Prince Lan Feng was arrogant and foolish, he wasn't completely clueless about his opponent's strength. He looked at Yao Lang and thought her current level was at the second stage of semi-saint, with her sword intent being slightly stronger. That sword of hers must be extraordinary. At the very least, it's a semi-emperor grade weapon, maybe even a low-grade emperor weapon. His eyes were filled with greedy desire, as he gazed at the sword in Yao Lang's hand. "If you've injured me, you better return that sword as compensation, or don't even think about escaping the royal bloodline of the Shinlan Empire today." And Yao Lang found his reasoning amusing. She lightly touched her imperial weapon, thinking how ironic it was for a greedy, lustful prince to speak so elegantly. Truly, he was the pride of the Shinlan Empire. "But to beat you, I don't even need a weapon," she said, putting away her imperial weapon and summoning the phantom of the Blood Phoenix lineage. "You're so full of yourself. Today, I'll show you just how powerful this prince really is. This is my ultimate snake technique, instantly summoning a massive serpent born from the power of my bloodline." And Lan Feng charges in with an illusion of a giant snake fueled by his own bloodline and sword skills. But this prince's battle experience is pretty lacking, making it easy for Yao Lang to dodge, grabbing his shirt with one hand. Then, Yao Lang effortlessly tosses him away, while the illusion of the prince's snake is sent flying into the air by Yao Lang's ice phoenix, utterly helpless. With just a simple move, Prince Lan Feng of the Tanlam Empire is taken down, his head slamming into the ground with a thud, sending dust flying everywhere. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe the royal bloodline of the Shinlan Empire is being suppressed by her bloodline. What kind of bloodline does she have?" Lan Feng, lying on the ground like a defeated punching bag, can't believe it, but his greed only grows. Her bloodline is so powerful. If he can take her down, then all her skills and bloodline will belong to him. Thinking this way, the greedy, brainless prince immediately shouts for someone, Long Shu, to come here quickly. This shamelessness from the prince shocks Yao Lang, who knew kids fighting would call for adults. Suddenly, a figure appears behind her, just as the prince said. The voice and aura make Yao Lang glance back in surprise. "Come back to the empire with me, young lady," says an old man with white hair and bright eyes like a demon. He is Long Shu, a third-tier guardian of the Shinlan Empire. He charges in to attack, but his eyes widen in disbelief, stopping midair. A strange slash filled with destructive energy slams into him, pushing him back. The terrifying destructive force sends both the prince and the old guardian flying, struggling to regain their footing. The old man stares in shock at the black hole before him, where an arm and a destructive sword emerge. Is this her protector? From within the black hole, Tan Tian's voice drips with disdain. "So you guys are the only ones with a protector, huh? I don't need to come out, I'll handle them from the shadows." "Just stay calm, Yao Lang." The power of the newcomer was so terrifying that the bodyguard didn't dare to engage, quickly pulling his prince back. "Your Highness, how about we take a step back and wait until we're out of this mess before we continue the fight?" "All right, I'll listen to you, Long Uncle." "Young lady, I'll let you off this time, but next time we'll settle this." The prince here is scared and running away, yet still has the nerve to talk big, huh? The battle wrapped up quickly, leaving the surrounding cultivators feeling pretty let down. If those two had fought to the bitter end and gotten hurt, it would have taken out two competitors for them. As more and more people gathered, waiting together, the secret door to the Dual Worlds mountain finally opened after a long time of gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Yao Lang assessed the situation and realized that the prince of the Shenlan Empire and the heir of Jianshan Valley had teamed up. Just as she was lost in thought, a beautiful girl with white hair and a sweet voice appeared beside her. "Hello there. I'm Mo Qin Qin. I'm sure you've noticed that Lan Feng and Jiang Beishan have joined forces. To take them down, I hope we can team up and share the spoils equally." Yao Lang pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. It was a solid plan. With cheers from the crowd, the entrance to the secret realm of the Dual Worlds mountain swung open. Cultivators from various sects and nations rushed into the secret realm, hoping to seize some fortune. Inside the secret realm was a different space, filled with multiple suns overhead and a vast, desolate desert with scorching temperatures, making it feel like stepping into an oven. In the distance, at the center of the desert, stood a small yet mysterious city, shrouded by the suns. The space here was restricted, preventing flight, so the cultivators had to trudge step by step toward the city. Around them, fierce sandstorms raged, and the heat was unbearable, forcing the cultivators to drag their weary bodies while summoning protective energy to shield themselves. The extreme heat felt like it could melt their clothes, making every step on the scorching sand a grueling challenge. Finally, after a grueling trek that left them gasping for breath, Prince Lan Feng and Jiang Beishan arrived at the city gates. This city, known as Guiyang, was surely where Emperor Guiyang had established his legacy. Of course, those who managed to reach this point had used their strength, but many others had succumbed to exhaustion and perished in the blazing desert. The Guiyang fortress stood alone in the desert, surrounded by endless sand and scorching sun, sending shivers down anyone's spine. After the survivors stepped through the door, it slowly began to close on its own. A master and his apprentice were the last to enter, realizing this just in time. The apprentice spoke up, warning his master that the door was shutting, to which the master reassured him, "Don't be afraid, we're already inside." As the fortress door clicked shut, a series of strange patterns suddenly enveloped the fortress, as if a mystical formation had just been activated. Time passed, and haunting cries echoed from within, "Why has it come to this? Why has it come to this?" The once courageous master was now fleeing for his life, chased by his own apprentice, who had transformed into a lifeless husk. "Master, wait for me. Why do you want to run away? Am I not your good disciple?" The apprentice, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, staggered forward with a vacant expression, moving in a bizarre manner. The two were locked in a frantic chase until the master spotted a door and leaped through it. He quickly slammed the door shut, trapping his apprentice outside. Outside, the chilling sound of nails scratching against the door filled the air. "Open the door. Let me in." Listening to his apprentice's terrifying wails, the master felt a surge of anger and exhaustion as he leaned against the door, panting. "Damn this Guiyang Emperor's secret realm, it's nothing but a trap." Outside, flying was prohibited within Guiyang, and all magical laws were nullified, turning everyone into mere mortals. The old man leaned against the door, waiting anxiously, realizing he had fallen into someone else's trap. After a while, the outside grew eerily quiet, leading him to believe his apprentice had finally left. Only then did the old man take a moment to assess the room he had jumped into. The space was filled with shelves, each lined with ancient jars, resembling a chamber for storing elixirs or potions. With the door securely locked, the old man felt a flicker of curiosity and began rummaging around, hoping to find something valuable to take back. He was taken aback when he spotted a label on one of the jars. It was the legendary Holy Elixir. In his frantic escape, he hadn't noticed it before, but now it seemed luck was on his side. This room was clearly a treasure trove for potions. Being all alone and still holding so much, isn't that a sign of hitting the jackpot? The old man gazed at the shiny, round elixirs nestled in the jar, his mind drifting into a dreamy vision of a bright future after escaping this hellish place. But suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer terror and horror. An arm emerged from the jar, startling the old man into a loud scream. "Master, I've found you!" The jar of elixirs shattered on the ground as that bloodied arm continued to claw its way out. The young lad who just crawled out of the jar looked like a demon rising from the underworld, shouting, "Master, don't run, don't run! Come down to hell with me!" What followed was a spine-chilling scream that echoed through the air, and it was clear that the fate of that old master wasn't going to be pretty. Meanwhile, outside, 3 powerful figures had appeared, hovering in the sky, observing the scene. One was Jian Wuchen from Jianshan Valley, another was Lan Yangwang from the Shenlan Empire, and the last was Mo Yun from the Hao Tian Empire. Tan Tian also showed up riding his pot, and it seemed like everyone had gathered now, right? He secretly watched from a nearby spot, eyeing the three with the door of knowledge, and couldn't help but grin with delight. Haha, I have a feeling this time the system's reward is going to be something special. Let's see. The system's mission is to infiltrate the Guiyang secret realm, and Yao Lang's side better pick up the pace. The scene then shifted inside the city of the Guiyang secret realm, to a mysterious grand hall where streams of spiritual energy continuously converged, making the air shimmer with magical light. The four most outstanding prodigies of this exploration sat silently before a statue, which was continuously drawing energy from their bodies. The statue depicted a mysterious figure seated, its entire body shimmering as if coated in gold, with a radiant halo above its head, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The three prodigies stared wide-eyed at the statue, but none of them reacted. Tan Tian peeked out, assessing the situation around him, and sighed. Has everyone fallen under a spell? After sensing for a moment, he turned his gaze toward the statue and realized everything stemmed from it. The golden statue, solemn like a deity, was relentlessly siphoning spiritual energy and power from everyone around. Tan Tian popped out from his disciple's chest, realizing that this little guy was sucking up the spiritual energy from Yao Lang's crew. Oh boy, check me out! Summoning my precious sword like a Toto Pro, the life and death sword unleashed a wave of destructive sword energy that sliced through the air, heading straight for that statue. Boom! The sound echoed as the golden halo above the statue shattered into pieces. Instantly, the statue, which had its eyes closed, opened them wide in fury, demanding to know who dared to mess up its grand plans. Seeing the situation take a turn, Tan Tian quickly dove back into his female disciple's chest. Alright, we're done here, let's bounce. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. The spiritual energy around them began to stabilize, but everyone still looked a bit dazed. After a moment, they finally snapped back to reality. Damn it! We walked right into an illusion after entering this scene. This bronze figure has been draining the life force of those fallen geniuses. What's the deal? Is it trying to resurrect someone? Maybe this statue is actually the corpse of the deceased Emperor Guiyang, and this isn't a secret realm but a trap for his revival. The golden bronze statue slowly rose, creaking ominously. If you've figured it out, then prepare to die here. The statue roared, revealing four sharp fangs like a demon, bloodlust surging as it charged at them. With only four of them left, they decided to set aside their personal grudges and team up to take down the statue of Emperor Guiyang. A few puny semi-saints dared to talk big. I've already regained my second-tier saint power, so just become my nutrients to help me reach the emperor level. Haha! Here it comes! Let's charge in together. In this moment of extreme danger, the geniuses unleashed their strongest techniques to battle the statue. And Yao Lang, wielding her imperial weapon, executed the sword heart technique she had been training for ages. Mo Qing unleashed the Hao Tian technique from the Hao Tian Empire. Jiang Beixing used the supreme sword technique, the pinnacle of swordsmanship on the continent. The Prince of Nanfeng summoned a fierce flame that engulfed him in a blazing aura. Instead of being intimidated, the statue grew even angrier, roaring as magical flames blazed like the sun, declaring, "Let me show you how an emperor fights." 18 Hellfire Blade Techniques. And so, the epic battle raged fiercely within the fortress nestled in the desert. The sounds of clashing swords, weapons, and spells echoed like thunder. Moments later, a deafening explosion rocked the ground, sending debris and walls flying in all directions. The bronze statue now lay shattered on the floor, its body in ruins, having underestimated the prowess of the young heroes. Times have changed. The old guard has fallen, and a mere remnant of a deceased emperor stands no chance against the contemporary champions. The dream of resurrection for this emperor has vanished into thin air. Yao Lang and his trio calmly observed the statue, choosing silence over words. With the battle seemingly concluded, everyone began to exit this hidden realm in droves. And Yao Lang supported Mo Qing, who had sustained serious injuries during the fierce clash moments ago. Just as they stepped out, the Prince Lan Feng burst forth, shouting about the treasures of Emperor Guiyang in the hands of the woman. At the same time, the legendary Sword of the North God was also in Mo Qing's grasp. Upon hearing their voices, a cold voice rang out, enveloping the area in a chilling aura that silenced everything. It turned out that the one wielding this oppressive aura was Lan Yang, the king of the Shenlan Empire, who had allied with Jianshan Valley to seize the treasures from the princess. North God brother is right, Mo Yun, stop babbling. 2 against 1, you stand no chance against us. Lan Yang smirked at the queen of the Haotian Empire. The two plotted to claim the spoils for Jianshan Valley, while the mysterious woman would belong to the male king, and her sword was anything but ordinary. Before the fight even began, their arrogance in dividing the spoils infuriated Queen Mo Yun, who summoned her magical staff, declaring, "I won't let you have your way." The beautiful girl prepared to attack but suddenly halted, astonished as a mysterious hand rested on the shoulders of Jiang Bei Xin and Lan Yang. "What's the matter? Planning to bully my disciple?" The one who appeared was none other than our dashing Tan Tian. "How about a little game with me? If you lose, let's just end this here, shall we?" This sudden appearance threw everyone into chaos, and Queen Mo Yun blushed, staring at Tan Tian, who was just too handsome and had such incredible spatial magic. When did he even show up? He managed to slip in without anyone noticing. Even though his current aura only showed as a spirit connection, how could a spirit connection fly in the sky and wield such top-tier spatial magic? That's no small feat at all. The two of them were completely taken aback by the sudden appearance of Tian, instantly retreating and shouting, "Who are you?" Tan Tian stood there, confused, not understanding why they were so scared. Lian chimed in, "I just came to play a game." The masked guy from Jianshan Valley immediately drew his sword and attacked. "You dare mess with me, punk? Even if you disguise yourself as a spirit connection, I'll still tear your skin off." The two charged at Tan Tian, but he calmly dodged their attacks with ease. Tan Tian flashed a confident smile. "So, how about we have a little fight? I'll let you witness my life and death sword technique," he declared, drawing his sword, unleashing a wave of destructive power that enveloped the space around them. The queen, Mo Lam, quickly stepped back in shock, realizing that just drawing a sword could have such power. Who on earth is this guy? With his confidence and the destructive sword in hand, Tan Tian challenged, "Bring out your best moves. If not, you might miss your chance." But at that moment, the two men were dead serious, not daring to let their guard down or attack first. They finally realized that this newcomer was no ordinary person. In his hands was an imperial weapon, and not just any imperial weapon, but one far stronger. Meanwhile, a piece was placed on the chessboard. Turns out, Yao Lang's group was trapped in a barrier, so they had no choice but to play chess to kill time while waiting to be freed. Jian Bashan looked at the helpless group and asked, "So, what are we doing here?" "Don't worry, my backup will definitely defeat anyone in our way. This side doesn't even need to fight. They'll self-destruct," and Mo Qingqing teased, adding, "You think my aunt is just sitting around? This round is definitely hers." Lan Feng shot a glance at Yao Lang, silently cursing in his heart, mainly because this woman next to him was not someone to mess with. Suddenly, Yao Lang noticed the prince looking at him and asked, startling him into quickly looking away. At that moment, a voice echoed from the barrier above. "Yao Lang, are you there?" "Master, I'm here." The girl quickly responded, while Qingqing smiled at Prince Lan Feng, saying, "Ha ha, this time, it's 2 against 2, and your dad has no chance of winning." Prince Lan Feng was startled and truly annoyed by the situation, especially since they had forgotten to consider that this woman had a master. This time, things were not looking good. Tan Tian shouted from outside the barrier, "Hey, are you doing okay in there? Everything all good?" "The kids are all good. They're just chilling and playing chess in here." Mo Qingqing quickly covered Yao Lang's mouth, urging him to hush up. "Seriously, the elders are out there throwing down while we're just chilling in here? Talk about a bad look." Tan Tian smiled gently, "And that's a relief. Looks like everything's all good, so I can chill now." Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, Lan Yang Wang instantly blew a fuse, charging in with a fiery rage. Who does he think he is, acting all high and mighty? But just as he was soaring halfway, a chunk of ice suddenly popped up, forcing Lan Yang King to pull back. Lan Yang Wang shot an angry glare at Queen Mo Yun, scolding her to mind her own business. Queen Mo Lang smirked with disdain, replying, "You're mistaken. I'm just looking out for my granddaughter." Then she glanced over at Tan Tian and signaled that she would handle the role of the queen, while leaving the other guy to Tan Tian. Tan Tian was a bit taken aback by this girl's calculations, but he couldn't help but smile. "Well then, I guess I'm counting on you." Then Mo Yun and Lan Yang Wang, fire and ice, charged into an epic showdown against each other. "That arrogant dude's been handed over to you, huh?" The masked guy from the sword god heard that, and immediately zoomed towards Tan Tian, while the battlefield was now split into 2 sides. He charged forward, not tapping into his swordsmanship powers, but instead unleashing another round that enveloped Tan Tian. However, While everyone knows Jianshan Valley is all about that swordsmanship, they have no idea that their spatial techniques are just as fierce, often catching opponents off guard and delivering surprise attacks. The masked guy effortlessly conjured a mystical sphere that enveloped both him and Tan Tian. Now it's just the two of us left. That woman can't help you anymore. Tan Tian looked around, intrigued. So this is the kind of realm that only someone at the imperial level can truly grasp? The thrill of space's gravity weighs heavier, and you can really feel the pressure bearing down. The only way to push back against this intense force is to harness your inner energy. But the energy is drained and can't be restored because, under the influence of the field, it can't absorb power from the outside world. But all of that is useless when the eternal, indestructible body powers up. This strength comes from within, so there's no need to rely too much on the external energy of the world, allowing body cultivators to survive and fight in any situation. The masked guy was taken aback by Tan Tian's overwhelming power. If he wasn't relying on his domain, and was just using his physical strength, could it be that this dude was a body cultivator? Although the masked guy was a bit surprised, he wasn't too panicked because he was the most aggressive sword cultivator among all the practitioners. Prepare to receive my eternal slash, he shouted, summoning a flurry of red swords that shot toward Tan Tian, who countered with his mind sword technique, the pure lotus. The clash of a black and a white sword created sparks that lit up the air, and the sound was sharp enough to shatter the eardrums of anyone nearby. The masked guy was now dead serious. Tan Tian's strength was insane, proving he was indeed a body cultivator, and his sword skills were no joke either. But the iron sword in the sword cultivator's hand wasn't limited to just a physical blade. It could harness invisible forces, turning everything into a weapon. As he spoke, his hand waved through the air, suddenly gathering beams of light into an ethereal sword that shimmered beautifully. This was the light sword, capable of slicing through shadows and incinerating everything in its path. The sudden appearance of the light sword caught Tan Tian off guard, and he was hit, stumbling backward. A massive explosion erupted at the center of the battle, and it seemed like Tan Tian had taken a hit. But that was just what the masked guy thought. Our handsome Tan Tian stood calmly amidst the smoke and dust, completely unscathed, even taking a moment to appreciate the sword cultivator's skills. Well, it's your turn to take a hit, he said. The masked guy was shocked to see Tan Tian was fine. He clearly felt like he had struck a solid blow just moments ago. Tan Tian flashed a menacing smile. Now it's my turn to slice you with my mind sword technique, the invisible sword. He stood still, not moving an inch, casually swinging his sword through the air. The masked guy was confused. That didn't seem like an attack at all. But before he could ponder further, his body erupted with painful cuts, making him scream. What the hell? That was just a light swing, and it sliced through my essence. Even in my domain, I can't move a muscle. This was impossible. Could this guy be at the peak of the Emperor level? The excruciating pain and fatal wounds left the masked guy's cloth in tatters, a truly tragic sight. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield that enveloped the two of them was torn apart, drawing the attention of others still locked in combat. Tan Tian gracefully dodged the explosion, while the guy from Jianshan Valley fell to the ground like a rag doll dropped from the sky. Now everyone could see the mysterious eyes behind that icy veil, white, soulless eyes that were probably blind. Mo Yun, seeing this, couldn't help but smile and asked Lan Yangwang, "So, how are you feeling now? Still want to keep fighting?" At that moment, Yao Lang's crew suddenly appeared, as not only Jianshan Valley's domain was shattered, but Lan Yangwang's domain had also been destroyed. As soon as the disciple from Jianshan Valley showed up, he saw his master sprawled on the ground, and rushed over in a panic. This disastrous situation forced Lan Yangwang's crew to retreat, not daring to continue the fight. "Consider yourselves lucky this time, Wu Chun bro, let's get out of here." And Yao Lang and Mo Qingqing also showed up, cheerfully waving at Tan Tian, while the girl blushed at Tan Tian's handsome looks. The charming guy gently patted his female disciple's head, praising her. "Well done. Hee hee, you got the treasures." Queen Mo Yun timely approached, introducing herself. "I'm Mo Yun, the aunt of Mo Qingqing. Nice to meet you, I'm Tan Tian, the master of Yao Lang." Mo Qingqing ignored her aunt and leaned closer to Tan Tian, flashing a sweet smile and calling him Uncle Tan. The young and handsome Tan Tian felt his heart ache at her words. "Uncle? Am I really that old? You better apologize to Senior Tan, little girl. You can't just say whatever you want, I'm still a great handsome guy." The Hao Tian Empire, not far from the Dual Mountains, had no idea if Taoist Tan was free to visit. In response to Mo Yun's warm invitation, Tan Tian shook his head, No need, Yao Lang and I have been away from Kunlun sword sect for too long. We need to head back. Alright then, Mao Van handed Tan Tian a golden token, saying, whenever you need to come to the Haotian Empire, you can contact me through this token. And so, they all departed, each heading home after witnessing the end of this scene. Up in the sky, the system had also wrapped up the mission, congratulating the disciple for successfully completing the task. Congratulations! You've earned a bonus of 2 points for the divine weapon creation technique. Seeing the reward was a secret technique for crafting supreme divine weapons, Tan Tian was overjoyed, shouting, I can't believe it's the divine weapon creation technique. And Yao Lang was totally taken aback by his master's sudden outburst, wondering what on earth was going on this time. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the flower village in the Haotian Empire. Early in the morning, the sun was just rising, and the sound of metal being hammered echoed as a piece of iron was being heated. Good morning, Master. If we count today, it's been 3 months since we left the secret realm of Emperor Guiyang. That day, when they returned to the Broken Sword Peak, no one knew what had driven their master mad, gathering everyone to announce he wanted to seal their spiritual powers and start training in the mortal realm. Master, we've been forging iron for 3 months in Flower Village. What's the deal? Tan Tian smiled and replied, of course, it's to train in an unparalleled divine skill. Tonight I'll show you and Xiao Ru something amazing. Xiao Ru, the little fox, perked up at the mention of her name, sleepily poking her head out and asking, is it time to eat? Oh my, 3 months of eating and sleeping, then waking up to eat again? You're a fox, not a pig. After a long, exhausting day of forging, the sun slowly dipped behind the tall mountains. That night, sitting under the moonlight, Tan Tian's words made Yao Lang gasp in shock. Are you really forging imperial weapons? What? Why are you talking nonsense? I feel fine, my pulse is normal, and I'm not sick at all. Tan Tian, noticing their reactions, felt annoyed and explained, I'm not sick. You'll soon see how powerful I am. Alright, first, place your hands there. Under Tan Tian's guidance, the two helped him control the formation. Since I've sealed my spiritual power, controlling the forge and this formation is up to you too. Are you ready? Let's get started, Tan Tian said, raising the massive hammer high above his head. With a thunderous crash, the giant hammer came down repeatedly on the heated iron, the speed of the strikes leaving the two in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. This forging technique was terrifying. Each strike was stronger than the last, and despite the increasing force, he still hit the mark perfectly. In a way that didn't damage the ingot while continuously expelling impurities. This forging method was something I had only heard of in my past life, never seen before. Moreover, each strike drained his physical strength. Now that Tan Tian had no spiritual power, it meant he was relying entirely on his robust physique to maintain this incredible technique, which was truly exhausting. He could only keep it up for 5 days at most. And Yao Lang thought this technique would require a long duration, but just 3 seconds later, the massive hammer halted midair. It's no use anymore, this is just how it is, Mom. I thought I was tough, but in just 3 seconds, Tan Tian's whole body was drained of energy, turning him into a frail, dried-up version of himself. And Yao Lang shouted in frustration, giving up already? That was way too quick. Suddenly, something caught the girl's eye. It turned out that in the forge, a meat cleaver had emerged, shimmering beneath the molten lava. And Yao Lang stared at the cleaver in disbelief, thinking, no way, this can't be real. Oh my gosh, is this for real? Xiao Ru exclaimed, equally shocked. Look, it's the imperial weapon. Everyone gasped as the cleaver radiated a bizarre 7-colored light, but a barrier kept it from shining outside. Tan Tian quickly picked up the cleaver, examining it closely. So it really is an imperial weapon. I think I'll call you the dragon pattern imperial blade. Just as everyone was admiring the newly forged weapon, a noise suddenly echoed from outside then fell silent. Xiao Ru rushed to the door and found 2 red-headed figures collapsed at their doorstep. Tan Tian, there are people passed out in front of our door. With no other choice, the 3 of them had to bring the unconscious duo inside to rest. They seemed to have only minor scrapes and bruises, nothing life-threatening. It was late, and Tan Tian yawned, thinking, they don't look like thugs, so let's let them rest here. We're all tired anyway. Suddenly, the young man lying on the bed began to mumble, Grandpa, where are you? Where are you? It seemed he was having a nightmare, which was why he was talking like that. Tan Tian moved closer to take a better look and suddenly noticed a mysterious flame flickering on the old red-haired man's body. Huh, is this a death curse? Tian observed that the old man's chest was bound tightly by a thread of energy, and a death talisman was stuck to him. So, Yao Lang's group had to use their magic, channeling their spiritual energy to gradually suppress the death talisman in the old man, hoping he would wake up. After a while of trying to save him, the old man finally opened his eyes and looked around. "Hey Grandpa, are you feeling any better?" the young red-haired guy exclaimed joyfully when he saw his grandpa wake up. Tian, standing nearby, quickly urged him not to slack off since there were still 100 pounds of firewood to chop. "What the heck? That's way too much. Wasn't it supposed to be 50 pounds? 100 kilograms is already a steal. If it weren't for us, your grandpa would be a goner in a month." The young guy, named Zhongyan, was taken aback and turned to his grandpa, asking, "A month? Is that really true, Grandpa?" The old red-haired man was grateful to the two and shifted his gaze to his grandson. A little later, in a cozy room, Tian gently placed a warm cup of tea to his lips and asked, "So, what's up with that death curse on you? Who's behind it?" The old man, Zhongwu, didn't want to hide the identity of his saviors anymore, so he replied, "My name is Zhongwu, and this is my only grandson, Zhongyan. Not long ago, I teamed up with the leader of Luo Ho from the demon sect to hunt for treasures. We stumbled upon some intel that led us to the lair of an ancient cultivator, so we decided to join forces. Deep inside that lair, we discovered 3 swords radiating a 7-colored glow, and they were actually semi-divine weapons. Luo Ho, am I seeing things?" At that moment, Zhongwu was completely captivated by the 3 treasures and didn't notice Luo Ho summoning a bizarre puppet. "Nope, you're not imagining it. Those 3 swords are indeed semi-divine weapons. Luo Ho, in his greed for the semi-divine weapons, set a deadly curse on me. This curse can initially be shaken off, but Luo Ho was hellbent on keeping me trapped. By the time I managed to escape, the deadly curse had already fused with my body. This curse will keep gnawing at my life, and the only way I can slow it down is by using my cultivation." Zhongyan, realizing something, asked, "Grandpa, does that mean our family is?" Zhongwu, with a serious expression, nodded. "That's right. Luo Ho wiped out our entire clan to eliminate the threat. With the power of the semi-divine weapons, Luo Ho went on a rampage, slaughtering my entire family. I fought tooth and nail just to save my grandson Zhongyan from the clutches of death, and in the end, I collapsed from exhaustion, only to be saved by Tian. Tian, listening to the story, asked, "So, what level is Luo Ho at? Who's the strongest in the demon sect?" "The strongest guy in the demon clan is Luo Ho, and he's at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm." Tian didn't seem scared at all. He calmly repeated, "So, he's at the 2nd level of the Emperor realm?" His tone was completely indifferent, showing no surprise or hesitation, just focused on the teacup in front of him. "Then you should make a vow to the heavenly Tao, and I will teach you the eternal life technique. The vow to the heavenly Tao is a price that cultivators pay using their own karma to make a promise to the heavenly Tao." Hearing Tian mention this, the old man and his grandson Zhongyan were startled, mistakenly thinking Tian wanted them to swear allegiance and serve him. "Well, even though you're not in immediate danger, the death curse hasn't been lifted, and you could die at any moment. Only the eternal life technique can eliminate the death curse in you, but of course, there's a price to pay." With no other choice, the old man Zhongwu asked, "What's the price I have to pay?" "Everything," Tian replied lightly. His answer suddenly made the atmosphere around them heavy and tense. But right after that, he broke into a harmless, humorous smile. "Just kidding. I just want you to be my bodyguard." The old man let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. If that's the case, I can be your bodyguard and also make a vow to the heavenly Tao. But I have one condition. I want to take revenge myself." Meanwhile, in a mysterious mountain area, flashes of lightning kept crossing the dark sky. The booming thunder and mysterious light made the room flicker between light and dark. A man with silver-white hair sat in front of 3 swords, suddenly feeling something was off, his expression turning serious and fearful. "Damn it, I have a bad feeling. Someone is trying to harm me." Time flew by, and a few months later, in a bustling town somewhere, a young cultivator was overjoyed as he sensed something from a painting. The artistic conception of this painting seemed to echo the call of the vast sea, resonating with the stillness like the breath of the world. "In the past, I was always stuck at the 1st level of nirvana because I didn't fully grasp the artistic conception of water. The artistic conception of this landscape painting in front of me fits perfectly. It can help me break through." "Hey, how much spirit stones is this painting?" "This painting is currently priced at 80,000 spirit stones, with a 20% discount." Hearing the price, the young man gritted his teeth because it was just way too high. But hey, I'm just buying a little treasure, it's just a material thing. Once I break through, I can earn it back in no time. Thanks, and if you need anything, feel free to come back next time. Even though it's worth it, why does my heart still ache so much? The young cultivator felt a mix of joy for his upcoming breakthrough and sadness for losing all his money as he stepped out of the art shop. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the art shop, two divine beings were standing within Yao Lang, admiring the bustling street below. The existence of people leaving the flower village just to sell paintings? Yeah, that's right. As far as I know, this place is the liveliest around. And Yao Lang couldn't believe his master's answer and smirked in disdain. Oh really? Why does it feel like there's more to it than just selling paintings? The pearls aren't that real, you have to trust your master. Tan Tian replied while casually glancing at the brothel across the street, where the alluring girls were enticing every passerby. The ladies are all awake today, and during the day, the prices are slashed. Customers, come on down. Buying paintings, right? Selling paintings, right? Prices slashed, right? Just head downstairs, it's convenient. And Yao Lang knew his master's lecherous nature too well, so he tackled him to the ground for a good beating. Tan Tian, caught off guard by the sudden attack, couldn't even cry. He was just trying to complete his mission. That mission was to train his mind in the mortal realm, with two paths. 1. A wealthy family receiving 1 million spirit stones. 2. Gaining fame and recognition from 1 million people. That night, in a rarely visited mansion, Tan Tian was sipping wine under the night sky. Teacher, you're looking for me? Yeah, it's been almost 2 months since we first met. Now that you've eliminated the death curse and restored your cultivation to the second level of the Emperor realm, I think you don't need to stay here anymore. You should set off tonight. The old man was taken aback and panicked at the news. At that moment, Tan Tian pulled out an ugly pig-slaying knife and handed it to Zhongwu, saying he had no weapon, so if it's convenient, take it. I have this pig-slaying knife. Do you want it? It's pretty useful for chopping vegetables or meat or whatever. The old man was stunned, eyes wide open. What is this? A divine weapon? Others would fight tooth and nail to get one, but this teacher just casually hands it over. Plus, why is this divine weapon so ugly? Following the advice of Tan Tian, the old man Zhongwu brandished his butcher's knife and stormed towards the La Sat sect, shouting for Luo Ho to come out and settle an old score. Who in their right mind would be so bold? Hearing the ruckus at the sect's gates, Luo Ho, the leader of the La Sat sect, stepped out to confront the commotion. Oh, it's you! You've made me search high and low for you, Zhongwu. But who would have thought you'd come knocking on my door to hand over your life? How convenient for me! The old man with the red hair glared at his nemesis, huffing with bravado, hoping that soon enough, this guy would still be able to laugh and chat. With that, he pulled out the butcher's knife that Tan Tian had given him. Luo Ho, the La Sat sect leader, along with the elders around him, looked seriously at the knife. Then they burst into laughter. Haha. If you didn't have a weapon, I could lend you one. What, did your brain get scrambled or something? Even though the mockery made the old man with the red hair a bit embarrassed, he charged forward to attack, shouting, Luo Ho, stop talking. Today, I'm wiping out your entire clan for revenge. Sorry. But here you are, the leader of a sect, wielding a vegetable knife to fight? Haha, I can't help but laugh. Oh wait, I remember now. You're not even the leader of a sect anymore, are you? Because I wiped your clan off the map. Luo Ho said, laughing while poking at the old man's painful memories. Hearing that, the old man with the red hair exploded with rage, unleashing his fierce power and charging in for the kill. Time to pay up. No more talking. You really don't know your limits. Luo Ho's voice turned icy as he summoned his semi-legendary weapon. A fierce battle erupted between the two elite fighters, shaking the ground and tearing through the air around them. The butcher's knife of the old man clashed with Luo Ho's 3 semi-legendary swords, sending shockwaves through the air. But suddenly, the smug grin on Luo Ho's face vanished as his semi-legendary weapon cracked under the force of the butcher's knife. The fierce slashes from the butcher's knife wielded by Zhongwu effortlessly shattered Luo Ho's semi-legendary weapon. The deadly strikes broke through all defenses, forcing Luo Ho to stagger back, unable to fend off the onslaught. At this point, all 3 of his semi-legendary swords had been severed in half, rendered useless. How could this be? This sword is a semi-legendary weapon, right? A semi-legendary weapon means it's already one step into the legendary realm, about to truly become a legendary weapon. The old man with red hair, Zhongwu, calmly continued his assault. You didn't expect that the weapon in my hand is a genuine legendary weapon, not some semi-legendary piece like yours, did you? Luo Ho, seeing this, panicked and shouted, Elder, help me! But calling for your dad won't do you any good, Luo Ho. The elders nearby immediately activated the unique summoning technique of the demon sect to call forth monsters to block Zhong Wu's powerful attack. A gigantic skeleton of some kind of monster, engulfed in blue flames, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the monster had appeared, Luo Ho quickly ordered, activate the defensive barrier now. The old man with red hair also stared intently at the monster, as its aura was truly terrifying. Following his command, the monster suddenly let out a fierce roar, causing the mystical flames on its back to blaze even brighter. In the blink of an eye, mysterious bricks made of unknown materials and strange talismans appeared in the air, surrounding the area. The barrier was now formed, creating a protective circle around the monster and the members of the demon sect. At this moment, Luo Ho stood behind the two elders, pleading with them to hold Zhong Wu back while he summoned the puppet he had previously cursed Zhong Wu with. Keep him busy for a moment. I want to cast the death curse again. Under the control of the two elders, the skeletal monster charged at Zhong Wu, relentlessly swinging its fists. Each colossal punch, infused with destructive flames, slammed into the ground, causing the sand and rocks to roar, while the old man with red hair swiftly dodged. You think hiding in your shell will keep me from doing anything to you? You've underestimated the power of a legendary weapon. Brace yourselves for my Dragon Roar Sword technique. The old man unleashed his powerful technique, channeling the strength of the legendary weapon to strike the monster, forcing it to halt. In that split second, a surge of violent energy erupted, obliterating everything, including the two elders who didn't have time to react. The explosive sound echoed as the two elders were thrown away, meeting their end on the spot. After defeating the monster and the two elders, Zhong Wu immediately leaped toward his enemy, Luo Ho. Now there's no one left to stand in my way. Luo Ho, prepare to die. Zhong Wu, you're still a step behind. My death curse is already complete. Die, you wretched soul. The puppet in Luo Ho's hands began to radiate a deadly power. At the same time, Zhong Wu's heart was once again ensnared by mysterious chains, causing him to flinch. Just like last time, the troublesome force from hell tightened its grip on the old man's heart. This power surged stronger in an instant. Last time you managed to escape, but this time, don't even think about it. Luo Ho's cold voice echoed, and the old man Zhong Wu was suddenly gripped by pain, forcing him to clutch his chest. Ha ha, you're not getting away this time. Just die here for me. A talisman appeared right over his heart, and that once fiery red heart was now tightly bound by chains, with a stake piercing through it. But with each beat of the old man's heart, the chains began to shatter under the sudden surge of power. Luo Ho was utterly shocked, unable to believe that the puppet in his hands had been destroyed. How could my death curse be nullified? Because my young master has passed down a technique that perfectly counters your death curse, Zhong Wu replied calmly. How is that possible? In this world, how could there be a technique to counter a death curse? Unless... Luo Ho, filled with malice, was now utterly terrified as the aura of death began to envelop him. Zhong Wu, not wanting to linger with his enemy, immediately launched another attack with the Imperial Blade. You can keep questioning this forever, because I'm going to kill you right here. With his words barely finished, a downward slash cleaved Luo Ho's body in two, leaving him no chance to resist. Shock and fear filled Luo Ho's eyes, but it was all over now. After a night of fierce fighting, the next morning, Zhong Wu returned to the villa where Tan Tian resided. I've taken care of everything. Thank you, sir. I'll return the Imperial Blade to you. Tan Tian accepted the meat cleaver with a nod. That's good. Zhong Wu then clasped his hands together. There's something I'd like to ask you, sir, if that's all right. What's on your mind? Just go ahead and ask. The power of this cleaver is no joke. Could you tell me about its origins? I'm quite curious. Hearing this, Tan Tian smiled proudly and pointed to himself. I made this cleaver. The kitchen was lacking a vegetable knife, so I decided to give it a shot. Zhong Wu was always wondering what kind of master Tan Tian really was. He nodded, admiring the sword that was supposed to take 3 days and nights to forge, yet here it was, shaped in just 3 seconds. Honestly, he couldn't believe it himself. Ever since Tan Tian started teaching Zhong Wu his techniques, he had a feeling this master was no ordinary guy, but he never expected him to be this extraordinary. I mean, to think he could whip up a divine weapon in just 3 seconds? This is honestly hard to believe, master. Tan Tian understood that divine weapons were seen as incredibly valuable by everyone, so he placed the sword down on the table with a sweet smile. Zhongwu, as long as you stay loyal to me, I'll forge you a divine weapon in the future. Hearing this, Zhongwu became serious. Is that really possible? Of course. And your grandson Zhongyan will have his own divine weapon too. After pondering for a moment, Zhongwu solemnly knelt on one knee and bowed to Tan Tian. Old man here swears to be loyal to you, master. Thank you so much. After saying that, he glanced at the delicious wine on the table and sighed. Master, I must confess I had my doubts about you before. Tan Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and listened closely as Zhongwu began to share his story. Because of the life-saving grace you showed me, I intended to do everything I could to repay you, but... The old man reminisced about the previous night, the night he received the divine weapon from Tan Tian. He was wandering through the surrounding forest, examining the sword. Who could forge a divine weapon into something that looks like a vegetable cleaver? This is truly bizarre. Is this really a divine weapon? I once lost my entire clan over a fake divine weapon. So how could something this good actually happen? The master must be just teasing me, right? I don't even have a weapon in my hands. You can't really blame Zhongwu for feeling this way. Who would casually lend out such a precious weapon? Thinking this, he carelessly swung the sword through the air to express his feelings. Little did he know, that light swing unleashed a massive strike, creating a deep trench in the ground of the forest. Dust filled the air, and the once smooth ground was now ablaze and cracked, as if an earthquake had just hit. Zhongwu was so shocked by the sword's power that his eyes went wide in disbelief. After hearing the whole story, Tan Tian exclaimed, "So that trench was made by you?" "My bad, master, I'll fill it back in right away." Tan Tian, all cute and tipsy, was nodding along, but first, there was a little issue to sort out. Zhong Yan had fallen into that ditch while chopping wood earlier, and he was stuck down there. I couldn't pull him out, and honestly, I was out of ideas this time. Huh, are you saying what I think you are? Yep, that's the ditch you dug last night, and he fell right into it. As Tan Tian was saying this, poor Zhong Yan was down in the ditch, crying and flailing around, shouting for help. Boo-hoo, I don't want to die here. I still want to get married. The whole forest echoed with the pitiful cries of the young man, but no one came to his rescue. After the old man Zhongwu returned from defeating enemies, the art shop opened as usual, but today, Tan Tian was back in charge. Welcome, esteemed guest. A beautiful young lady walked into the shop and wondered why the manager had changed today. Was she looking for Zhongwu? The lovely girl smiled and said she had an appointment to pick up 3 famous sword paintings that the manager had promised her. Oh, so it's you. A few days ago, Zhongwu told me to paint some famous sword pieces for him, and it turns out they were for you. When the girl arrived at the shop, Zhongwu shook his head, saying he wasn't the owner, and the artist of those paintings wasn't him either. Remembering those words, the beautiful girl stared at Tan Tian in shock, asking if all these masterpieces were really painted by him. Tan Tian was taken aback by her enthusiasm but nodded, saying, "Yeah, I painted them." "What's up? Oh my gosh, I can't sense any aura from this guy, but he can create such profound paintings. Could he be some legendary expert wandering through the mortal realm?" The girl pondered for a moment before suddenly noticing the book with messy handwriting on the table. So she asked, "Are you also a writer, senior? Can I take a look?" "Of course, go ahead." This was a handwritten story titled The Tale of the White Snake, about a celestial maiden who descended to the mortal world for love, reincarnating as a snake and transforming into a beautiful woman named Bai Tuozhen. On a stormy day, Bai Tuozhen was sitting on a bridge by West Lake when she happened to meet Su Xian, a worker at a medicine shop, and just like that, they fell in love at first sight, tangled in a deep romance. While the young lady was completely captivated by the book, Tan Tian had finished rolling up 2 scrolls of paintings and handed them over to the maid beside him, saying, "I've finished these paintings, you can take them." Meanwhile, the beautiful young lady kept reading that book non-stop because it was truly a fresh and incredibly interesting story. After flipping through for a while, she reached the last page, which had the line, "If you want to know what happens next, check out the next chapter." The lovely lady felt a pang of regret, exclaiming, "Oh no, why did it end so quickly?" Noticing her emotional reaction, Tan Tian asked with concern, "What do you think of the white snake story I wrote?" "Oh, it's really great, super interesting," she replied. "But it's just a bit too short, leaving us wanting more." Cough, cough, I'm still writing, Tan Tian thought to himself. After all, he wasn't the actual author, he was just trying to piece together some memories from the real world, which was a bit tricky. Copying isn't exactly a good thing, and he felt a bit helpless about it. The young lady fell silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with joy, "I've got it! I've got it! Senior, could you consider letting our trading company publish and sell this?" "I'm Lin Yuan from the Lin Trading Company, one of the two biggest trading firms in Qinyun City." Hearing her suggestion, Tan Tian thought to himself, well, this is a lucky break, since he had just been turned down by another trading company. Now he had a chance to work with the Lin Trading Company to publish and sell it. Since Tan Tian was also interested in getting it published, he nodded in agreement to hand over the White Snake story to her company for printing. Lin Yuan smiled happily and said the Lin Trading Company will only take 20% of the profits. The remaining 80% will go to you, senior. After a brief discussion about their collaboration, the young lady politely said goodbye and left with her maid. On the way, the little maid wondered why they were splitting the profits this way, thinking it would mean their trading company wouldn't make any money. Lin Yuan smiled and explained, "You're so silly. We're sharing the profits like this because the White Snake story isn't worth much on its own. But most cultivators find their training quite boring, so they need a little entertainment to lighten things up. Reading is one of the leisure activities for cultivators, and the purpose of the White Snake story is to promote our trading company. If more people read it and enjoy it, they'll remember our company, and our customer traffic and business will naturally increase." So, thanks to the hard work of Lin Yuan's trading company, a month later, everyone on the streets was buzzing with excitement and chatting about the content of the White Snake story. Of course, the Lam family business is raking in profits from the White Snake story, and now all the other trade guilds in Qinyun are in a frenzy. Today, at the Qingmu Guild's headquarters, the atmosphere is just as tense. Dad, something's wrong." The head of the Tan family, hearing his daughter's frantic voice, asked what was going on that had her so worked up. "This is Qingyu, and she's in a tizzy because the Lam family is getting a ton of attention thanks to the White Snake story. They've attracted a lot of customers, and now the Tan family is in a tight spot. If they can't sell their goods, they'll be seriously short on spirit stones." Realizing how serious the situation was, the head of the Tan family, Tan Hongmin, quickly called for all the managers and branch heads to gather for an emergency meeting. Once everyone was assembled, the head took his seat and started complaining non-stop, "You all better come up with a solution fast. If not, you might as well pack your bags and leave. How did we let it get this bad?" One of the branch managers, Chenin, felt the heat from the head's words and stared at the floor, too scared to meet his gaze. Sitting next to him, Lily raised his hand and said he had an idea. Chenin cursed him silently, thinking, "This jerk is just trying to step on me to get ahead." Lily then recounted how Chenin had turned away a young man who wanted to bring the White Snake story to their shop, claiming that the Qingmu Guild wouldn't accept something useless for cultivators. "Not long ago, a young master came to our store with the White Snake story, wanting us to publish it, but the branch manager didn't even look at it, and just rejected him. If he hadn't, we wouldn't be facing this crisis now." Realizing the truth was out, Chenin quickly dropped to his knees on the floor. "I was just foolish for a moment. Please give me another chance. I swear I'll find a way to fix this." That night, Chenin was caught, tied up, and forced to kneel outside Tan Tian's art shop, begging, "I'm sorry. I didn't see the big picture. Please have mercy on me. I'm here to take my punishment and admit my fault. Please, sir, don't be angry and reconsider this situation," he cried pitifully, gripping Tan Tian's hand tightly. Qingyu stood behind him, nodding silently. She thought that since this guy had approached the Qingmu Guild before, it showed he had some goodwill towards them. So if Chenin sincerely apologized and threw in some spirit stones, they might still win him over. But contrary to what this young lady expected, Tan Tian shook his head. "Apologies are accepted, but forgiveness is off the table. You should leave, it's getting cold lately, and if there's nothing else, I'm closing up shop." The two were taken aback by his demeanor, so Qingyu quickly rushed to stop the iron door from closing. "Sir, please wait. If we've been this sincere, then please reconsider the collaboration. I beg you," the girl said in a sweet, pleading tone, showcasing her round soul and sparkling, adorable eyes. She leaned her body close to Tan Tian, speaking in a seductive voice, "We can double it, really. Just turn back, and I can give you even more. Do you need it? Including everything you desire, I can provide it all." Her voice was soft like an enchanting melody, wrapped in the fragrant scent of flowers that enveloped Tan Tian's breath. Seeing this, he gently touched her forehead with a finger and then flicked it, causing Qingyu to fall back in surprise. "Get lost." Suddenly, the door slammed shut, leaving Qinyu dazed and unable to react. Damn it! This lady from Qingyun City, no matter how you slice it, is a top beauty. How can Tan Tian remain unmoved in the face of my charm? Is he even a man? In her fury, the young lady turned to vent her anger on her younger brother, blaming him for dragging her into this mess. At that moment, a mysterious figure with a cane approached and asked, "Isn't this the renowned Qinyu? Long time no see." Hearing the gruff voice, Qinyu turned around in shock. "You are Master Gu He." "Indeed, I happened to pass through Qingyun City and made a point to come here to see you and your brother Hongming." The figure was an old bald man with a long beard and eyes that looked lifeless. Time flew by, and nearly a month had passed, bringing yet another trouble to the Lin Yuan family's lamb tea trading company. The story began half a month ago, when the rival trading company, Qingmu, suddenly introduced a batch of third-grade elixirs, priced a fifth higher than regular ones but with 5 times the effectiveness. Since then, buyers of elixirs from the lamb tea trading company have been demanding price cuts, and most of the elixirs are now sitting in storage. Lin Yuan sighed wearily as he reviewed his company's business report. At that moment, a maid brought in a bowl of hot soup and said, "Miss, please have your breakfast first. Today, you have an appointment with that gentleman." Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes still glued to the report, but he replied, "Got it." A little while later, at the art shop, Lin Yuan strolled in with her maid in tow. As soon as she stepped inside, she politely greeted him and handed over a hefty bag of coins, saying it was the commission for the White Snake story from last month. Tan Tian took the bag, casually opening his mouth to show concern. "I heard the Lin Trading Guild has been struggling lately. Is that true?" Lin Yuan sighed, replying with a wry smile, "Yeah, the Lin Guild has hit a rough patch. I didn't think even you would know about it. From what I see, as long as the alchemy supplies from the Qingmoku Guild don't come through, your Lin Guild won't be making a comeback anytime soon." Tan Tian stroked his chin, deep in thought, because during this time of soul training, he needed an organization to handle some trivial matters while his spiritual power was restricted. Hearing Tan Tian, Lin Yuan nodded. She had tried reaching out to alchemists in bigger cities before, but no one wanted to come to a small place like Qingyun City. At this rate, in just a few years, the Lin Guild would be completely washed up. Just as she was lost in her gloomy thoughts, Tan Tian suddenly snapped his fingers. He flashed a killer smile and asked, "What if I could provide third-grade elixirs for the Lin Guild?" Lin Yuan was once again taken aback. "Could it be that you have an alchemist on your side?" Tan Tian mysteriously said nothing, just cleared his throat and added, "Come see me in 7 days." After wrapping up the chat with Lin Yuan, Tan Tian quickly dragged Zhong Yan along for some alchemy practice. They headed to a rundown house in a forest near Qingyun City, a place where few dared to venture. As usual, the tiny building was billowing smoke and then, boom, it exploded, startling a dog that was minding its own business nearby. Dust and debris filled the air, making it hard for anyone to see what was happening. From the thick black smoke, Tan Tian stumbled out, coughing and looking like a wreck, followed by a dazed Zhong Yan. Zhong Yan, with wide eyes, stared at the round, shiny elixir glowing softly in his hands. "Young master, I've successfully crafted a 4th-grade elixir," Zhong Yan exclaimed excitedly, eager to show off his achievement, while Tan Tian felt that things were not looking good at all. Zhong Mu was thrilled to see his nephew's talent, while Bai Xiaoru and Yao Lang sat nearby munching on snacks, marveling at the bizarre scene. Alchemy explosions everywhere, yet they still managed to create elixirs. In this eerie setting, Tan Tian felt utterly defeated, collapsing to the ground and endlessly questioning why things had turned out this way. Previously, Zhong Yan's alchemy sessions never ended in explosions, but ever since Tan Tian stepped in to teach, every attempt had gone up in smoke. Could it be that I'm the cursed guy who blows up the furnace every time I try to refine pills? This is just not scientific. How can you even call this cultivation when it's not even cultivation? Seriously, is there even such a curse in this world? It's not scientific, and it's definitely not cultivation. As he wallowed in his unanswered woes, time just kept ticking away. After Tan Tian handed over the elixirs to the Lin Trading Guild, the place felt as deserted as a ghost town, leaving the young lady Qinyu fuming with frustration. Where is everyone? Where are all the buyers for the elixirs? Please spare me. They've all rushed over to the Lin Trading Guild. Meanwhile, at the Lin Trading Guild, a massive crowd of cultivators jostled for a chance to snag some elixirs. Never before had the Lin Trading Guild seen such a surge of customers. The booming business had Lam Zhou, Lin Yuan's father, grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain his joy. "Haha, that's my girl. You're doing an amazing job." The Lin Trading Guild is in total chaos right now. Despite her father's praise, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of worry. Thanks for the compliment, Dad, but there's something I need to discuss with you, and it's a bit tricky to bring up. What's going on? Just spill it, her father urged. Lin Yuan then recounted what Tan Tian had told her the day before. He mentioned that since she appreciated his work, he'd helped the Lin Guild this once. But if they wanted more assistance, they'd have to pledge allegiance to him. Naturally, Lin Yuan couldn't make that call alone, so she needed to bring her father in for a discussion. Dad, this elixir deal hinges on that condition. Plus, the gentleman said that if we pledged to him, he could supply us with high-grade elixirs and weapons in the future. Hearing this, Lam Zhou was taken aback and asked, did he really say that? Seeing his daughter nod, he sighed. These young folks today really don't get it. Just a little success, and they think they're on top of the world. But fine, if we need his help, we should at least go and discuss it. After coming to an agreement, the father-daughter duo made their way to the art shop to meet Tan Tian. At that moment, the handsome guy was lounging on a lavish throne, a glass of champagne in hand, smiling as he looked at the newcomers. So, you've finally arrived. Facing him was Lam Zhou, the head of the Lam family, performing a neat bow. Mr. Tan, I have arrived. As he stepped in, he hadn't yet sensed it, but after finishing his bow, he suddenly realized an overwhelming pressure coming from across the room. Looking at Zhong Wu standing next to Tan Tian, Lam Zhou was filled with dread because the aura of that man made it hard to breathe, as if it were crushing him down. The guy next to Mr. Tan was a peak-level cultivator, and just moments ago, Lam Zhou had worried about the young man's arrogance. But now, seeing the peak cultivator here made him realize that Mr. Tan was no ordinary person. I am the head of the Lam Trade Association, and my father is Lin Yuan, named Lam Zhou. I've heard you wish to recruit our Lam family. This time, Lam Zhou bowed deeply, trembling slightly because if a peak cultivator was his subordinate, just how powerful must Mr. Tan be? After all, they couldn't afford to mess with the Lam family. I'm sure your daughter has already mentioned it, and there's no need for doubt. In the future, I will provide you with imperial soldiers and top-tier elixirs, but not right now, as you're not yet worthy of them. You need to continue developing the Lam family into something greater, and I will help you achieve that. As he spoke, Tan Tian lazily set down his champagne glass, and beside him was a strange-looking imperial knife meant for chopping meat. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the knife flew out. It landed right at the feet of the old man, Lam Zhou. The imposing weapon so close to him made him jump, his legs nearly giving way. Tan Tian looked at him with a penetrating gaze and said, "You can give that knife a try." Although he didn't understand what was going on and the knife looked odd and ugly, Lam Zhou complied. When he picked up the knife, he found it strangely heavy, realizing it was just a vegetable cleaver. No, this wasn't just any ordinary cleaver. As the head of the Lam Trade Association, his discerning eye was sharper than most, and he quickly sensed something unusual. Oh my goodness! This radiant light, this enchanting feeling, this intense heat, this is an imperial weapon. But who on earth could create something like this? Who would forge an imperial weapon into a vegetable cleaver? Seeing Lam Zhou's face filled with shock, Tan Tian smiled. This dragon-patterned imperial knife was forged by me for cooking. The dish made from the legendary ingredients is absolutely delicious, right, Zhong Wu? Absolutely, sir, it's incredibly tasty. Just as everyone was laughing and chatting, Lam Zhou suddenly dropped to his knees on the floor. With eyes sparkling like morning dew, he hugged Tan Tian's legs, representing the Lam family, and swore to the heavens that the Lam family would be forever loyal to young Master Tan. Oh my gosh, this isn't just any senior, this is a super-duper, mega, ultra-senior. If I miss the chance to cling to this big leg, my own stupidity will be the end of me. With the addition of a powerful ally, Tan Tian was in high spirits and called out, "Zhong Yan, come on in here." Lam Zhou turned around, glancing at the figure stepping in, wondering if there was still someone else here. "Hello, I am the most charming and irresistible cosmic-level alchemist, Zhong Yan." He thought he'd make a grand entrance, but ended up looking like a total rookie. The sound of a fan flapping echoed around as everyone was startled by Zhong Yan's childish antics. Lam Zhou wondered if he had sworn loyalty a bit too soon. Tan Tian quickly regained his composure and pointed at Zhong Yan, introducing him. "This is our alchemist, Zhong Yan. A young alchemist like him, could he really outdo the Qingmu Trading Guild?" Lam Zhou, filled with doubt, asked, "May I ask what grade of elixirs you can concoct?" Zhong Yan proudly patted his chest. "In the past, I could only make second-grade elixirs, but thanks to my master's guidance, I can now brew 4th-grade elixirs. The elixirs sent to the Lamb Trading Guild were all made by me." Just as he finished speaking, a strong hand suddenly grabbed him under the armpit. "So it turns out all those elixirs were made by Master Zhong Yan. That's fantastic. With his help, we can definitely take down the Qingmu Trading Guild." Suddenly lifted off the ground, Zhong Yan panicked and shouted, "Dude, put me down." Tan Tian smiled. "I've given you all the tools. If you can't completely defeat the Qingmu Trading Guild, then you don't deserve to be my subordinates." Lam Zhou quickly assured in a determined tone, "We will do everything in our power to defeat the Qingmu Trading Guild. Just let me down already." With the addition of alchemist Zhong Yan, the Qingmu Trading Guild was left empty-handed at the start of the month, while the Lamb Trading Guild rolled out even better new products, attracting tons of shoppers. In the middle of the month, the Qingmu Trading Association was struggling so much that they had to clear out their stock during the last 3 days. Meanwhile, the Lamb Tea Trading Association managed to drop their prices by 50%, attracting even more customers. By the end of the month, the Qingmu Trading Association was nearly collapsing, having not sold a single item all month, and ultimately had to announce they were shutting down for good. Tonight was a bright moonlit night at Tan Tian's art shop. It was late, yet the guy was still up, going through the business files that the Lamb Tea Trading Association had just sent over. They did an impressive job. In just 1 month, they had caused Qingmu to lose half of their stock. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could take over Qingmu completely. But why were the sales of the spirit-enhancing pills and the vitality pills skyrocketing? Tan Tian pondered this while reviewing the confidential report on these 2 types of pills. In recent months, the spiritual energy around Qingyun Mountain, near Qingyun City, had surged, leading people to speculate that a treasure was about to emerge. Consequently, conflicts often arose near Qingyun Mountain, driving up the demand for these 2 types of pills. Just as Tan Tian caught wind of this information, the system interface suddenly popped up, presenting him with a mission to acquire the Azure Dragon Vein, which would appear this month in the Qingyun Mountain range. The Azure Dragon Vein could increase the concentration of spiritual energy in a 30-kilometer radius tenfold with just 1 activation. Staring at the system interface for a while, Tan Tian contemplated, so the Azure Dragon Vein is the key this time. It turns out that the 3 branch missions from the system correspond to the resources of the land. In the world of cultivation, aside from the rare opportunities that one might encounter but cannot seek, the most crucial elements are the resources of the land, which include natural treasures, cultivation methods, and veins. These are essential resources for cultivators, but they won't just fall from the sky, so one must fight, steal, and seize them. However, thanks to the system, Tan Tian had never been troubled by these matters, so he was feeling a bit hazy. At this moment, based on the missions provided by the system, what Tan Tian lacked wasn't a technique but rather a mindset that could enhance his abilities. Once he cleared his thoughts on this, Tan Tian's mental state elevated to a new level, and his aura felt distinctly different from usual. Zhong Wu, standing nearby, keenly sensed this change. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully grasped the essence of the heart cultivation in the mundane world. Once you acquire the Azure Vein, the heart cultivation will conclude." The system interface notified him again, making Tan Tian clearer about his mission. Thinking this, he told Zhong Wu that after a while, the 2 of them should head to Qingyun Mountain for some fun, to which Zhong Wu replied, "Yes sir, I will go with you." A few days later, their group sent their flying swords soaring over the towering mountains, making their way to the nearby Qingyun range. As they landed, Zhong Wu stowed away his flying sword, and the group, now totaling 4, included in Yao Lang and the Celestial Fox. Upon touching down, they couldn't help but soak in the surrounding spiritual energy, marveling together, "The aura here is incredibly rich. It seems the rumors we've heard before might actually be true. There really are treasures to be found." The most excited among them was Bai Xiaoru, exclaiming, "This is amazing. Let's hurry up and find those treasures." Just as the Celestial Fox was buzzing with excitement, 2 mysterious figures suddenly descended from the sky, leaving the Celestial Fox frozen in shock. The duo, 1 male and 1 female, radiated an unusual aura and spoke in a teasing tone, causing the Celestial Fox to tremble. "We just came to test our luck, but who would have thought we'd run into the very people the leader wants to capture? What a stroke of luck." It was clear that these individuals were from the Imperial faction, making the Celestial Fox jump back in fright and quickly hide behind Yao Lang. "Who are you?" The sultry woman with a magical fan introduced herself first. "I am Yi Chao, the lucky charm of the Imperial faction," while the man beside her, flicking his tongue, added, And I'm buying the dice of the Imperial faction. Si Chao looked at the group with her sparkling eyes and said, well, this is a problem. Can you hand over Bai Xiaoru to me? And Yao Lang immediately stepped in front of the little fox, declaring, Xiaoru is one of us, and we definitely won't hand her over to you Imperial folks. Hearing this, Bai Ying grinned wickedly and stuck out his disgusting tongue, saying, well, then there's no other way. Let the field open. At that moment, the Imperial faction summoned their domain, while the old man from the Sungha sect quickly activated his own domain. Suddenly, everything fell into silence as the entire group found themselves enveloped in a hellish landscape of lava. Zhongwu stood frozen in shock, utterly astonished. What's going on? My domain has been completely suppressed. I can't activate it anymore. Bai Ying, seeing this, grinned with his long tongue. Surprised, aren't you? That's because I've discarded all the useless powers in this domain. What I gained in return for giving up all that power is, welcome to my world. His voice slithered through the air as eerie eyes began to appear all around them. Bai Ying snapped his fingers, putting on a show of confidence that had everyone on high alert, and summoned a toy chessboard, welcoming everyone to the game of life. Everything here will be judged by the impartial eye of the realm, acting as a fair referee. Now let me introduce the rules of this game world to you all, Bai Ying said cheerfully while everyone looked around, confused about what was happening. You will become the 4 agile disciples of the Hidden Sword sect, sent to Qingyun village to deal with the lurking demons in the village. In this game, the actions and abilities of the puppets will be determined by rolling 10-sided dice. The blue dice represent the tens, while the white dice represent the units. The smaller the number rolled, the higher the chance of success. Rolling a number less than 5 is a major success that can earn you extra rewards, while rolling between 95 and 99 is a huge failure that will lead to penalties. So, let's get those dice in your hands. As he spoke, everyone suddenly realized that 2 differently colored dice had appeared in their hands without them noticing. This seemed pretty interesting and fun, right? Let's kick off this exciting game, Bai Ying said, revealing his devilish grin. In the blink of an eye, puppets resembling the Tan Tian group appeared on the chessboard. The character list for Tan Tian showed them wielding ordinary flying swords and various attributes like agility, physical strength, and intellect. Looking at the intellect score of 5, Tan Tian couldn't help but curse this damn system of mine. And Yao Lang also had an ordinary flying sword, but she felt her character card looked pretty lame. Bai Xiaoru's weapon was a magic broom, as the sorceress could use elemental magic, not much different from her real self. Zhongwu wielded a great broadsword, and since he was skilled with blades, he was identified as a swordsman. As you arrive at the village entrance, you encounter the frail village chief of Qingyun, who is delighted to see you. With Bai Ying's voice echoing, a puppet resembling the village chief appears before everyone. Recently, villagers have been reporting sightings of zombies, and when the villagers try to leave, a thick fog appears to block their way, leaving everyone terrified. Si Chao interjected, asking what you all would choose, to leave or to stay in the village? In front of the puppet village chief, 2 options appeared: A. Leave, B. Inquire. Xiaoru quickly chose to inquire, hoping to gather more detailed information about the zombies. And just as she thought, the village chief began to explain everything. 3 months ago, a massive noise echoed from the mountains near the village, and ever since, zombies started popping up around the place. At first, there was just one, but after a month, another one showed up. Now, 3 months later, there are a total of 3 zombies lurking near the village. Just then, Yao Lang sharply interrupted, asking, wait, you guys still haven't mentioned the conditions for us to win and the punishment for losing, right? Bai Ying, with her dead fish eyes, stared at the girl and smiled cautiously, saying, well, you can only win the game and leave my domain if you find the real culprit behind the incident in the village. Otherwise, you'll be sealed in a puppet forever, stuck in my realm. His words left everyone stunned and serious. Tan Tian, on the other hand, grinned happily. Looks like we only have one way to go, huh? Let's dive in. Zhongwu, seeing this, raised an eyebrow. You seem pretty cheerful, don't you? You entered Qingyun village with the village chief, and hurriedly tried to gather intel from the villagers, but unfortunately, you didn't manage to collect much useful information. As night fell, the village chief led you to a room for resting, which was quite far from the other houses, right next to the fields. So, what's next? Bai Ying smiled at her teammate Si Chao, who nodded back in agreement. Well, let's get this party started. Late at night, while you were fast asleep, the zombies were creeping closer outside the room. Now, I'll decide how many zombies will show up. As Bai Ying prepared to roll the dice, Si Chao pulled out her magical artifact to cast a curse on the others. 4-leaf clovers, huh? Cursing others to harm them while bringing luck to Buying. Let's go. With the curse in effect, Buying tossed the dice, with a 50% chance of one zombie appearing, 35% for 2, and 15% for 3. The green and white dice rolled around on the floor. Finally, they came to a stop, and it was a big success. The number 3, this is not good for you. Tonight 3 zombies will attack you, Bai Ying's voice dripped with smug satisfaction. At that moment, on the game board, the zombies suddenly appeared, looking bizarre and armed to the teeth. Thanks to the big success, the zombies not only got a massive boost but also leveled up, becoming agile and formidable. Yi Chao, with her eyes glowing strangely, held the cursed cage in her hands, ready to jump into battle. You guys are getting attacked first, so roll the dice. Alright, let me roll. Zhongwu stepped up first. His hand gently tossed 2 dice. They spun around on the table and landed on the number 35. Attacking through Zhongwu, he used his sword technique to cleave the mountain, severing the left arm of zombie number 3, who was seriously injured. At the same time, Zhongwu's puppet on the table also used its sword to chop off the arm of zombie number 3, causing its health to drop from 30 to 10. Now it was Yao Lang's turn. The little girl tossed the dice onto the floor, spinning for a moment before stopping at the number 10. And Yao Lang used her ice blade technique to freeze zombie number 2, rendering it immobile for 2 turns. Next up was Bai Xiaoru. Her dice kept spinning on the table. Bai Xiaoru's voice rang out in surprise and joy. No way, 3 successes. So impressive. She dealt a critical blow next, using her ultimate spell. Even though her opponents rolled a major success, Yi Chao and Buying still looked unfazed. Xiaoru didn't care much about them. She was just having a blast with this game, ready to land a critical hit with her puppet. At that moment, Bai Xiaoru's puppet, wielding a magic broom, charged forward. The spell the puppet used was the Wind Scroll, continuously enveloping the 3 zombies. The zombies were blasted off their bases, lying scattered across the floor. Go ahead and take them out. Great job, Xiaoru. Everyone was celebrating this success, but Tan Tian was deep in thought, feeling that it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Yi Chao heard this and smiled mysteriously. That's right, in a moment of danger, zombie number 1 used restraint, and only a major success can trigger that. Her gaze was fixed on the 2 dice showing the number 3. After using restraint, it would forcefully retain 1 drop of blood, allowing it to act regardless of the fact that its companions, numbers 3 and 2, were already dead. Now it's my turn, Bai Ying's voice echoed as he released 2 dice from his hands. The 2 dice quickly landed on 0, which was a major success. Zombie number 1 began to devour its fallen comrades. And with its voice, the zombie puppet relentlessly tore apart the bodies of its 2 fallen companions and stuffed them into its mouth. After consuming the remains of its kind, the zombie's body began to mutate, healing all its wounds and even advancing to the golden body stage. In everyone's eyes, zombie number 1's puppet had transformed into a giant, now at the golden body stage with a health stat of 50. This sudden transformation left everyone astonished and shocked. Only Tan Tian was staring intently at the chessboard in front of him with a perplexed look in his eyes. The number 1 undead was currently advancing to the golden body stage, and its special ability was Devour, allowing it to recover health by consuming corpses, along with skills like Agile Poison Claw and Disease Transmission. Buying grinned wickedly, holding 2 dice in his hands because the number 1 undead had leveled up to the golden body stage, giving it priority to act first. A roll of 0 is a total failure. Using Poison Claw on Zhongwu and Yao Lang, under Bai Ying's command, the undead on the chessboard immediately attacked, catching everyone off guard. Zhongwu and Yao Lang's puppet were injured by the Poison Claw skill, falling into a state of severe poisoning. At the same time, Zhongwu also developed a wound identical to that of the puppet. Oh my, the wound on my hand looks just like the puppet's. Could it be that the injuries the puppet takes will transfer to us? Bai Ying flashed a devilish grin, revealing sharp teeth. That's right. This is the true effect of my domain, Bai Ying. Of course, this effect works both ways. If my puppet gets hurt, I get hurt too. But how long can you endure this? Amid Bai Ying's sneaky laughter, Yi Chao nodded in agreement. Not only that, but with the luck of Yi Chao backing us, we can basically roll whatever number we want. Seeing their true colors revealed, Bai Xiaoru shouted angrily, You despicable little schemers. The number 1 undead has a speed skill that allows it to act twice in 1 round, so I can attack again. Their shameless cheating has reached new heights as he rolled the dice once more. The dice showed a 0 again, a total failure. Go ahead, number 1 undead, continue using Poison Claw to attack Zhong Wu and Yao Lang. Haha, take that. I've taken down both Yao Lang and Zhong Wu. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, Tan Tian smiled and shook his head. Not so fast. Suddenly, Tan Tian's puppet, with a clueless expression, effortlessly blocked the attack from the giant undead with both hands. At the same time, he casually twisted a joint, causing the undead's fingers to snap in half. The undead cried out in pain like a child who just fell down. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Baiying was startled, wondering what was happening. All that could be seen was a mysterious smile on Tan Tian's lips. Hold on a second, this is the true character card of mine. A list of top-tier characters, a character with special abilities but a bit of a dimwit, possessing an immortal body that defies time. Once activated, their physical prowess skyrockets to the max, but their intellect plummets to rock bottom. Everyone was stunned, especially Baiying, staring at this bizarre attribute. How did it turn out like this? Are you cheating? This is your domain, the rules you set up. How could I possibly cheat? Tan Tian calmly replied, while his puppet on the chessboard danced around like a clueless fool. Still, he secretly thought, no matter how powerful their domain is, it can't compare to the system, heh. Now Sii Chao and his crew were in a panic, and Baiying felt his domain whispering to him that Tan Tian wasn't cheating. Alright, it's time for Tan Tian's crew to strike back. Zhong Wu and Yao Lang used antidotes to recover from their poisoned state. Tan Tian immediately ordered, pull those two's puppets out for me. The situation was too dire, making Baiying anxious. He quickly summoned the next monster, a human-skinned demon, to attack. Following his command, the human-skinned demon, at the golden body level, emerged from beneath the chessboard and lunged at Tan Tian's crew. The terrifying demon was easily knocked out by Tan Tian's puppet with a single punch. Baiying yelled in frustration, "You annoying thing, summon the winged beast for me." The winged beast appeared but was swiftly taken down by Tan Tian in the blink of an eye. This time, Baiying was on the verge of collapse. He frantically summoned various monsters, a fierce dragon charging forward. But as soon as the dragon poked its head out, it got hit squarely in the face, its eyes nearly popping out. The gigantic dragon was swiftly buried before it could even react. Tan Tian, the demon, held a genuine dragon meat orb in his hand, facing the trembling puppets of Baiying. Now it's your turn. The two puppets, helplessly summoned, clung to each other, pleading, Tan Tian, we know we were wrong, please spare us. Yes, Tan Tian, please let us live. Go down to hell and repent. In an instant, Tan Tian's fist flew towards them, not giving them a chance to fight back. Outside the Qingye mountain range, massive bolts of energy rained down from the sky, causing the ground to explode. The surrounding domain vanished, and Tan Tian wore a mysterious smile. The timing couldn't be more perfect for the dragon vein to emerge, huh? Baiying and Sii Chao are both sprawled out on the ground, knocked out cold. Who knows if they're dead or just passed out? The thunder and lightning in the sky are getting louder, and suddenly, the massive silhouette of a dragon appears in the high mountains, quickly spotted by the surrounding cultivators. Turns out, this dragon vein isn't a wasted trip after all. A crowd of people is rushing through the forest, flying toward the dragon vein. Among them, there are definitely some standout figures. Haha, this dragon vein is definitely ours from the Hun Yuan Empire. Those without business here better clear the way for me. I am Kun Yuan, hailing from the Kun Yuan Empire. We can't let the dragon vein fall into his hands. If it does, the other sects of our Hun Yuan Empire will be in deep trouble. One is the ancestor of the Failong sect, and the other is the ancestor of the Phi Tin Valley. The ancestor of the Tian Dao sect and the ancestor of the Xianbing sect are also fiercely competing for this precious dragon vein. This dragon vein belongs to my Xianbing sect. You better step aside. What are you talking about? Why does it belong to you? Then let's settle this with a fight to see who gets the dragon vein. Everyone here represents major forces in the cultivation world, so they can't just talk it out. They have to battle it out in the end. In the blink of an eye, a sharp spear with a golden light suddenly appears, wielded by a young man. Kun Yuan easily dodges the unexpected attack. The newcomer is none other than Xiao Zhan, the general of the Haotian Empire, who sternly questions Kun Yuan. You dare to come to my Haotian Empire and act so brazenly? Get out! And what if I don't? Just because you're Xiao Zhan, the general of the Haotian Empire, you think you can stop me? Stop the Kun Yuan Empire from taking the dragon vein? You're asking for it. Not only does Xiao Zhan attack, but the elders from other sects in the Kun Yuan Empire also immediately draw their weapons and charge in. Facing the onslaught from everyone, Kun Yuan remains calm, using his magic. Every time there's a delicious dish, these pesky flies come buzzing around. Do you even realize how annoying you all are? In an instant, Kun Yuan summons his weapon. His power is no joke. He easily knocks away everyone's weapons and pushes back all the attacks. General Xiao Zhan struggles to defend himself, quickly retreating. Explosions erupt from Kun Yuan's attacks, and at this moment, only General Xiao Zhan can hold his ground with his strange spear in hand. So you think a bunch of shrimp can stop me? That's just wishful thinking. The battle was so intense that Tan Tian's crew just hid and watched from the sidelines. Hey, should we jump in? Hold on, let me see. His power is at the 3rd level of the Emperor Realm? Tan Tian said, eyes glued to Kun Yuan unleashing his might next to the dragon vein. Yao Lang, is he the Emperor Kun Yuan? When asked by his master, the girl shook her head. No, but he's the brother of the Kun Yuan Emperor who attacked me years ago. His name is Kun Yuan. The brother of a rival, huh? Hearing this, Tan Tian seemed to boil with rage, his aura suddenly turning deadly, making Zhong Wu jump in surprise. The two warriors clashed their sharp spears together, and the fight grew fiercer by the second. You scoundrel Kun Yuan, don't even think about laying a hand on the dragon vein. Kun Yuan laughed menacingly while fighting. This isn't up to you. Whatever I want, I always get. You've done so many evil deeds in the past. Today, I will kill you. Facing that threat, Kun Yuan smirked. You really don't know your limits, you little pest. In an instant, his spear flickered in and out of sight, and waves of destructive magic enveloped General Xiao Zhan. This was a move meant to sweep away thousands on the battlefield. The attack was so brutal that General Xiao Zhan felt like he was suffocating, his eyes trembling in fear. This is bad. He's too strong. Suddenly, General Xiao Zhan was slammed into the ground by Kun Yuan, creating a massive explosion that echoed like thunder, leaving everyone deafened. In that moment, the battle was over, and only Kun Yuan stood victorious. A thunderous flash caught his eye as he looked towards the illusion of the dragon and smiled excitedly. Finally, it has appeared. Look! The water spirit dragon vein is emerging. Amidst the cheers, the dragon vein took shape, revealing the image of a gigantic water dragon with a gem on its forehead. Ni, help me up. We need to seize the dragon vein. No way. You're too injured to move. This old man was so badly hurt he could barely move, yet he still dreamed of the dragon vein, proving just how crucial it was for cultivators and sects. At that moment, as the dragon vein formed, Tan Tian quickly signaled to charge, and Zhong Wu shot forward like an arrow. As soon as he entered the fray, he wielded the imperial weapon, that blade, and unleashed the ultimate technique of the sect, the reincarnation slash. The intense energy, like flames from hell, made Kun Yuan tense up, gritting his teeth, as yet another rat showed up. The moment their weapons clashed, an explosion of shockwaves rocked the entire forest, filling the air with smoke, fire, and dust. Zhong Wu's fierce attack pushed Kun Yuan back in the blink of an eye. Realizing he was facing a formidable opponent, Kun Yuan asked seriously, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I'm the one sent to kill you on behalf of my master," came the reply. "You dare to ruin my plans? You want to die?" Kun Yuan unleashed an even greater power than before. The spear in his hand radiated a blinding light, and Kun Yuan began to unleash his most powerful technique. This was the Celestial Star Spear technique, and with a cold voice, he summoned a barrage of lights like shooting stars aimed at Zhong Wu from above. Facing the falling shooting stars, Zhong Wu continuously swung his weapon, the pig-slicing blade, to cut them down. Although Zhong Wu's level was a notch below Kun Yuan's, he managed to hold his ground temporarily thanks to the power of his weapon. But after blocking one wave of attacks, another barrage of shooting stars fell, forcing Zhong Wu to take the situation seriously. The continuous explosions made it hard for the old man to keep up the defense. With eyes filled with killing intent and his sharp spear descending from the sky, Kun Yuan thought, "You're strong, but as long as you can't get close, you have no chance. Just die already." From above, the forest was engulfed in a sea of red smoke and dust, painting the sky. As the smoke began to clear, Zhong Wu's pig-slicing blade was now stuck in the ground, and the old man was kneeling, panting heavily. No wonder he was a seasoned warrior. This relentless assault was simply impossible to defend against. Just then, another voice rang out, bursting with power, "Don't worry, my friend, I'm here to help." The old man with red hair looked up in surprise. It turned out that General Xiao Zhan, who had been pushed back earlier, was now rejoining the battle and seized the opportunity to attack Kun Yuan from behind. Xiao Zhan's sharp spear immediately unleashed his family's ultimate technique, the 100 Battles Spear Technique, a skill that had allowed him to dominate the battlefield for years. Kun Yuan had to turn around to defend against Xiao Zhan's attack, and the general shouted to Zhongwu, "Now's your chance." Zhongwu nodded, seizing the moment, "Leave it to me." Instantly, the old man with the red hair charged in, unleashing the power of the imperial soldiers and executing the ultimate technique of the Dragon Roar Blade. Facing the onslaught from these two masters, Kun Wanxian found himself at a serious disadvantage, gritting his teeth in frustration. It was infuriating, but even with both of them attacking, they were still no match for me. He truly was a terrifying powerhouse, able to withstand the fierce attacks from two otherworldly beings. The three of them were locked in a fierce battle in the distance. Tan Tian pulled out his trusty pot and handed it to Xiao Ru, saying, "It's our turn to shine now. Xiao Ru, take us to the dragon vein. With Zhongwu holding the head of the dragon, we should head to the tail of the dragon vein where we might find our chance." But while no one was paying attention, the three of them, under Xiao Ru's guidance with the flying pot, soared towards the tail of the dragon vein. Upon reaching the tail of the dragon vein, they discovered it actually originated from a small cave. Who would have thought the dragon vein would come from this cave? At the tail of the dragon vein, fierce battles were raging as people fought fiercely for dominance. Damn it, why do they have to compete with me? We're all the same, so if you know what's good for you, just let me have it. Wait, someone is approaching the dragon vein. The sudden shout from an opponent made the other fighter turn around immediately. The man in white, upon turning his back, was kicked by his enemy. Being distracted in battle like that left the man in white unprepared, sending him flying away. "I told you, you're no match for me. Who taught you to look around while fighting?" After taking down his opponent, the man in gray immediately looked up and shouted at Tan Tian, "You little brat, even if you had a day, you wouldn't be able to seal the dragon vein, so just scram." Hearing this, Tan Tian smiled, realizing he was being underestimated. Ignoring the fighters outside, the flying pot dove into the cave where the dragon vein was emanating from. As soon as he set foot on the ground, Tan Tian instructed in Yao Lang to stay outside and guard the cave entrance. Then, he did nothing but call up his system interface. "Alright, next up system, get to work and seal it." In the blink of an eye, as Tan Tian commanded the system, a massive sealing formation emerged, enveloping the entire small mountain where the dragon vein was located. The phantom of a gigantic dragon, symbolizing the power of the dragon vein, thrashed in the sky before gradually shrinking down. The strange phenomenon disappeared, and the dragon vein was no longer visible in the sky. After the sealing system finished with the dragon vein, it was snatched up by Tan Tian. Meanwhile, Zhongwu's crew was still locked in a fierce battle, with no clear winner in sight. Even though he was in the thick of it, Kun Yuan kept his focus on the dragon vein, so when it vanished, he noticed right away. The swordsman from earlier thought there was no way Tan Tian could seal the dragon vein, but just a few minutes later, he got slapped in the face with reality, leaving him utterly shocked. After being sealed, the dragon vein transformed into a stunning pink gem, brimming with incredible power, easily grasped by Tan Tian in his palm. At the same time, the system announced that the task of transcending had been completed, breaking the seal, and the rewards included 2 types of imperial-grade weapons and a supreme secret technique for controlling corpses through demonic sound. The first imperial weapon was the 9 Heavens Mysterious Transformation Blade, a pill furnace that could boost the success rate and quality of imperial-grade elixirs. The second was the Celestial Hammer, a forging hammer that could enhance the success rate and quality of imperial-grade weapons. The Supreme Demonic Sound technique allowed control over corpses through demonic sound, limiting the level of the corpse to below supreme. For every week spent, 1 additional corpse could be controlled. After reviewing all the rewards the system granted him, Tan Tian suddenly broke into a smile and sighed, feeling a long-lost sensation that was simply amazing. Your Lord Tan is back, and the released spiritual energy caused Tan Tian's power to surge, making him significantly stronger than before due to completing the transcending trial. In the blink of an eye, Tan Tian transformed into a streak of shimmering light, soaring through the night sky, standing out brilliantly against the darkness. That streak of light aimed straight for Kun Yuan, launching an attack. As soon as he joined the fray, Tan Tian summoned his supreme life and death sword and unleashed his ultimate technique with a fierce, battle-hungry gaze. Tan Tian resembled a mighty demon god, exuding an overwhelming aura as his sword, infused with destructive power, sliced straight through Kun Yuan's spear. In Kun Yuan's horrified gaze, his sturdy spear shattered in 2 with a single strike. What? My original dragon spear was an advanced imperial weapon. Just as he was left dumbfounded, Zhong Wu and General Xiao Zhan seized the moment to unleash their ultimate techniques, aiming to take him down. In a nail-biting moment, Kun Yuan scrambled to dodge, but he was clearly at a disadvantage, surrounded by 3 powerful foes. He quickly summoned a temporary energy shield to block Zhong Wu's assault. However, it didn't last long. The shield shattered, and he was slammed face-first into the ground, causing a small explosion. Dust swirled around Kun Yuan as he wearily stood on the ground, staring at the 3 figures before him. If you want me dead, then let's all go down together. Kun Yuan's face twisted into a frenzy as he summoned a golden talisman crackling with terrifying lightning. The talisman unleashed a storm of destructive bolts, and Kun Yuan began to chant an incantation under his breath. Suddenly, a massive talisman identical to the first appeared behind Tan Tian, causing Zhong Wu and Xiao Zhan to gasp in shock. This is the ancestral 9 calamities thunder talisman of the Kun Yuan Empire. Zhong Wu shouted urgently, "Young master, run!" The power of this talisman is even more terrifying than a full-force strike from a peak realm expert. Tan Tian merely smiled and shook his head. It's useless. This talisman is already locked onto me. No matter where I run, I can't escape. The only way out is to kill Kun Yuan before the spell activates. So the life and death sword was drawn once more, charging straight at Kun Yuan below. With a resolute heart, Tan Tian merged with his sword, transforming into a shooting star descending from the heavens like a meteor shower. The sharp tip of his sword plunged directly into Kun Yuan's chest, while he was powerless to react. Blood began to flow from Kun Yuan's mouth, but his eyes were wild with madness. "Ha ha ha, it's too late, you're definitely dead." At the same moment the sword pierced his chest, a torrent of lightning gathered in the sky, radiating a destructive aura that threatened to obliterate everything. The speed of the lightning was terrifying, appearing instantly behind Tan Tian, and in that moment, he couldn't dodge, or rather, he couldn't escape at all. A colossal bolt of lightning struck where they stood, sending shockwaves that threatened to shatter the very ground beneath them. And Yao Lang screamed in panic, calling out for her master. Immediately, she soared through the air towards her master, with Xiao Ru hastily following behind. Dust filled the air, and small bolts of lightning still flickered across the ground. "Master, are you okay?" In the rubble, Kun Yuan lay unconscious, and Tan Tian was bleeding profusely. Tan Tian lay in his disciple's arms, coughing up blood, and this was perhaps one of the worst injuries he had ever sustained. Seeing her master in such dire condition sent Yao Lang into a frenzy as she frantically searched for healing elixirs in her pockets. "Master, what happened? Please don't let anything happen to you." One hand supported her master while the other pulled out a potion, ready to help him drink it. A round pill with healing properties and the ability to suppress sorrow was placed in Tan Tian's mouth. In a daze, the guy swallowed the pill, and suddenly, Yao Lang's tears fell onto Tan Tian's face. After a while, he gradually regained consciousness and exclaimed, "What's going on? It's so salty." "Master, are you okay?" Tan Tian reached out to touch his disciple's tear-streaked face, sighing, "You silly, why are you crying?" "Stop crying, master is fine." At that moment, the little fox and Xiao Ru rushed to the scene of the rubble, worried. "Tan Tian, how are you feeling? Are you okay?" Tan Tian struggled to move his numb leg and weakly replied, "I'm fine. I've made you all worry, so don't panic anymore." Saying that, he sat up, grasping his supreme life and death sword. Looking at the motionless Kun Yuan in the distance, Tan Tian sighed wearily. Thankfully, he had the immortal body and the supreme life and death sword to lessen the damage, or he would have really died here. With one hand he used the sword to prop himself up and stand. "All right, everything here is done, let's go. Kun Yuan, you will finally pay the price. Soon, I'll take you to the Kun Yuan Empire." In Yao Lang's bewildered gaze, Tan Tian spoke while reaching out to her. The girl quickly wiped away her tears and took her master's hand. "Master, I will go with you." After the great battle, Tan Tian followed General Xiao Zhan to a scenic spot in the Hao Tian Empire for him to undergo tribulation. Xiao Ru and Yao Lang anxiously stood at a distance, while Tan Tian stood alone on a high platform suspended in midair, facing the rolling thunder. With such serious injuries, is it really okay for Tan Tian to undergo tribulation now? Although Yao Lang had great faith in her master, she couldn't help but feel worried at this moment. Suddenly, a girl with silver-white hair appeared, jumping onto Yao Lang's back, saying, "I can't believe you all came to the Hao Tian Empire without telling me. If it weren't for General Tiao, I wouldn't have known you were here." And Yao Lang was astonished. "Qing, why are you here?" "And because the master wants to undergo tribulation here, the war general was worried and reported it up the chain. At the same time, a stunning lady in a flowing dress stepped forward, scolding the impudent one for being so disrespectful, especially since she was a princess of a nation. Mo Qingqing smiled back, saying it was no big deal. After all, Yao Lang's mother was not a stranger. It's true that this girl has never really matured, so please don't mind her. This beautiful lady is none other than the Empress Bingquan of the Haotian Empire, a super powerhouse at the third level of the Emperor realm. As her mother arrived, Mo Qingqing became serious for a moment, and introduced her as the mother of the Empress Wenquan. The Empress smiled at Yao Lang, having heard a lot about her from her daughter, so she could call her Aunt Mo Huin as well. Immediately, Yao Lang bowed and greeted Aunt Mo Huin. Mo Qingqing smiled, saying Yao Lang was being too polite. Look at General Tiao. He didn't even bother to greet them. Suddenly called out, General Tiao panicked and clasped his hands, apologizing for his rudeness to Empress Bingquan and the princess. Just as everyone was chatting and getting to know each other, thunder and lightning began to tear through the peaceful night, startling everyone. It's starting, Empress Bingquan said sternly, looking up at the sky. But this thunder tribulation is no ordinary one. It's not like the usual Emperor realm tribulations at all. Hearing the Empress say that, Yao Lang was taken aback, realizing that in her previous life, the tribulation she faced when she ascended to the Emperor realm wasn't nearly this powerful. Stay safe, Yao Lang silently urged herself. Above the platform, the area around Tantian was surrounded by a protective energy barrier, resisting the smaller lightning strikes. The guy also looked serious as he gazed at the sky, where the thunder tribulation was brewing. It seemed this time it wasn't just an Emperor realm tribulation. It was mixed with the tribulation of his very flesh and blood. The first bolt of the thunder tribulation began to descend, aiming straight for the top of Tantian's head. That bolt easily shattered the protective energy barrier but veered off course, striking somewhere else nearby. The impact sent dust flying everywhere, and from within the cloud of dust emerged a humanoid lightning figure. Seeing this, Tantian exclaimed in shock, "Is that a lightning being?" It turned out that the heavenly tribulation had transformed into the shape of a person, and this was the legendary lightning being. Empress Bingquan was utterly astonished to witness the lightning tribulation taking form. This was something she had never heard of before. The one most worried at this moment was Yao Lang, as she completely didn't understand why her master's tribulation had undergone such a significant mutation. According to what Tantian knows, this world has never seen a thunder tribulation transform into a human during the tribulation. Bro, did you run to the wrong place? There are no mysterious figures here, just a bunch of red-furred folks. The humanoid form of the thunder tribulation kept twisting and gradually looked more human, mumbling the words Tantian just said. The name, the red-furred name, the whole body is just red fur. A few seconds later, the face of the thunder tribulation kept morphing and transformed into Tantian's shape. Tantian was startled. "You turned into me?" The humanoid thunder tribulation said nothing more and immediately lunged forward with a deadly grin. "This battle looks interesting." Tantian grinned with excitement, and launched his attack. Their fists, packed with the strength of both, collided violently. The shockwave from the impact caused an explosion that left everyone stunned and terrified. After the first strike, both were pushed back a distance. This guy's physical strength is no joke, Tantian thought to himself. Right after that, he transformed his hand into a claw and unleashed the Great Freedom Transformation Dragon Claw. A golden dragon claw appeared, aiming straight at the humanoid thunder tribulation to attack. The fierce dragon claw pierced through the thunder tribulation's arm, leaving it dazed. But in the blink of an eye, that arm twisted and transformed back to normal. The thunder tribulation stared at its arm and broke into a smug smile. Then, its arm unleashed a destructive force, and it began to perform the eternal indestructible body technique. Just as Tantian suspected, this guy was a product born from the tribulation and his own physical tribulation. The humanoid thunder tribulation continued to transform, morphing into a dragon made of thunder, which was its ultimate technique, Thunder Transformation Dragon. Facing the gigantic dragon charging at him, Tantian smirked. "Let's see how I counter you." With a mighty roar, he summoned the phantom of a creature called Hong. According to the strange arts, in the Eastern Sea, there's a beast named Hong that can devour dragon brains, diving down from the sky with incredible ferocity. When battling a dragon, this creature would spew fire that stretches for several yards, making it unbeatable. Seeing his dragon unable to compete with Tantian's Hong Phantom, the Thunder Tribulation quickly summoned another phantom. The Thunder Tribulation Great Eagle, a massive golden eagle soaring through the sky with a melodious cry. The giant rock had just appeared and easily took down that monstrous beast. "So this time it's the golden-winged rock, huh? Well, bring it on. Tan Tian quickly figured out the rock's natural enemy, and continued to unleash his magic. The Great Self-Transcendence Technique. According to Zhuangzi's Carefree Wanderings, in the north there's a fish called the Kuan, which is so massive it's said to transform into a bird named the Ping. Seeing this colossal Kuan, even the thunderstorm was taken aback. The Kuan was transparent all over, with eyes like little suns, exuding an overwhelming aura thanks to its gigantic form. The gigantic monster immediately swallowed the rock whole, and its destructive power made the entire tribulation platform tremble. A massive explosion erupted, and the images of both monsters vanished. This is bad, the tribulation platform is about to collapse. No way, the Hao Tian Empire's tribulation platform is super sturdy, reinforced with boundless spiritual energy, designed so that those undergoing tribulation can do so without worry. When Princess Mo Qingqing said this, she wasn't even sure herself, because the situation on the tribulation platform was truly unprecedented. The overwhelming power of the thunderstorm caused several pillars to snap. Facing the thunder avatar that looked just like him, Tan Tian smirked and taunted, "What's the matter? If you've got any skills, show them all. Come on." The thunderstorm, shaken from the blow, roared in anger, "You're pushing me. You're making me desperate." The ultimate form of the thunderstorm erupted, immediately unleashing its most powerful force with the intent to completely annihilate Tan Tian. Tan Tian was left dumbfounded by its actions. "Hey, I told you to show your skills, not to go all out like that." The humanoid thunderstorm moved faster than ever, closing in on Tan Tian with its fist raised. Tan Tian was stunned, his body frozen, realizing he was in deep trouble. In an instant, the thunderstorm landed a powerful punch on his cheek, sending him flying backward. Just as it landed one punch, it immediately followed up with another. But Tan Tian wasn't one to back down. He quickly activated his eternal indestructible body and counterattacked the thunderstorm. The two of them exchanged blows, either gaining the upper hand. The more they fought, the more the thunderstorm lost its cool, now roaring like a beast. "Get ready for my overload electric blast," it shouted, charging forward. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, merging with the power of the thunder tribulation, enveloping Tan Tian and causing the tribulation platform to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. And Yao Lang shouted anxiously, "Master!" A turtle shell appeared, protecting Tan Tian's body from the fierce assault of the humanoid tribulation. More like a gigantic turtle, it roared continuously, and its sturdy shell gave Tan Tian a moment to catch his breath. The humanoid thunder tribulation smirked disdainfully. "You think hiding in a turtle shell will help you survive this tribulation? If that's the case, you're underestimating me," it said, and in the blink of an eye, the thunder tribulation split into 3 identical Tan Tians. Tan Tian shook his finger with a smile. No, I only used the turtle shell to buy a little time. But since you've split, I guess I'll just have to draw my weapon." With a mischievous grin, Tan Tian immediately summoned his supreme weapon. The 3 thunder tribulations gasped in fear upon seeing the sword, shouting, "Wait! That's a supreme weapon! This isn't fair. This is just a copy to accompany a bit of physical tribulation." Tan Tian, unfazed by their complaints, retorted, "Weapons are part of a cultivator's strength. This is totally fair. Now don't blink, because you're about to witness the sword technique of the heart sword decision at the Emperor level." A strange light flickered, illuminating the confident figure of the young man, marking the first time Tan Tian combined Emperor-level power with his sword technique. Time seemed to freeze as countless streams of energy converged and erupted from his small body, causing the air around him to crackle with sound. The world suddenly transformed in everyone's eyes as countless petals fell, and the entire space was enveloped in an endless field of pure white flowers. The gentle fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and a soft breeze playfully tousled their hair, feeling incredibly real. The female Emperor Bingquan couldn't hide her astonishment. "He's creating a formation all by himself?" As the Lotus Immortal formation of the Heart Sword decision took shape, Tan Tian skillfully directed fierce streams of sword energy toward the 3 humanoid thunder tribulations, forcing them to struggle to create a protective barrier. "Quick, let's create a protective shield. If he's forming a battle alone, his spiritual energy will be drained quickly. We just need to hold out until he exhausts his energy. This sword formation will shatter on its own without needing to attack." Seeing their response, Tan Tian smiled confidently. This Lotus Immortal formation, once set up, could continuously draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish what was consumed. Thus, the layers of sword energy flowed endlessly, leaving you with no chance of victory. At that moment, the thunder tribulation was on the brink of collapse. Hearing this, they couldn't believe it and shouted, How is that possible? The power of the formation grew more intense, and with one final, full-force strike, it successfully shattered the protective barrier of the three Thunder Tribulation beings, engulfing them in a wave of sword energy. A massive explosion erupted, sending a pillar of light soaring into the sky, blowing away any living beings that got too close and leaving them severely injured. Luckily, this was the Tribulation platform. If they had fought on the ground, an entire mountain would have been flattened. As the dust settled, the dark clouds began to dissipate, allowing rays of sunlight to shine down on the earth once more. Everything fell silent. The Thunder Tribulation had passed. Tantian let out a sigh of relief, landing on the ground, and at that moment, the system interface announced his successful ascension to the Emperor Realm. Congratulations, host, on your ascension to the Emperor Realm. Your reward is the Supreme Tao Secret Technique, the first level of the Great Tao Resonance, which can instantly enlighten a person and only works the first time for each individual, with a side effect of weakness for 3 days. The next reward is the Transcendence Technique, upgraded to the 16th level, and the Demon Sound Control Technique, upgraded to the 2nd level. Finally, it seems like it's all come to an end, huh? Just as he was marveling at his achievements, a girl's voice rang out from behind. Congratulations, new Heavenly Tao friend, on your ascension to the Emperor Realm. Starting today, the world has gained another powerful emperor. Listening to the congratulations from Bingquan, the female emperor, Tantian smiled and politely acknowledged her. Mo Qingqing stuck out her tongue and gave a thumbs up to him. Tantian, you're super awesome. Hey, don't call me uncle. Got it? Suddenly, a soldier's urgent voice echoed from afar, reporting a serious situation. General Xiao Zhan looked at the soldier rushing towards him and asked, "What's got you so panicked?" The soldier ran while relaying the news. The demon clan from the Qin Yun territory is gathering. According to our scouts, the Black Dragon of the Weak Emperor is preparing to attack our Qin Yun city. Please, General, hurry to the rescue. Hearing the report, General Xiao Zhan pondered the name Black Dragon. Just then, Tantian stepped forward, raising his fist. "Tao friend, are you coming with me? I just ascended to the Emperor Realm, and I want to test out my new powers." Bingquan, the female emperor, nodded. "If you're interested, let's go see what this Black Dragon from the Demon Clan is capable of." Seeing this, General Xiao Zhan patted the shoulder of the exhausted soldier, reassuring him that there was no rush in Qin Yun and that everything would be fine. The young soldier wondered why that was the case. It's because today the dragon is out and hasn't checked the royal calendar, so bad luck is on the way. The sky was a brilliant blue, with birds soaring through the air, and by the way, how much is dragon meat selling for today? Meanwhile, in Xinyan City, all the soldiers residing there were on lockdown and ready for battle. The bows and divine crossbows were positioned by the soldiers, all set to take aim. Lift your spirits, but take it slow for me. Load all the storm arrows into the protective barriers, and unleash all the magical artillery as well. Even though these weapons might not do much against the Emperor, it's better to have something than nothing. So, General Xiao Zhan organized everything neatly and commanded the soldiers to get to work. On one side, the soldiers were prepping their weapons, while on a sandy tower in the heart of the city, the sound of chanting echoed, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an ancient celestial realm. As the ancient incantation resonated, the spiritual energy began to gather, forming beautiful, drifting clouds. The forces of heaven and earth were in motion, and the waters flowed, keeping all things in harmony. Here, several esteemed elders of Qin Yun City worked under General Xiao, channeling their power to create a formation. As the energy continued to accumulate, the life force formation began to activate, and with a commanding shout, a solid barrier enveloped the entire small city. At this moment, if one stood within the city and looked up at the sky, they would see it seemingly divided by shimmering panes of glass, flickering with a gentle light. The ordinary citizens and cultivators residing in the city were astonished, realizing that a great enemy was approaching. That's the general situation. Everything is ready. Whether for attack or defense, we've got it all covered. General Xiao Zhan reported all preparations to the Empress. Empress Bingquan praised the general's meticulous arrangements, saying he did an excellent job. "This is my duty. There's nothing to commend, Your Majesty." The Empress nodded but suddenly asked, "General, I heard that your weapons were damaged by Qin Yuan during the battle for the Dragon Vein. Is that true?" "Yes, that's right. Therefore, I plan to seek Master Bai Li to forge a semi-imperial weapon for me. However, I'm not sure if it can be completed in time for the upcoming battle." The female emperor was feeling pretty stressed out because, aside from worrying about whether they had enough time, They also had to think about whether they could actually forge a set of imperial weapons. After all, even Master Bailey couldn't guarantee that they could create those weapons for sure. While chatting and sipping tea, Manhwa chimed in, "Hey, I think I can help with this, Tan Tian." The female emperor raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Tan Tian calmly set his green tea cup down on the table, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Well, I guess it's time to show off a bit today, huh? Zone Wu, I promised you last time, and I'm going to deliver this time," Tan Tian said, causing Zone Wu to gasp in surprise. "Really, sir?" Receiving a nod of confirmation from Tan Tian, the old man was so moved that he immediately knelt down, bowing his head in gratitude. Mo Qingqing leaned over and whispered to Yao Lang, "Yao Lang, does Uncle Tan really know how to forge weapons?" "Absolutely. Not only does our master know how to forge weapons, but the ones he makes are top-notch," one of the girls replied. Meanwhile, Tan Tian had already dragged Zone Wu off to forge weapons, leaving the female emperor completely in the dark. A little while later, in the backyard of the fire cliff, where Tan Tian was temporarily staying. At this moment, the guy was going wild, relentlessly hammering down on a heated piece of celestial metal with his massive hammer. "Check out my heavenly hammering technique." The onlooker stood by, eyes wide and mouths agape. "Princess, I'm not blind, right? That hammer Tan Tian is using is a top-tier imperial-grade weapon." "You're not blind, I see it too." They weren't blind, but the Bingquan female emperor was definitely losing her sight. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was, it seemed like Tan Tian was actually forging an imperial weapon. With the female emperor's excited gaze fixed on him, a dazzling sword with fiery patterns finally emerged, radiating a 5-colored glow. "Success! Finally, I did it! Not bad, not bad, it looks way better than before. Let's call it the Flame Sword. Mom, it's really an imperial weapon! And it only took a few hits to shape it. Truly a master." Tan Tian admired his creation for a moment before tossing it to Zone Wu, who was crying tears of joy. "Thank you, young master. Zone Wu will definitely climb mountains and dive into flames for you. Xiaozhan, your specialty is the spear, right?" Hearing his name, General Xiaozhan stood up straight and replied, "Yes, senior." Seeing General Xiaozhan about to receive the legendary weapon, Mo Qingqing immediately clasped her hands and pouted, "Big brother, I want a legendary weapon too." "All right, no problem, everyone gets a share." So, in the backyard, the sound of the hammer striking metal echoed day and night. From morning till night, and from night till dawn, Tan Tian tirelessly forged away, growing more skilled with each passing day. 9 days later, the guy finally let out a sigh of relief because everything was done. He had successfully forged 2 legendary weapons. This one is a high-grade weapon called Pink Fluffy Bunny meant for Mo Qingqing. And this one is a high-grade weapon called Fortune's Embrace for General Xiaozhan. When they received their weapons, both were puzzled about why Tan Tian's weapon was named Pink Fluffy Bunny while the general's was called Fortune's Embrace. The names were just too weird. Tan Tian was filled with pride because no one could bear the humiliation of being taken down by a pink fluffy bunny, or a Fortune's Embrace. That night, after the legendary weapons were completed, everyone had to say their temporary goodbyes. "Goodbye, Uncle Tan Tian. Let's catch up again when we have time." As everyone dispersed, Yao Lang stood at the shop's entrance, gazing at the night streets, prompting Tan Tian to bring out a cloak, saying, "Little shrimp, go inside. It's really cold out here." The girl had just recovered and was already overexerting herself. She couldn't afford to catch a cold. Although her worries were a bit excessive since cultivators at the legendary level couldn't catch colds like ordinary folks, Tan Tian was still very touched. Thus, Tan Tian stared intently at his female disciple's face. He looked so much that Yao Lang felt shy and asked, "Master, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Tan Tian smiled, "Just a little bit of beauty." "Oh my, you're joking again. You don't look like a master at all." "Ha ha, what good is looking like a master anyway?" Suddenly, a pink head burst in from nowhere and lunged at Tan Tian, startling him. He quickly reached out to catch by Xiaoru. "Xiaoru, what's wrong?" The little fox, with teary eyes, looked extremely worried and panicked. "Tan Tian, help. It's urgent." Tan Tian's voice turned serious. "What happened?" "My little sister sneaked out to find me, but halfway, she was captured by the Imperial Guards." The beautiful girl spoke while tears streamed down her face, looking utterly pitiful. The scene shifted to a dense forest where the trees were so thick that the moonlight couldn't shine through. A huge fire was lit, roasting an enormous leg of meat. A humanoid beast was munching on a leg while asking, Qi Xiang, are you sure Bai Xiaoru will really throw herself into the trap? Qi Xiang, sitting beside with his silver-white hair, nodded in agreement. Bai Xiaoru and her sister Bai Xiaoxiao have always been as close as two peas in a pod, so when Bai Xiaoru finds out that Bai Xiaoxiao has fallen into our hands, she will definitely come to rescue her. The white-haired guy from earlier, named Qi Xiang, and the beast that looked like a tiger or lion was Mock Thursday, who was chewing away while marveling at the bond between sisters, truly admirable. Behind them was a girl with a fox tail, blindfolded and hanging from a tree branch, struggling to break free. The little fox, tightly blindfolded, suddenly sensed something and shouted in her heart, Sister. At that moment, Xiao Ru's group appeared. And Yao Lang immediately jumped up, using his sword to cut the rope binding Bai Xiao Xiao, causing her to fall to the ground. Below, the heavenly fox, Miss Bai, was already waiting and rushed to catch her sister. Qi Xiang didn't even glance at them, calmly wiping his mouth. See? Didn't I tell you they'd arrive? Mock Thursday tossed aside the leg it was holding, proving Qi Xiang's meticulous planning. Saying that, it quickly pulled out a pair of boxing gloves and slipped them on. This beast was like a professional boxer, flexing its arms and getting ready. Then let me take this delicious feast to the kitchen and cook it up. Enemies clashed, and the battle erupted instantly with a fierce attack from the old man Zhong Wu and his newly acquired weapon. The earth shook with a devastating force, but Mock Thursday easily dodged. Qi Xiang, seeing this, wondered why there were still people helping. Didn't these guys fear retaliation? His attack was blocked by the old man, making Mock Thursday extremely cautious. Tan Tian, hearing his question, smiled and explained, Your intel is outdated by a few years. You don't even know who's around Xiao Ru, yet you dare to come for an assassination? Qi Xiang nodded, We've been in seclusion for 100 years, just recently coming out, but it doesn't matter. Killing you and taking Bai Xiaoru away is the same either way. Zhong Wu stared intently at their every move. Be careful, it seems these guys are seasoned experts. Meanwhile, Tan Tian remained relaxed, shaking his head. No need to worry. Qi Xiang seized the opportunity to unleash his domain, transforming the surrounding space into a chessboard under a starry sky. He opened his eyes, glancing at Tan Tian with a smug smile, taking in the familiar scenery. It seemed your domain has been completely overshadowed by mine. But you can't really blame yourself. After all, I'm at the second level of the Emperor realm while you're just at the first. He said this while casually waving his hand, causing a flurry of black and white chess pieces to appear. The pieces seemed to be pre-programmed, effortlessly falling into their designated spots, forming a strategic formation. As the last piece settled into place, the chessboard erupted with immense power, yet all that energy couldn't touch Tan Tian, who shielded himself with his own energy. Tan Tian shook his head dismissively, rolling his eyes at the boring domain. Have you ever thought that I see you as too weak to even use your domain? You talk too much. No matter how strong your defense is, in my infinite domain, you're just decoration. The white-haired guy was brimming with confidence in his own domain. Tan Tian's gaze was filled with deep meaning. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out soon enough. Enough chatter. Qi Xiang pinched a black piece in his hand and chanted a spell. The endless pieces unleashed a boundless slaughter, and in an instant, the chessboard seemed to be pierced by countless blades, launching a fierce attack straight at Tan Tian. But the handsome guy easily dodged and summoned his life and death sword, embodying the ancient and eternal transformation. An unnamed flame, like the hellfire of karma, enveloped Tan Tian's hand. Life and death sword, grant me the power of the great Tao, 40 meters. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sword, wrapped in the strange flame's power, shot forward like a magical staff extending. The massive shadow of the sword loomed over Qi Xiang's tiny frame, who was engulfed in terror. What kind of terrifying power is this? The dark, destructive force, combined with the blue flames, created a power greater than the sum of its parts. Total annihilation technique, dual slice strike. With this strike, the ground cracked open, forming a deep chasm, and violent explosions echoed through the forest like the sound of a nuclear bomb. A temporary protective barrier managed to block the aftermath of the battle, but it probably wouldn't hold for long. Just as everyone expected, holding up against this formation wasn't easy, and soon the three thunder tribulations were obliterated as the energy barrier tore apart. A mind-blowing explosion with intense heat made the girls huddle together, trembling. The shockwave pushed the girls back, and Bai Xiaoru hurriedly shielded her little sister. In the blink of an eye, a flowing white and blue robe descended like a celestial being, gently touching the ground. Master, are you okay? Tan Tian smiled, standing in the middle of the formation, waving at one opponent and then the other. The field dissipated, and Qi Xiang was defeated. In another arena, Zhong Wu was fiercely battling the beast of the pulse. The speed of the beast was terrifyingly boundless, causing Zhong Wu significant trouble. "Sword Master, you're really strong. Fighting you ignites my passion," the beast of the pulse laughed as it immediately launched a punch. Facing that fierce attack, Zhong Wu had no choice but to raise his imperial weapon to defend himself. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Wu shot back, "You're not so young yourself." Where the two clashed, a massive explosion erupted, forcing both of them to stagger back. With the beast's immense strength, it easily regained its balance and looked at the old man. "You're quite formidable, and that blade in your hand is impressive too, but sadly, you're getting old," the beast of the pulse smiled. The sharp blade, accompanied by destructive currents of electricity, aimed straight for the beast's head. However, the creature easily ducked to avoid it. One of its punches effortlessly pushed Zhong Wu back. "Your weak attacks lack the youthful vigor, old man." Zhong Wu was now panting heavily, and things were looking grim. It felt like this beast had endless stamina. Facing the old man, the monster's eyes glinted with malice as it launched another powerful punch. "How many of my strong punches do you think you can withstand?" With a single blow, Zhong Wu was sent flying, crashing against the mountainside with a thunderous sound. The violent impact made the mountainside seem like it would split in two, and Zhong Wu was completely on the back foot. Seizing the opportunity, the beast lunged to attack, aiming to finish off its opponent. However, right in front of it, a rift suddenly appeared like a portal to hell, and a gentle voice echoed. "Transcendental self-transformation, dragon claw technique." Along with the voice from the swirling rift, a golden dragon claw suddenly emerged. The intense atmosphere left both My Thursday and Zhong Wu in a serious state, unable to hide their shock. In the blink of an eye, that golden dragon claw was right on top of My Thursday, making it hard for him to breathe under the immense pressure. He barely had time to scream in terror, "What the hell is this?" before the dragon's claw completely engulfed him. Instantly, the surrounding realm began to shatter and fade away. Tan Tian landed softly on the ground, a relaxed smile on his face. "It's all over now." Meanwhile, the old man Zhong Wu was left dumbfounded, wondering what just happened. After all, both of those guys were seasoned experts, yet the master took them down with just one move? At that moment, Bai Xiaoru rushed into Tan Tian's arms, sobbing, "Thank goodness you're here. I don't know what I would have done." Tan Tian patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "It's okay now. I've taken care of both assassins." Just then, Bai Xiaoru remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right, I almost forgot. I forgot to introduce you. This is my little sister, Bai Xiao Xiao." The fox girl felt a bit tense as her sister introduced her, but then she looked at Tan Tian and asked, "Sister, is this guy my brother-in-law?" As the moonlight began to appear in the night sky, the group fell silent at Bai Xiao Xiao's question. It was quite a shock that her proud sister, the esteemed princess of Qinqiu, was hugging a man. She thought, "I have to go back and tell everyone about this." Bai Xiaoru hurriedly stopped her little sister. "No, it's not what you think." The little girl seemed pretty shocked that her sister had a guy, and she started to cry, making Bai Xiaoru frustrated as she tried to explain, "You little brat, don't say nonsense. He's not my brother-in-law." "Huh? If he's not your brother-in-law, then what is your relationship?" Bai Xiaoru was about to answer, but suddenly panicked, unsure how to respond because her relationship with Tan Tian couldn't exactly be called a servant. If she revealed the truth now, she'd have no face to meet her little sister again later. This tricky situation made Bai Xiaoru's brain feel like it was about to explode. What am I going to do? Life as a fox is so tough. The next day was bright and refreshing, and everyone seemed to be in a good mood. Early in the morning, and Yao Lang asked Tan Tian if she could take Bai Xiao Xiao out for a stroll and promised to be back home soon. Zhong Wu, seeing this, grew worried, thinking there were many shady characters in the city. Should he secretly protect them? Tan Tian shook his head, looking at his teacup. "No need. They're just going for a walk in the city. Nothing will happen. Moreover, we already handed it over to Yao Lang. I wonder what he means by that." Given Tan Tian's mysterious demeanor, and in his teacup, I can see Bai Xiao Xiao's face. Meanwhile, on the street, the little girl is looking around, curious about everything and asking her sister what this is. The shopkeeper immediately introduces, "Little miss, this is a specialty of our region, the exquisite Manhwa. Just one sip of this wine, and you'll be guaranteed to sleep like a log." Isn't that impressive? Hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkle with excitement. "So amazing! I want to buy this. I want to buy this." Bai Xiaoru quickly steps in to stop her. No way, little one. You can't drink alcohol. Let's go home, and I'll buy you some candy instead. But it seems Bai Xiao isn't interested in candy at all. Just as she finishes speaking, Bai Xiaoru notices in Yao Lang's strange expression. Yao Lang, what's wrong? Is something up? Hearing this, the girl becomes serious. It's nothing. I just ran into an acquaintance. You take Xiao out to play first. I'll be back in a bit. With that, and Yao Lang chases after the person she mentioned, heading towards a forest outside the city. It's a young man in a bright red robe, the color of fresh blood, darting through the branches, with an Yao Lang hot on his heels. His movements are incredibly graceful, as if he's walking on solid ground while leaping from branch to branch. Eventually, the young man realizes he's being followed and jumps down to the ground, stopping. Hey! You should stop. You've been tailing me for quite a while now, he says. He is the son of the Shuiyu clan leader, named Shui Qingquang. Seeing him stop, and Yao Lang halts as well, standing opposite him. Shui Qingquang eyes the beautiful girl warily and asks, Who are you, really? And Yao Lang smiles, The one who's going to kill you, of course. Today, taking your life will be a nice little profit. As soon as she finishes speaking, she summons her imperial soldier, and unleashes a wave of killing intent. Although he doesn't understand why this girl wants to kill him, Shui Qingquang isn't scared at all. In fact, he finds it amusing. If you want to play that way, I can capture you and torture you for answers. Without further ado, as the battle begins, and Yao Lang unleashes her powerful move, the heart sword technique. Shui Qingquang senses the extraordinary strength of this girl and doesn't underestimate her. He summons a source of energy as red as blood in his hands, executing the Shuiyu technique. One is as red as blood, the other as cold as ice, clashing violently against each other. The entire space around them was quickly engulfed by two powerful forces. The aftermath of this battle easily severed the surrounding trees, leaving onlookers in awe and fear, as the sharp sword energy clashed against the eerie, undefined blood power. And Yao Lang's eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent, and the imperial weapon in her hand was pushed to its limits. Shui Qingquang, son of the ancient Shuiyu, it's time for you to die. The sword intent field, combined with the energy flowing through the girl's body, spread outward, creating a realm where ice-carved swords surrounded Shui Qingquang. Seeing this, Shui Qingquang, who had been calm, suddenly turned pale, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. The sword intent field, with its terrifying destructive power, easily inflicted severe injuries on Shui Qingquang. Countless sword intents relentlessly slashed at his body, causing him to scream in agony. No, this isn't just a field, it's a simulated realm of sword intent. If this continues, I'm going to die. I need to find a way out. Shui Qingquang's mind raced, desperately hoping for a chance to survive as he coughed up blood. Struggling to withstand each piercing sword energy, Shui Qingquang silently screamed, Someone save my son! Please! Father, save me! His life was fading fast, and he could no longer hesitate, urgently calling for his father. Moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted in the forest, and a shadowy figure appeared. A bright red energy barrier emerged just in time to shatter in Yao Lang's sword intent field, and the newcomer asked, Who are you? Why are you causing trouble here? How dare you try to kill my son? The newcomer was a strange figure, appearing ghostly and unstable. And Yao Lang was secretly astonished. This was just a spirit, yet she recognized him as one of her three enemies, the ancient Shuiyu. Seeing his father's spirit arrive, Shui Qingquang quickly smiled with excitement. Father, catch her. I want to play with her a bit longer. All right, my son, she's just a beautiful, weak girl, came the reply. Feeling their disdain, and Yao Lang smirked in contempt and suddenly snapped her fingers. You think you've won? Come forth and hold Shuiyu back for me. At her command, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, wielding a sharp spear. The figure emerged from behind Shuiyu, and its familiar silhouette startled everyone. With a single, effortless move, the protective energy barrier of the Blood Elder was shattered. The eyes of the person appeared soulless yet chillingly cold, immediately launching an attack without any hesitation. The spirit of Shuiyu, the old master, was taken aback as he summoned his blood spear, but he was still pushed back by that person. At that moment, Shuiyu could clearly see the face of his attacker, causing him to gasp in shock. Kun Yuan, why are you attacking me? Facing him was the bizarre visage of Kun Yuan, with stitches crisscrossing his face. To answer why he was here, one must recall that fateful night when Kun Yuan fought against Tan Tian. Just as they were about to leave, and Yao Lang asked what to do with Kun Yuan's corpse. Tan Tian looked at the intact body and smiled, saying he had a clever way to make use of it. It was a reward granted by the system, the supreme secret technique of necromancy, allowing control over corpses through the necromantic power of the body. For every level he ascended, he could control an additional corpse. Thus, Tan Tian controlled Kun Yuan's corpse and set it to protecting Yao Lang, while Shui Yu was held back by Kun Yuan, allowing in Yao Lang to deal with his son at ease. A powerful sword aura, infused with the essence of death, crept up behind Shui Qingquang, making his eyes widen in terror. The spirit of Shui Yu cried out in alarm, warning, "This is bad. It's dangerous, get out of the way." The sword technique shattered the spirit, with countless powerful sword auras enveloping Shui Qingquang, causing his body to crack and blood to stain the air. Shui Yu let out a pained scream, "Not my son! Get away from me! Get away!" He roared, summoning all his strength to push Kun Yuan back, but it was too late. "This is just the beginning, Shui Yu. Everything is far from over." Hearing these words, Shui Yu stared blankly at his son's corpse. "Sooner or later there will come a day when I send you off to join your son, so get ready for it." The arrogance of Yao Lang and the grudge of killing his son filled Shui Yu with immense rage. "You'll pay for this, woman." "Humph, I'll be waiting for you," Shui Yu retorted. Meanwhile, in a distant tower, the sound of someone screaming like a beast echoed. A wine jar was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. "My son will definitely take revenge for my child, I swear." Turns out this guy is the real deal, the true form of the old Shui Yu, and he's smashing everything around him like a madman. And then there's Kun Yuan. I need to track down that Kun Yuan Empress to get the scoop on what's going on. That night at the painting realm, everyone started heading back. Tan Tian and the crew were just strolling back, and I told my master, "Hey, I just took out the son of that old beast." A calm night passed, and before you knew it, the day had arrived. But today was special because the city of Qingyun was greeted at dawn by a swarm of monsters filling the sky. The people of Qingyun heard this loud and clear and immediately opened the defensive formations to surrender. "If not, I'll turn this place into a bloodbath." The guy in the black robe with 2 horns is the Black Dragon Demon Emperor. "Surrender or die, surrender or die." The voices of the demon soldiers echoed through the sky like a well-trained army, creating a terrifying pressure that left everyone stunned. In the garden of the painting realm, the stove was grilling some delicious fish. "My friend, looks like the Black Dragon has arrived." Tan Tian reminded the Empress, "Smells amazing, he really knows how to pick his moments." "Alright, let's go meet him then." At that moment, Zhongwu brought over a jar of wine. "Hey, this wine was just brewed. No worries, we'll be back in no time. Just remember to flip the fish so it doesn't burn." A little later, at the gates of Qingyun, General Xiao Zhan shouted in fury, "All you treacherous scum, die!" Tan Tian and the Empress arrived to see the bloody scene and wondered, what happened? "Xiao Zhan, why are you covered in blood?" "Your Majesty, Mr. Tan, some factions in the city, including the Xingmu Trading Association, one of the 2 major trading guilds, thought we would lose, so they planned a surprise attack on the city lord and opened the defensive formations to surrender to the Black Dragon Demon Emperor. So in my rage, I personally led the team to wipe out these traitors." The Empress's voice turned cold. "You did well to kill them, but how dare they think of betraying the Hao Tian Empire? Their deaths are no loss." Tan Tian smiled. "Well, I guess it's my turn to step in now, right?" "Exactly, we'll be counting on your mighty power, Mr. Tan." The Black Dragon Demon Emperor soared through the sky, keeping an eye on the city gates, and suddenly noticed someone quietly stepping out. They actually sent out a nobody to die. Has the Hao Tian Empire run out of people? Where's General Xiao Zhan? The Black Dragon's voice dripped with disdain. Tan Tian tilted his head back, looking at him with a smirk. "Xiao Zhan is chilling in the fish mining city. I'm not here to hand over my life. I'm here to take yours, you dragon." Noticing the hidden fury on the face of the Black Dragon Demon Emperor, Tan Tian thought to himself, "Gotcha, the bait's taken." Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor stared at Tan Tian, astonished that a nobody dared to act so cocky. "Today, you'll learn what it means to speak your doom," he declared, then swiftly descended from the sky to the ground. "Die, you nameless brat!" As the Demon Emperor charged in for the attack, Tan Tian just smiled and nodded, thinking, "Now we're talking. A ground battle is where the fun begins." The supreme life and death sword appeared in his hand. "If we were still up in the sky, this move wouldn't hit, but now? You're just asking for it, Demon Emperor." A massive 40-meter blade of power surged forth. The mysterious black sword in Tan Tian's hand suddenly elongated, radiating terrifying power that made the Black Dragon Demon Emperor flinch. But it was too late. With a casual swing of his long sword, Tan Tian effortlessly severed the Demon Emperor's body. Even in his final moments, the Black Dragon Demon Emperor couldn't believe he had fallen so quickly. A catastrophic explosion filled the air with dust and smoke, obscuring the battlefield from view. The demon soldiers and generals hovering in the sky couldn't believe their eyes. What just happened? The Black Dragon was killed in an instant? How is that even possible? After taking down the strongest opponent with a single move, Tan Tian turned his gaze toward the demon soldiers and generals above. Now it's your turn, you little lackeys. The sword technique he unleashed with that impossibly long sword left the demon soldiers and generals utterly dumbfounded. With one slash, he cleaved through them all. Now, the sky was devoid of demons, only filled with clouds and the aftermath of a fierce explosion as they scattered. This was an unavoidable attack. Even those at the Emperor level were wiped out in the blink of an eye, let alone these demon soldiers. The sky erupted like a stunning fireworks display, while the soldiers and General Xiao Zhan, watching the battle from the city walls, stood there, mouths agape. Incredible! Is this really the power of an emperor? The female emperor beside him smiled knowingly and said to Xiao Zhan, "You handle the cleanup. I'm off to enjoy some grilled fish with our friend here." The female emperor had just finished speaking when she suddenly vanished, leaving General Xiao Zhan scratching his head in confusion. Wait, wasn't the teacher still on the battlefield? But when he looked towards the battlefield, there was no sign of Tan Tian anywhere. Where did he sneak off to so quickly? The fragrant liquor flowed like a cool mountain spring as Zhongwu gently poured it into a cup, filling the air with a delightful aroma. "The fish is perfectly grilled now. You should try the skin, it's the best part," Zhongwu said, and just like that, the two of them blinked and returned. "Hey, the two of you are back. I've already poured the wine. Zhongwu, come on, dig into the grilled fish." The three powerful experts enjoyed the delicious fish and fine wine in a serene setting, with gentle smoke wafting from the grill. They had been drinking since morning and were still going strong as the sun dipped low. The female emperor's voice had turned slurred from the drink. "Your skills in wine are truly impressive, my friend." "Here's to you." "Ha, Tan, we're out of wine," Zhongwu exclaimed. "But there's more wine. Hurry, bring it out. Those two look anything but innocent right now." Zhongwu, he's completely wasted." The old man lay sprawled on the ground, clutching a wine jug, surrounded by a sea of fish bones. "Zhongwu, wake up. We're out of wine," Tan Tian said proudly. "I didn't expect your wine to be this strong, even the experts are tipsy." Hearing this, Tan Tian patted his chest with pride. "Of course. I used a ton of spirit fruits with the good wine and then refined them together. I kept refining and refining until I created this divine brew." Bingquan, the female emperor, was astonished. "You can refine pills too?" Tan Tian blushed and nodded. "Of course. Creating emperor-grade elixirs is a piece of cake." The female emperor smiled knowingly. "Ah, I see." In the blink of an eye, 3 years had flown by, and one early morning, and Yao Lang and Bai Xiaoru were shouting at the top of their lungs to wake Tan Tian up. "Master, get up. Stop sleeping already. Today is Qing Qing's succession ceremony. You can't be late. Hurry up." Xiaoru helplessly brushed her teeth for Tan Tian, and today she had become the pinnacle of beauty. Over the years, Mo Qing Qing had always been seen as a senior or mentor. If he showed up late, it would break her heart. After 3 years, and Yao Lang had also reached the pinnacle of his strength. The girls had prepped Tan Tian for the ceremony, but they all made excuses to ditch him and let him go solo, which made Tan Tian grit his teeth and curse his so-called sisters. In the end, the royal entry-exit token and a bag of luggage were tossed out onto the street along with Tan Tian. The door slammed shut, cold and indifferent. At that moment, Tan Tian, a second-tier emperor, was kicked out by his own disciples, left bewildered and in tears. Today was a festive day for the empire, with crowds gathering in the capital of Haotian to celebrate the princess's ascension to the throne. Inside the princess's chamber, Mo Qing Qing was chatting with her mother, who mentioned that her rise to power was due to her good relationship with her uncle. "That's right, that guy is a pill master who can concoct top-tier elixirs and a blacksmith who can forge imperial weapons. Plus, your breakthrough to emperor level was thanks to his elixirs, so we definitely need to keep good ties with him." Mo Qing Qing, having just broken through to the first tier of emperor level, looked a bit down after hearing her mother's words. Sensing her daughter's mood, the empress comforted her, saying, "Don't overthink it. Besides your relationship with that guy, your own abilities are top-notch, and that's what really matters." That's why I chose you to be the Empress. Outside the palace, as Tan Tian approached the gate, he was immediately stopped by the guards. Halt! The capital is a restricted area. You can't just barge in. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Tan Tian widened his eyes and pulled out the token he had received from the Empress last time. Upon seeing the token, all the soldiers around panicked and quickly bowed, saying, "We greet you, esteemed one. Please enter." Looking at the token in his hand, Tan Tian couldn't help but feel that having a token wasn't so bad after all. So he strutted in, whistling happily, completely oblivious to a girl up ahead who had noticed him. That girl was Xiao Ming, the daughter of Xiao Zhan, one of the 4 great clans of the empire. Spotting Tan Tian, she called out, "Tan Gongzi." Caught off guard by the call, he realized it was a stranger and asked, "Do you know me?" "I'm Xiao Ming, daughter of General Xiao Zhan," she replied. Hearing this, Tan Tian was taken aback, realizing how grown-up Xiao Zhan's daughter had become. After clarifying their identities, the two chatted happily, while a rat-faced guy lurking nearby grumbled, "Damn it, I can't hear anything. Who the heck is that little pretty boy? And yet, he dared to get close to my Xiao Ming. This guy with the rat-like teeth is Gong Yusa, and the scene of Tan Tian chatting with Xiao Ming just makes him green with envy." The sound of the bell rang out, signaling the soldiers to let everyone know they could continue entering the grand ceremony. Hearing the bell, Xiao Ming immediately signaled to ring it, "And we could go in now, Tan Gongzi." So, one by one, the guests lined up, waiting to enter the grand hall. This is a special luminous pearl offered to congratulate the new empress. The supervising official received the gifts from the guests, and noted that the Bai family donated a luminous pearl. Seeing everyone prepared with gifts, Tan Tian suddenly panicked because he forgot to bring a congratulatory gift. How embarrassing! Those 2 girls, Yao Lang, didn't remind him at all. The rat-faced Gong Yusa stood in line behind Tan Tian, suddenly breaking into a hideous grin that was just awful. I immediately stepped up beside him and scoffed, "You little white-faced brat, which family are you from? You didn't bring a congratulatory gift, did you? You're really embarrassing your family. Gong Yusa, shut your mouth. Do you even know who Tan Gongzi is?" The rat-faced guy immediately smirked. "I know all the famous young masters in the Haotian Empire. But this young master here, I don't know him. His flimsy appearance is making everyone around laugh, which is making Xiao Ming super mad." Tan Tian ignored these people and placed a piece of paper on the table, saying, "This is my congratulatory gift." "A piece of paper? Really?" Tan Tian nodded, confirming it, leaving everyone around confused and bewildered. Gong Yusa tried to stifle his laughter, but he couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "Haha, a royal heir like you only gives a piece of paper? I see you came here just to mooch off everyone, right? You're killing me with your poverty and shamelessness." As he laughed, he maliciously stared at Tan Tian, thinking, "This time, I'll make you lose all your face." A stranger next to Tan Tian whispered, "Hey, bro, why did you offend Gong Yusa? He's a well-known young master. If you really crossed him, you should apologize." In the grand hall, everyone was gradually taking their places, with the higher positions being closer to the front. At the very top was the Empress's seat, followed by the 4 great families and the royal family. After that were the positions of the high-ranking officials, and the spot for that little white-faced guy wouldn't be at the door, right? Ha. At this moment, Tan Tian pointed up and asked why there were 3 dragon chairs at the very top. Gong Yusa shook his head in disdain, saying that a small family clan is just a small family clan, and you can't blame him for being so naive. Those 3 dragon chairs included one for the Bingquan Empress, one for the new Empress, and the last one was for Master Tan, the top-tier weapon master. Only someone like Master Tan would have the right to sit alongside 2 generations of Empresses. Hearing this, Tan Tian's eyes lit up. "Oh, so it's for Master Tan. Someone like you is lucky enough to witness the brilliance of Master Tan. That's already a blessing from 3 lifetimes, Gong Yusa remarked with a smirk, while Tan Tian casually strolled forward, leaving everyone puzzled. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tan Tian gracefully sat down on one of the dragon chairs. A smug smile spread across his face. Sitting on a dragon chair was indeed a different experience, so comfortable. Seeing this, Gong Yusa was taken aback and shouted, "What audacity! A trashy little nobody like you dares to sit on the throne of the Bingquan Empress, the new Empress, and Master Tan? Your actions are a direct challenge to royal authority." The crowd buzzed with chatter. "This is the little fool from some family, right? His clan is going to be in big trouble now. Oh, and his gift was a piece of paper saying he got a one-time exclusive weapon crafting deal. I'm dying of laughter." Just then, A middle-aged man stepped forward, coldly stating, "You ignorant brat, this seat is not for you. You deserve to die 100,000 times." He was one of the 4 great families of the empire, Gong Yu Ming, father of Gong Yu Se, who thought this was his chance to shine in front of the new empress and needed to stop this crazy kid. Tan Tian flashed a sly smile at him. "If I'm the ignorant brat, then what does that make you?" His demeanor infuriated Gong Yu Ming, who immediately lunged to attack. "You want to die? Seize this little thief who dares to provoke royal authority with me." Tan Tian just smiled cheerfully, ignoring the father-son duo's attack. In that moment, a powerful force blew away the two, and a cold, furious voice echoed, "How dare you!" The father and son were sent crashing to the ground by the might of the imperial realm. This time, the one who struck was clearly furious, and Gong Yu Ming was heavily injured, spitting blood in pain as he asked, "Why?" Mo Qing, with a grim expression, stood beside Tan Tian and replied, "You dare to lay a hand on Master Tan, the top-tier weapon master, and you're asking why? Why are you even asking about my Uncle Tan?" When they heard this news, Gong Yu Ming and his son were completely stunned. "No way, he's the great Tan." Mo Qing replied coolly, "If you've offended my Uncle Tan, don't blame me for being rude. Starting today, the Gong Yu family will be erased from the Haotian Empire, and all their assets will be confiscated." Gong Yu Ming was shocked and shouted, "Wait! You can't just kick the Gong Yu family out. The Empress Bingquan won't agree." But before he could finish, he got slapped in the face as Empress Bingquan coldly approached from behind. "I agree. In the Haotian Empire, anyone who offends Master Tan is also offending me. No one can be forgiven. From now on, the Gong Yu family will be banned from the Haotian Empire, and all their assets will be confiscated forever. They can't set foot in the empire again." The command from Empress Bingquan hit like thunder, leaving Gong Yu Ming unable to stand. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. "The Gong Yu family is doomed." The prelude quickly faded away, marking the end of an era, and everyone slowly regained their composure to start the ceremony. All the officials and noble families bowed to pay their respects to the Empress. Mo Qing smiled at Tan Tian. "Uncle Tan, today is my succession ceremony. Can I make a ridiculous request?" Hearing this, the girl mischievously stuck out her tongue. "I want to be your disciple." Immediately, Tan Tian nodded in agreement. "Of course. That's no problem at all." With Tan Tian's approval, Mo Qing was overjoyed. "Now we're having fun, right, my silly daughter, the Empress?" Tan Tian nodded in agreement, and then suddenly realized that all the girls he had taken as disciples had become empresses. "It's amazing! The ruthless Empress, the Empress of Chongming, and now the Empress Mo Qing, all of them are empresses." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed at the painting realm. "Master, here's the outfit I bought while shopping the other day. Try it on." Following his disciple's request, Tan Tian immediately changed into the outfit she had just bought for him. The white robe, accented with a thin dark blue layer, made Tan Tian's aura even more mysterious and outstanding. "So, what do you think, Yao Lang? Does this outfit look good?" Seeing the master in his new outfit, Yao Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement, looking absolutely stunning. "He should totally wear this outfit all the time." Tan Tian nodded and flashed a mischievous grin, asking, "So, did you buy anything for yourself? Let me see you try it on." Hearing this, Yao Lang immediately blushed and squirmed. No, I don't want to. Looks like you've got something pretty thrilling. I'll have to keep a closer eye on Yao Lang's room from now on." Suddenly, a beam of white light shot down from the sky, crashing into the house and sending everyone into a panic. Tan Tian quickly reached out to catch the person who had fallen. The two of them put on a dramatic hero-saving beauty scene right there in the room. Qing rushed in, asking, "What's going on?" The beautiful Empress looked at her handsome master in confusion. And Yao Lang couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "How long are you two going to keep hugging?" Hearing her, Mo Qing suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right. Master, help! The Emperor and Shui Yu are teaming up to attack us. Oh my gosh, my poor mother can't handle those two alone." The Empress started crying dramatically. Meanwhile, outside the city, a fierce battle was raging, with Shui Yu unleashing his ultimate techniques, attacking the Empress with relentless fury. Bingquan, the Empress, struggled to defend herself using the Haotian shield. A soft blue light enveloped her, protecting her from the enemy's strikes. At that moment, Yuan, the Empress, drew her imperial weapon and smirked. "Bingquan, you can't take us on alone." Yuan unleashed a sharp sword technique, striking directly at Bingquan's protective barrier. A massive explosion rocked the ground, causing the city to tremble and dust to fill the air. Under the combined might of the two powerful emperors, Bing Quan was severely injured and sent crashing into the city wall. A wise person knows when to yield. Just surrender, Bing Quan. If you submit and hand over the Hao Tian Empire to my Kun Yuan Empire, I'll spare your life and your daughters. That horned woman is Kun Yuan, the Empress. Shui Yu, standing nearby, added with a smile, and you must hand over the woman who killed my son. I know she's hiding in the Hao Tian Empire, and I'll make her wish she was never born. He just finished his sentence when a fierce aura of death suddenly appeared right behind him. Who are you calling a living dead, Shui Yu old man? The ultimate technique of drunken spirit combined with the supreme weapon, the life and death sword, was skillfully unleashed by Tan Tian, summoning a piece of the cosmos filled with destructive power. Instantly, Shui Yu was sent flying, and the powerful sword energy swept across the ground. The old man Shui Yu tried to use his blood artifact, the frenzied tide, to protect himself, but it seemed he was already heavily injured. Tan Tian's fierce sword energy struck the ground, causing a massive explosion. As the dust settled, all that remained at the center was a gigantic deep pit, and Shui Yu had mysteriously vanished. The Empress Bing Quan, struggling to hold her injured body, looked towards Tan Tian and spoke. Tian, you made it. Tan Tian nodded. Mo Qingqing told me you were hurt, so I rushed right over. Kun Yuan, the Empress, glanced at Tan Tian and questioned, this guy is the backup you called for? He seems too weak. Just a first-level emperor thinking he can save the Hao Tian Empire? She said this while planting her sword into the ground. He can only pull off some sneaky tricks like ambushing to push back Shui Yu. If it were a fair fight, he would definitely be no match for Shui Yu. Just as she finished speaking, Shui Yu leaped up from the deep pit. Tan Tian smiled at him, surprised he was still alive. Not bad at all. The eyes of the old Shui Yu were filled with murderous intent. A weak little first-level emperor dared to ambush me? I'll chop you into 100 pieces. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out, teeth clenched like a demon from hell. Streams of energy, like fresh blood, were summoned by him, transforming into a gigantic vine that lunged towards Tan Tian. This was the blood energy turned spear. Hey, can you still move, my friend? Kun Yuan, I'm leaving Shui Yu to you, she said. Of course I can, Tan. You can count on me to handle Shui Yu. Seeing this, Kun Yuan smiled with delight. Things were getting more interesting. Shui Yu had completely lost his mind, not saying a word, just charging straight at Tan Tian. The situation had shifted from 1-on-2 to 2-on-2. Who knows how this battle will turn out? Old man Shui Yu, before we fight, I need to tell you something. Shui Yu's gaze towards Tan Tian was filled with suspicion. The story I want to share is about the death of your son, and it really breaks my heart. It's so tragic, especially since he died so brutally, and it was my disciple who killed him. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu's eyes bulged with rage, as if they might pop out of his head. In this whole mess of your son's murder, I did lend a hand behind the scenes, but you don't need to thank me. With his anger reaching a boiling point, Shui Yu immediately launched a furious attack, cursing, damn it! You will pay for this. I will kill you! Shui Yu's assault was fierce and terrifying, but in the blink of an eye, Tan Tian reacted by using his spiritual transformation to conjure dozens of mirrors to shield himself. Old man Shui Yu, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, just unleash them. Don't hide anymore, otherwise I might think you're just a coward who only knows how to conceal. Tan Tian's body vanished, transforming into the flying mirrors in the sky. You, a lowly junior in the first realm of the Emperor stage, dare to be so arrogant? I'll chop you into 1,000 pieces to relieve my anger. Instantly, he was like a beast provoked, relentlessly using his blood sword against the mirrors, but it seemed to have no effect on Tan Tian at all. The mirrors shattered, yet Tan Tian's image within them remained crystal clear, leaving Shui Yu with no choice but to resort to brute force to destroy them. Haha, your sword skills are pathetic, and your palm techniques are unrefined. So, what are you going to do now, Shui Yu? You've really let me down with your meager skills. I can't believe you've advanced to the Emperor stage. It's a disgrace to the title. You should just go home and get some sleep. The enchanted mirrors circled around him, with Tan Tian's image continuously taunting him, making it impossible for the old man to contain his fury. You little brat, how dare you insult me? I will kill you! Open the Blood Emperor's Hell domain. The area transformed into a scorching, deadly Hell's Cape. Tan Tian stood inside the mirror, looking around in awe, silently marveling. So this is the domain of Shui Yu? A surge of violent energy erupted from Shui Yu, his voice trembling with rage. You little brat, open your domain. I will shatter it and crush you at all costs. I will make you experience utter despair and fear beyond measure. Haughty and ignorant, those are your fatal weaknesses. I don't even need to step into your domain. I can just unleash my skills and shatter your realm. Then, I'll use divine punishment to take you down. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding glass transformed into Tan Tian, who simultaneously unleashed his ultimate technique, encircling Shuiyu with a deadly sword of life and death. Outside, the two women were locked in a fierce battle, and when Shuiyu activated his domain, they both took notice. Kun Yuan, the Empress, smiled. With the domain activated, it seems Shuiyu is finally getting serious. Many little boys helping you will soon lose their minds for you, Bingquan. Bingquan, the Empress, was struggling a bit due to her earlier injuries, but she couldn't hide her stunning beauty and confident aura. Who knows who will win or lose at this point? Back in the hellish lava world of Shuiyu, he now lay flat on the ground, his voice trembling in disbelief. Did I really lose? I was defeated by a kid who's only at the first level of the Emperor realm, and he didn't even bother to open his domain. How is this possible? I can't believe it. If this is just a dream, then please let me wake up. Blood continued to flow from his body, pooling in his blank white eyes. Tan Tian hovered in the sky, smiling. It's all over now, Shuiyu. Prepare to receive my final move, the soul-devouring spirit slash. The sword energy from the supreme weapon, the sword of life and death, in Tan Tian's hand suddenly expanded like a magical staff, aiming straight at Shuiyu. His domain was also shattered by the chaotic force, exploding into pieces. The sudden turn of events made the two empresses, who were battling fiercely, turn their heads in shock to stare at the scene. As the dust settled, Shuiyu floated in the air, leaving everyone confused about what had just happened. His head was now severed from his body, held in Tan Tian's hand. TSK, and he even let his soul fragment escape. But without Shuiyu's body, his soul fragment will be easier to deal with. Sooner or later, I'll find him and send him to the afterlife, just like in Yao Lang. Kun Yuan, witnessing this scene, began to panic. What's going on? Shuiyu, a powerful emperor, was defeated by a mere kid at the first level of the Emperor realm? The one most delighted by this turn of events was definitely Bingquan, who exclaimed, Kun Yuan, it seems the balance of power between our two empires is about to shift. The staff in the hands of the Empress Bingquan began to spin, unleashing the ultimate technique, Bingquan's Wing of Ice. Suddenly, a frost phoenix was summoned, launching an attack towards the Empress Kun Yuan. The situation, which was once incredibly advantageous, flipped unexpectedly, leaving Kun Yuan in a state of fear and gritting her teeth. But she quickly activated the Kun Yuan dragon transformation technique, summoning the illusory image of a golden dragon to battle the ice phoenix. The two creatures clashed fiercely in the sky before exploding into nothingness. Seeing the struggle of the Empress Kun Yuan, Bingquan smiled. Kun Yuan, the words you spoke before are now being returned to you. Just relying on yourself, you can't defeat me and my ally Tan Tian. So, wise ones know when to yield. Surrender the Kun Yuan Empire to my Hao Tian Empire, and I'll spare your life to serve me. At the same time, the head of the elder Shuiyu was tossed to the ground by Tan Tian, and he accidentally stepped on it. Of course, this also depends on whether my disciple agrees or not. Bingquan and Tan Tian advanced, leaving no escape route for the Empress Kun Yuan, making her grit her teeth in frustration. Hearing those words, the Empress Kun Yuan shouted in anger, Don't get your hopes up. Even if my soul disperses, I won't let you humiliate me like this. If that's the case, then let your soul scatter. Tan Tian, lend me a hand, Bingquan said without hesitation, launching her attack. Tan Tian smiled and replied, No problem, I'm on it. The blazing ice torrent of Bingquan and the sword of Tan Tian, devouring the sun and moon, struck from both sides towards Kun Yuan. Two waves of power slammed into her body, causing a massive explosion. And then, the remnants of Kun Yuan's clothing and her sword flew through the sky, marking the end of her glorious life. Time flew by, and half a year later, the Kun Yuan Empire was completely devoured by the Hao Tian Empire. From now on, there would be no nation called Kun Yuan, and no empress named Kun Yuan. Today was a beautiful day in the artistic realm where Tan Tian resided. At this moment, Bai Xiaoru, with a mysterious smile, hurriedly brought the Empress Mo Qingqing to the artistic realm, asking, Why did you call me here? Despite the Empress's confusion, Bai Xiaoru just smiled and led her closer to the shop, as if they had crossed some kind of barrier. Once they crossed that barrier, Mo Qingqing suddenly realized that the entire artistic realm was enveloped by a massive formation, and from outside the barrier, nothing unusual could be detected. The girl stared in awe at the passers-by outside, clearly oblivious to the unusual nature of the shop. A massive, intricate formation loomed with an air of mystery that made people both wary and curious. Today, it wasn't just Mo Qing who was summoned here. Everyone who knew Tan Tian in the Hao Tian Empire had gathered at the Illusory Art Pavilion. Now, the entire Illusory Art Pavilion was etched with countless powerful formations, intricately woven together because Tan Tian was about to unveil a creation that required utmost safety to proceed. From the female Emperor Bing Quan to General Xiao Zhan, and the crew of Xiao Ru, Xiao Xiao, and Yao Lang, everyone felt the gravity in Tan Tian's serious tone. True, but this creation would inflict significant damage on each individual, and he would be weakened for several days. There would definitely be some unknown side effects, which is why Tan Tian had to be so mysterious, and everyone should keep a safe distance from him. Inflicting major damage with unknown side effects sounds pretty risky, right? And Yao Lang couldn't shake off his worry. Maybe we should just leave, Master? Don't worry, I have it all figured out. I possess a secret technique called the Great Tao Resonance, which can enlighten everyone in a single go, but it only works once for each person. So, I hope you all cherish this opportunity. Alright, let's get started. As he spoke, the 7 mystical strings placed on Tan Tian's lap suddenly glowed softly, and his fingers danced over the strings. A vibrant, enchanting melody filled the air, lifting everyone's spirits in a strangely refreshing way. It was as if the whispers of the world revealed the true essence of heaven and earth, allowing everyone to hear the soft murmurs of the beautiful landscapes. All present couldn't help but close their eyes, lost in the mystical tune that held such powerful magic, experiencing a peace they had never known before. It was a state of mind free from desire, longing, resentment, or thought. All senses felt relaxed, immersed in the vastness of the universe. A sense of transcendence, a profound mental state, and a broader perspective began to take shape in the hearts of those sincerely listening to the Great Tao Resonance. The following night, as the Great Tao Resonance concluded, each person experienced different insights, solidifying their cultivation and mental state deeper than ever before. But the one who was undoubtedly the most exhausted was Tan Tian, who now struggled to drag his weary body back to his room. Tan Tian was feeling sluggish, totally caught off guard by how this grand path of ultimate yin was absorbing the emotional baggage of others. All those feelings were flooding into his body, leaving him feeling stuffed yet strangely downcast. As he dragged himself into the room, his tired eyes, clearly lacking sleep, scanned the space, and suddenly, Tan Tian jumped in shock. Turns out, Bai Xiaoru had popped up in his room for some reason. "You're back, Tan Tian? I need to talk to you. My mother's birthday is coming up, so I want to." Just as she was speaking, Tan Tian unexpectedly rushed over and wrapped his arms around her. Bai Xiaoru was taken aback by his sudden move, causing the scroll she was holding to slip from her hands and fall to the floor. In that moment, Tan Tian had pushed Bai Xiaoru down onto the floor in a rather intimate position. Bai Xiaoru's cheeks flushed bright red, her eyes wide with shock as she called out, "Tan Tian, what's going on?" Tan Tian didn't respond but whispered into her ear with a confusing expression, "Why are you here?" "I came to talk about my mother." Hearing that, Tan Tian pressed even closer to her face and soft neck, his warm breath sending shivers through Bai Xiaoru. Feeling something was off, Bai Xiaoru weakly protested, "No, we shouldn't." Meanwhile, little Bai Xiao was peeking in from outside, witnessing the scene unfold. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she watched the 2 figures inside the room getting all tangled up with each other. It was a night filled with stars and moonlight, and who knew if it would lead to some steamy, enchanting moments. A few days later, guided by Bai Xiaoru, Tan Tian, along with her and her little sister, headed to the desolate mountain of the lake tribe. In front of him stood the Qingqiu mountain, and he thought he'd never return here again, thank goodness for her. Tan Tian, nursing a bump from Xiaoru's earlier hit, hurriedly reassured her, don't cry, don't cry. If your friends see you, they might think I'm bullying you." Bai Xiao, confused, chimed in, "But you always bully my sister in bed." "I saw everything." Xiaoru, furious, shouted, Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Tan Tian, and I don't have that kind of relationship." "Brother-in-law, you better control your fierce woman." "I told you, he's not my brother-in-law." "You can't just say whatever you want." "It's definitely brother-in-law, and you're so fierce, like a tiger. You better stop right there." "Brother-in-law, help me, help me." And just like that, the 2 sisters launched into a playful chase around the flying pot, leaving Tan Tian utterly helpless. After crossing the mountain range and stepping into the territory of Qinqiu, the three of them finally arrived at the city of Qinqiu, deep in the heart of the forest and mountains. At this moment, Tan Tian stood in front of a massive statue right at the city gate, puzzled, and asked, "Who is this? This statue is so big, it's a bit self-indulgent, isn't it?" Bai Xiao quickly replied, "This is my grandpa." Oh, no wonder I felt this statue had such an overwhelming presence and majestic aura. Not bad, not bad. My grandpa is Bai Wu Di, the strongest in the Fox clan. 1,000 years ago, he was already a semi-supreme being. Tan Tian had only intended to flatter, but hearing semi-supreme being made him jump. Wow, if he was that powerful 1,000 years ago, then why did Bai Xiaoru have to leave home? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven is even stronger than her grandpa? Bai Xiaoru's face flushed with anger. How could that be? The Emperor of Heaven doesn't even compare to my grandpa. He's just been in seclusion for thousands of years, and the most important thing is, there hasn't been any news about him in the last 1,000 years. The more Tan Tian listened, the weirder it felt. He couldn't help but change his expression, thinking to himself, after such a long time, her grandpa might have ascended to the heavens. Not lingering outside any longer, they began to step through the city gate and truly entered a separate world of the Fox clan. To their surprise, Qinqiu was bustling with activity, like a whole different world. Bai Xiaoru looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so lively because of my mother's birthday celebration back in the day." The Fox clan residents around, upon seeing Bai Xiaoru, were astonished and excited, recognizing her as the Empress. "Look, look! The Empress has returned. Who is that handsome guy next to her? The Empress looks even more beautiful after such a long time. But can she really come back? What about the Emperor's side? They're too much, it's hard to come back." The chatter around made Bai Xiaoru and her companions feel incredibly embarrassed. Just then, a pure white fox with the appearance of a middle-aged man approached, coldly looking at Xiaoru and said, "If you've left, why come back? Don't you know this could bring trouble to Qinqiu, Bai Xiaoru?" This fox is Bai Hao, one of the 5 emperors of Qinqiu, a powerful figure at the 3rd level of the emperor realm. "Uncle, I just wanted to visit my parents and then leave. I'll celebrate my mother's birthday and then go right away." Seeing her flustered, Tan Tian gently placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair. "Stay as long as you want. You guys are afraid of the Emperor, but I'm not scared of them. If they can't protect you, then I will." Bai Hao heard Tan Tian's challenging words and questioned, "Who do you think you are, speaking so boldly in our Qinqiu?" Before anyone could respond, Bai Xiao proudly introduced, "This is my brother-in-law." Bai Xiaoru, furious, shouted to stop her, Xiao, don't talk nonsense. "Uncle, don't believe what Xiao says, she's just rambling." The girl hurried to explain to her uncle, but the sight of him made Bai Xiaoru jump. It turned out that old Bai Hao had soared into the air, ready to attack, his voice filled with rage. "A little brat like you doesn't deserve to be a son-in-law of Qinqiu. You're not welcome here, so leave." Facing the old man's fierce aura, Tan Tian smirked disdainfully. "Whether I leave or not isn't up to you, old man. You little brat, you need to learn how to speak to your elders." The old man summoned a massive fireball in his hand, but his eyes suddenly froze as he looked down. It turned out that both Bai Xiaoru and Bai Xiao had turned pale in front of Tan Tian. "Are you trying to get yourselves killed by defending him?" Bai Xiao defended, "Uncle, I'm not protecting my brother-in-law, I'm protecting you. If he fights, he could take you down with just one hand, and you'd end up as a roasted fox." Bai Xiaoru also turned to explain to Tan Tian, "My uncle isn't in a good mood, so please don't take it personally and just stay calm." Despite their words, the uncle remained determined to take action and wanted to test just how strong this kid really was. In the blink of an eye, the massive fireball was hurled down with tremendous force towards everyone. Bai Xiaoru screamed in horror, "No!" With no other choice in this dire situation, Tan Tian, now furious, smiled and summoned the life and death sword. The fireball crashed down with a thunderous explosion, sending dust flying everywhere and shaking the entire street. As the dust began to settle, a faint silhouette of a fox emerged from the haze. The pale pink phantom of a fox, radiating immense power and bloodline suppression, blocked Bai Hao's attack, leaving him stunned. The old fox's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What is this?" Bai Xiaoru's expression darkened as she used her power to stand before Tan Tian, saying, "Uncle, we shouldn't harm each other here, right? If we do, what difference is there between us? All we know is how to kill each other. We are the Qinqiu clan, and we've always aimed for peace, haven't we?" Bai Xiaoru's fierce and sincere words left the old man Bai Hao stunned, suddenly realizing something important. The subjects around nodded in agreement with the Empress's words. Indeed, she was right. The elder had gone too far. Just as the crowd was buzzing, a fox in a black robe with an imposing voice called out from behind, "Everyone, stop what you're doing." Upon seeing the newcomer, the Fox clan's subjects hurriedly bowed to welcome their clan leader. Bai Xiao excitedly rushed to embrace the person who had just arrived. At that moment, Xiaoru couldn't hold back her tears and called out for her father. The newcomer was the clan leader of Qinqiu, Bai Jianyu, who smiled and hugged his little girl, saying, "Xiaoru, are you safe out there? Why have you come back now and caused such a stir? The people of the empire will definitely find out." Hearing her father's words, Bai Xiaoru felt a wave of sadness and confusion. Tan Tian noticed her expression and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "I brought Xiaoru back. With me here, no one can harm her," Bai Jianyu said, his eyes wide. "You don't understand the power of the empire yet." He then looked at his daughter with a smile. "Well, since you're back, go meet your mother. She's been wanting to see you. In just a few days, it's your mother's birthday party. You should come," he added. Bai Xiaoru was taken aback and asked, "Is that really okay?" Bai Jianyu smiled. "What nonsense are you talking? You are our daughter." Xiaoru's mood lifted like never before. "Yes, thank you, father. I'll go right now." Bai Hao approached his older brother, watching the three of them drift away, unable to hold back his question. "Brother, what if the empire comes looking for Xiaoru?" "Well, just now, Xiaoru showed she has broken through to the emperor realm. Do you know what that means?" Bai Hao was taken aback. So Xiaoru could become a celestial fox. "If that happens, our fox clan could dominate Central Continent without lifting a finger." Bai Jianyu shook his head with a smile, looking at his daughter. "Whether we dominate or not doesn't matter. I just see that Xiaoru is so understanding it breaks my heart. Clearly, her mother has been longing for home. These years must have been tough for her. The empire is getting more outrageous. I haven't fulfilled my duty as a father. For the future of our clan, let's prepare for a full-scale war against the empire." Seeing the determination in Bai Hao's voice, the elder brother nodded seriously and immediately carried out the order. A little later, at a villa deep within Qinqiu city, surrounded by a stunning array of peach blossoms, Bai Xiaoru strolled in and called out for her mother. The breathtaking beauty of the spring fairy, a member of the fox clan named Qing Lan, looked up in astonishment from afar. She was Bai Xiaoru's mother. She was utterly shocked to see the figure she had missed day and night, and her daughter rushed to embrace her. Bai Xiaoru, usually so strong in front of her mother, couldn't help but cry softly, melting into the warm embrace of the woman she loved. "You silly girl, you're back!" her mother exclaimed. "I missed you so much." "Silly girl, you haven't been eating properly, have you? You've lost weight," her mother said, as they held each other tightly, both overwhelmed with emotion, while Bai Xiao stood beside them, holding Tan Tian's hand. Seeing this, Tan Tian spoke up. "Bai Xiao, why don't you go over and hug your mother too?" The little girl smiled and shook her head. "I can come back any time, but my sister can't. That's why mother misses her so much. It's one of the reasons I wanted to sneak away to find her." Hearing the two friends chat, Qing Lan suddenly realized and asked her daughter, "So who is this young man?" Bai Xiaoru smiled. "Oh right, I haven't introduced him to you yet." But before she could finish, Bai Xiao jumped in. "Mother, this is a wealthy young master." "Oh dear mother, don't listen to Xiao's nonsense. This is Tan Tian, the young master who took great care of me while I was wandering in the human world." Qing Lan smiled sweetly. "So he's my daughter's benefactor. How coincidental, my birthday is coming up soon. Young Master Tan, if you don't mind, I hope you can join us." Tan Tian smiled beautifully and clasped his hands. "Auntie, you flatter me. I would be honored to accept your invitation." So, Tan Tian temporarily stayed with the Fox clan, waiting for the birthday celebration to begin. Today was the birthday of Bai Xiaoru's mother, the Lady of the Fox Emperor, and countless Fox clans gathered to celebrate. The chief of the Croc clan wished the birthday lady joy, health, longevity, happiness, and a life filled with smiles. The elders and respected members of the Fox clan all gathered sincerely to celebrate and enjoy the birthday feast with the Fox lady. Qing Lan, beautifully adorned and stunningly elegant today, toasted to each guest, thanking them for attending and wishing everyone a hearty meal. The music began to play, and an array of delicious dishes was hurriedly served by the maidens to cater to the guests. At this moment, Tan Tian was so stuffed that his belly was round, being pampered by the beautiful ladies of the clan. "Young Master Tan, how's the massage? You're so handsome, I just want to get closer to you. Tan Tian's eyes sparkled with delight as he embraced the lovely ladies. The clan's young ladies were indeed enthusiastic. This trip was definitely worth it. Tan Tian was happily enjoying himself, while only Bai Xiaoru was fuming, banging her fist on the table. Mother, how can you treat young Master Tan like this? Mother Qinglan smiled, covering her face. Young Master Tan is a distinguished guest of Qinqiu. Of course, we must treat him warmly. Young Master Tan, are you satisfied? Tan Tian, with dreamy eyes, nodded vigorously, extremely pleased. Ha ha! They were laughing and chatting, while Bai Xiaoru's eyes were blazing with anger. Bai Xiao, noticing this, whispered to her mother, "You're intentionally provoking her. She really likes that rich guy but won't admit it." Qinglan whispered back to her daughter, "I want to push her to meet the man she likes. Remember, when I liked your father, I wasn't the only one. You think I won him over easily?" Hearing this, Bai Xiao asked, "Why isn't Dad here today, Mother?" "Oh, he's discussing state affairs with your medicine. He'll be a bit late." "No worries, let's just have fun without waiting for him." While everyone was chatting and laughing, Bai Xiaoru finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up, leaving her spot. She raised her fist and stepped up to Tan Tian, coldly saying, "Step aside, I'll serve young Master Tan." "Yes, Your Highness." So, the service for Tan Tian switched from soft, lovely ladies to the fiery Bai Xiaoru, who was burning with anger inside. "How's it going, guest? Are you comfortable?" Tan Tian, feeling like he was crying without tears, could only force a nod. "I guess it's okay." At that moment, Bai Xiao gave her mother a thumbs up. "You're the best, Mom." Just as the party was in full swing, an urgent alert rang out, causing everyone to freeze in shock. The clan leader's wife from the Deming has suddenly attacked, demanding we hand over the princess. The clan leader and elders probably can't hold out much longer. The smile on Qinglan's face vanished instantly. She hadn't expected Deming to arrive so quickly. "Xiaoru, stay here and don't go anywhere. Leave this to me and your father. Young Master Tan, if things get out of hand, please take Xiaoru and Xiao and leave." Qinglan's voice was firm and urgent as she stood up, leaving the party. But just as she took a few steps, Tan Tian's voice rang out, stopping her in her tracks. "Stop right there. Qinqiu has treated me so well, I can't just leave. Besides, I have a debt to settle in this realm," he said, his eyes no longer playful but sharp and piercing, radiating an aura that made others wary. At that moment, the gates of Qinqiu city swung open, and the group of the Lake Emperor stood facing off against the group of the Imperial Realm. The elder of the Imperial Realm, named Tan Sam, with his long beard, called out to the Lake Emperor, "Bai Jiangyu, I have one last question for you. Will you hand over your daughter or not?" Bai Jiangyu and Bai Hao, despite being in terrible shape, defiantly shouted back, "You can forget it. Even if we die, we won't let you step into this city. Don't think Qinqiu is afraid of you." Behind Bai Jiangyu and Bai Hao, the soldiers of the Lake tribe lay unconscious. Whether defeated or dead was unclear. The elder of the Imperial Realm smirked disdainfully. "You only have 3 fighters left, and one of them is a cripple. If that's the case, I'll just wipe you all out." In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying demon and lunged at the remaining 3 members of the Lake tribe. Bai Jiangyu quickly began chanting, "Activate the defensive formation. We must protect this place, even if it costs us our lives." Behind Bai Wenwu, the Red Lake immediately set up a barrier. Bai Hao, the White Lake, joined forces with the other 3 to create a defensive formation. The massive demon relentlessly attacked their defensive formation, causing it to tremble and threaten to collapse. The elder's overwhelming power forced Bai Hao and the Red Lake to be pushed back. Bai Jiangyu anxiously watched his 2 brothers but felt powerless to help. In the blink of an eye, the defensive formation was shattered by the monster, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Bai Hao and the Red Lake were sent crashing against the rocky wall, causing it to crack. This time, Bai Hao was seriously injured, and even with his 3rd-level Emperor cultivation, he coughed up blood. The elder of the Imperial Realm smiled menacingly. "Don't bother resisting any longer, brothers. First, I'll take care of the heavily injured ones." With a flick of his wrist, the giant demon surged past Bai Jiangyu, targeting the injured Bai Hao in the distance. Seeing this, Bai Jiangyu panicked and shouted, "Little brother, watch out." The demon's attack closed in on Bai Hao, but due to his injuries, he couldn't fight back. In a moment where life hung by a thread, just as death's shadow loomed, a powerful wave of sword energy suddenly sliced through the battlefield, severing the attacking arm of the demon. Bai Hao thought he was done for, but out of nowhere, This mysterious sword energy swooped in to save him, leaving a look of shock plastered across his face. In the blink of an eye, that sword energy struck again, obliterating the demon's body and sending it exploding into the sky. This sword energy had to be from his father, who had finally made his move. Bai Hao gasped and quickly turned around. Tears streamed down his face as he called out, "Father!" But alas, right behind him sat Tan Tian, casually perched on his flying pot, leaving Bai Hao speechless. Tan Tian, hearing himself being called father, smirked and teased, "What did you just call me?" Bai Hao, still in shock, finally managed to stammer out, "Is it really you? Did you just do that?" Tan Tian looked puzzled and replied, "Who else would it be?" This answer left Bai Hao's uncle frozen in fear. It was hard to believe that someone who hadn't even lifted a finger could unleash such powerful sword energy. At that moment, Elder De Ming turned his gaze toward Tan Tian and spoke up, "Young master, you're from the Fox clan. You don't need to get involved in the feud between Qing Qiu and De Ming. If you leave now, we can overlook what just happened. Besides, I really admire your skills. If you're interested, I'd welcome you to join our ranks. The vast resources and connections of De Ming will be at your disposal, ensuring your life will be nothing short of glorious." Facing the elder's offer, Tan Tian simply smiled and shook his head. "How should I put this? I absolutely despise old geezers who think they're hot stuff just because they don't trim their nose hairs. So why don't you do yourself a favor and scram?" The elder's expression turned icy in an instant. "I admit, your strength is formidable, but the power of De Ming is beyond your imagination. Moreover, even if you don't care about yourself, you should think about your family." Upon hearing this, Tan Tian stepped down to the ground, energy surging around him. "Do you even know? The thing I hate most is being threatened by others, and using my family as leverage? That's just crossing the line." Flames of fury engulfed Tan Tian as he gripped the life and death sword in his hand. With the technique of transcendent freedom, he summoned the Blood Moon apparition, and with a single slash infused with terrifying power, it transformed into a meteor hurtling toward the De Ming group. Compared to this gigantic meteorite with its terrifying destructive power, the De Ming group was like a tiny ant. The elder of De Ming was so shocked that he shouted, quickly ordering the disciples around to use the Diamond Guardian fusion technique. The combined strength of the De Ming group summoned the phantom of a three-eyed celestial guardian, using one hand to block the fiery ball. The clash of these two immense forces caused the heavens to tremble and the earth to shake, leaving everyone in Qingqiu in a state of panic. The two sisters, Bai Xiao Xiao and Bai Xiao Ru, rushed over and were stunned to see the explosion. They watched as the meteorite effortlessly shattered the phantom of the guardian that De Ming had summoned, sending them reeling backward. "This is bad, it's too strong. I didn't expect Qingqiu to have such a terrifying figure. This person's power rivals our leader. We can't fight this. We need to retreat quickly." The elder, who was initially so bold, immediately realized the danger and hurried to withdraw. Soon after, they used their traditional technique to vanish from the scene, scurrying away like frightened mice. Tan Tian smiled and returned, saying to the leader, "Miss Bai is under my protection. If anyone dares to lay a hand on her, I will wipe out De Ming." With just one move, he had pushed back the entire De Ming army, leaving everyone staring in awe at the young man. "Sister, brother-in-law is so cool. Yeah, he's a true hero." The battle ended swiftly, and everyone began to head back to the feast. In the grand hall, Lord Bai Jiangyu raised a toast to Tan Tian. "Young Master Tan, you've not only taken great care of my daughter, but you also came to our aid in our time of need. On behalf of Qingqiu, I raise my glass to you." Bai Hao, sitting nearby, immediately stood up to toast as well. "Young Master Tan, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I seek to make amends here. Uncle Bai, you're both being too polite. Given my relationship with Xiao Ru and Xiao Xiao, what happens in Qingqiu is my business too. Let's drink." In response to everyone's warm hospitality, Tan Tian happily downed each glass of wine. At that moment, Madame Qinglan whispered to her husband, "Why don't we take this opportunity to discuss the future of Tan Tian and Bai Xiao Ru? Xiao Ru needs a man who can protect her, and Tan Tian has that capability. Moreover, our daughter's heart has already been set on Tan Tian, so let's just consider it fulfilling her wish. In this world, who understands her better than her mother? That's why Madame Qinglan only needs to take one look to grasp her daughter's feelings completely." Hearing the explanation, the emperor smiled and nodded at her. "So let's just decide on this matter. Let's find an opportunity to arrange things a bit, and bring the two kids together." Just as the party was in full swing, two people suddenly walked in. "By brother, we're late, sorry about that. I heard that the Imperial clan was causing trouble for Qinqiu, so I rushed over to help. I didn't expect my brother to have already handled it. Could it be that the old man has come out of seclusion? The man in black was Long Aotian, the leader of the Dragon Clan, and the young man beside him was Long Fai Pham, the crown prince of the Dragon Clan. Bai Jiangyu pointed towards Tan Tian, our honored guest. My father is still in seclusion, but this time we managed to fend off the Imperial clan thanks to the help of young Master Tan Tian. Long Aotian followed the direction Bai Jiangyu pointed and looked at the unfamiliar young man with curiosity. Meanwhile, Tan Tian was still teasing Bai Xiaoru, who had fallen into a deep sleep after just one drink. Long Aotian, the leader of the Dragon Clan, stared intently at Tan Tian and realized that his cultivation was only at the spirit movement stage. Was he hiding his true power? This young master actually has such abilities. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth, Long Aotian praised, while his son Long Fai Pham felt anger seeing Tan Tian getting cozy with Xiaoru. But my brother, in this world, there are only 1,000 days of being a bandit, not a single day of fighting against the enemy. Don't you want to resolve this thoroughly, suffering before enjoying? Hearing his old friend, Bai Jiangyu nodded. Of course I want to, but if it were as easy as saying it, that would be great. Long Aotian stepped forward. To be honest, my son has fallen for the Imperial Princess. If she marries into the Dragon Clan, we are willing to join forces to eliminate the Imperial clan with Qinqiu, removing all future worries for Qinqiu. Long Aotian's eyes were fixed on Bai Jiangyu, sincere, and it was clear he genuinely wanted to marry Bai Xiaoru to his son. The clan elders sitting nearby nodded in consideration of this proposal. If they could truly ally with the Dragon Clan, they might really be able to defeat the Imperial clan. The Imperial Princess marrying the Crown Prince would also be seen as a match made in heaven. The one in a tough spot was Bai Jiangyu. He pondered for a moment before speaking up. As for my daughter's marriage, I won't interfere, as long as she is happy. But the one feeling the most uncomfortable right now is Lady Qinglan, who is fuming because this act is nothing short of a marriage heist. Long Aotian nodded at that, saying if Brother Bai doesn't mind then it's all good. Of course, we brought gifts too. Long Fai Pham, the Crown Prince, was told by his father to open the gift for everyone to see. So, he immediately opened the box he had been carrying on his shoulder all this time. Inside was a precious sword radiating a dazzling 5-colored light that made it impossible for anyone to look away. Everyone at the party gasped in shock, exclaiming that the Long clan was being incredibly generous with such a mid-tier imperial weapon. Amidst the astonished gazes, only Tan Tian suddenly broke into a grin. His laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the grand hall, leaving everyone around him puzzled. The Crown Prince Long Fai Pham shot a cold glare at the young man and asked, "What are you laughing at?" After chuckling for a bit, Tan Tian finally replied, "I'm just laughing at a little mid-tier imperial weapon thinking it can win Bai Xiaoru's heart. You Long folks are really lacking in sincerity." Long Fai Pham, now furious, retorted, "You little brat, do you even know what an imperial weapon is? Don't even talk about mid-tier. Even a low-tier weapon is too good for someone like you." Before anyone could chime in, Bai Xiao slammed her hand on the table in anger. "You're hilarious. My brother-in-law is the most powerful imperial weapon craftsman out there. You don't even know how many weapons he's forged. Who cares about your mid-tier imperial weapon?" The old lord hurriedly intervened, telling his daughter not to be so rude. Tan Tian smiled at Bai Xiao, saying, "Little fox, this guy isn't worth your anger. Do you want an imperial weapon? I can forge one for you right now. It's been a while since I practiced my skills." Bai Xiao was taken aback, pointing at herself and asking, "You mean you'll forge an imperial weapon for me?" Everyone around buzzed with excitement, following Tan Tian to see him forge an imperial weapon. Even though they were skeptical since no one had ever forged an imperial weapon before, they wondered why Tan Tian was so confident. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, only Bai Xiaoru was completely wasted. If Qinqiu really could have an imperial craftsman as a son-in-law, wouldn't that be a huge win? It's not just a little boost, it's like conquering the world. Everyone was eagerly anticipating what he would forge, and while the Crown Prince felt a bit anxious, Long Aotian reassured his son, not believing that anyone could actually forge an imperial weapon. Under the intense gaze of everyone around, Tan Tian stood in front of his forge, yet he remained completely still, unaffected by the gusts of wind blowing past him. At this moment, his expression was a bit awkward as he raised his hand to stroke his chin, pondering something. Long Aotian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Was the young man still hesitating, perhaps looking for an excuse to say that the materials for crafting the imperial weapon were insufficient? Tan Tian didn't deny it and nodded. Indeed, the materials were lacking. Hearing this, the Lake Emperor was taken aback. Could it be that Long Ao Tian had hit the nail on the head? Tan Tian was just sulking, and the husband needed to think of a way to help our son-in-law out of this predicament. Bai Xiao chimed in, asking what materials were still needed. I originally planned to forge a high-grade imperial weapon, but I'm missing the precious crystal mineral. The Lake Emperor quickly responded, Ah yes, that's exactly it. We just ran out of that, right, dear? Yes. Moreover, it's a rare item. Our lake tribe suddenly can't find the last piece. Tan Tian smiled. Well, it seems there's no other choice. I can only forge a mid-grade imperial weapon now. Xiao, you won't mind, will you? Bai Xiao was thrilled. Mid-grade is more than enough. That's fantastic. Meanwhile, the Lake Emperor and his wife were frozen in shock. They had planned to help Tan Tian out, but he was still determined to forge the imperial weapon, leaving them at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoru stepped forward and spoke up, If it's the precious crystal mineral, I have one. It was a gift from my father for my coming-of-age ceremony. I know where it is. I'll take you to get it. Seeing the girl step forward, the prince of the dragon tribe blushed and called out, Xiaoru, oh Xiaoru. Bai Xiaoru, with her beautiful, blushing face, smiled, Tan Tian, let me take you to get the precious crystal mineral. She immediately grabbed the prince's head and pulled him along, while Tan Tian and Bai Xiao hurried to catch up. Sister, you've got the wrong person. You're pulling the wrong guy. Oh my gosh, are my eyes blurry? You've got the wrong person again. After a chaotic chase, they finally found the precious crystal mineral. Not bad. This is the precious crystal mineral. Now we have all the materials we need. Are we really giving him the precious crystal mineral? If Tan Tian messes it up, it would be such a waste. Our daughter has already said that as long as we rely on this favor, we'll help him out. If there's a flop later, just say our girl accidentally married the wrong gem. After all, she was tipsy and didn't know what was going on. Mistakes happen, right? The Emperor and Empress of the Lake came up with a plan to help Tan Tian out of this mess. Emperor Bai Jiangyu was feeling pretty helpless, not getting why the young master had to be so hard to pin down. It's been tens of thousands of years since anyone in Central Continent could forge a top-tier imperial weapon. Why is he so stubborn about it? With a mix of doubt and confusion in everyone's eyes, Tan Tian summoned his divine hammer. Instantly, the massive hammer, crackling with destructive lightning, slammed down onto the forging material for the imperial weapon. Everyone couldn't hide their shock as the power of that hammer was way more intense than they had imagined. The mid-tier imperial sword that Prince Long Fai Fam was holding suddenly started shaking violently. Seeing this, he panicked and asked his father, What's happening, Dad? Long Ao Tian, the clan leader, was just as bewildered, speechless as the sword he carried trembled in response. This was the legendary One Thought Moves 10,000 Swords phenomenon. This hammer is actually a top-tier imperial weapon. Everyone was utterly stunned, unable to believe that this ordinary-looking hammer was indeed a top-tier imperial weapon, something they'd only heard about in legends. Bai Hao anxiously asked his brother, Is this really a top-tier imperial hammer? The emperor was confused but nodded, confirming that only a top-tier imperial weapon could cause such a spectacular phenomenon. Xiao wondered, what's Tan Tian's background? Could he be a descendant of some ancient power? Bai Xiao shook her head, saying she didn't know much, just that he was the junior master of the Kunlun sword sect in the eastern continent. The emperor was once again taken aback. Just a junior master and already this powerful? Is the Kunlun sect really that strong? Not really, Bai Xiao replied. The strongest in the Kunlun sword sect is only at the first level of the same realm. The emperor and Bai Hao were left dumbfounded by her words. The first level of the same realm? While they were chatting, Tan Tian kept hammering away at the forging material with his top-tier imperial weapon. After a tiring effort, he finally stopped. This forging process had drained quite a bit of his energy, so Tan Tian leaned against the forge, grinning widely. It's done! Not too shabby, huh? He said, admiring the sword he had just forged. It was a jade-green sword with silver edges, just like the color of the gem from earlier. Long Fai Fam stepped closer, smirking playfully, Haha, this sword doesn't even have a soul, and you dare say it's decent? What a waste for such a top-tier divine hammer. Tan Tian, looking puzzled, replied, Did I say I was done forging? Why are you in such a rush? With that, he bit his fingertip, drawing a few drops of blood. Then, Tan Tian began to draw a symbol or some kind of character with his fresh blood on the newly forged sword. Now it's really finished, he said, but Long Fi Fam was even more confused. What's the difference? It still looks like an ordinary sword. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. From a distance, a towering pillar of light suddenly shot up from the Qingqiu royal palace, catching everyone's attention. The fierce aura that erupted made everyone shield their eyes, except for those with high cultivation like the clan leader Long Ao Tian, who could stare directly at the light, but only grew more horrified the longer he looked. Everyone realized that the source of this overwhelming energy was the sword in Tan Tian's hand, and the mysterious power was growing stronger by the second. The sword seemed to be infused with the soul, becoming more vibrant and mystical than ever before. Moments later, the phenomenon faded, and the sword returned to its original form, just a bit brighter than before. Xiao Xiao, I've finished forging the sword for you. Here, take it, Tan Tian said, handing the sword to the little girl, Bai Xiao Xiao, after admiring it for a moment. Bai Xiao Xiao gasped as she held the sword. This is the legendary top-tier divine weapon. This feeling is so intense. The energy from the sword mingled with Bai Xiao Xiao, giving her strange sensations. This feeling is electrifying. The spirit energy of the sword is flowing through me. Meanwhile, all the elders of the Fox clan surrounded Tan Tian, showering him with praise and urging him to marry the Empress Bai Xiaoru, their compliments ringing in his ears. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Tan Tian, Long Ao Tian approached Bai Jiangyu, clasping his hands together. I just remembered there are matters in our clan, so we must take our leave, he said. Bai Jiangyu understood and smiled. If there are matters to attend to, I won't keep you, Long brother. Safe travels. And with that, the father-son duo, Long Ao Tian and Long Fi Fam, departed together. The Prince Long Fi Fam couldn't help but feel downcast. Father, are we really just leaving like this? I really like Bai Xiaoru. Shouldn't we try a little harder for this rare opportunity? The prince kept calling out, but Long Ao Tian was completely panicked, trying to figure out what the heck to do. Seriously, anyone could whip up a top-tier imperial soldier with a flick of the wrist. How could he even think about trying hard for that? If only they had had a daughter from the start, then the Fox clan wouldn't be raking in cash like this now. Long Ao Tian collapsed onto the street, looking regretful. I wish I could have a son-in-law like that. Tonight, my dear nephew can just rest in this room. Yes, uncle and aunt, sleep well. Tan Tian didn't get what was going on, but the two Fox nobles shoved him into a room. As soon as he stepped in, he caught a whiff of an incredibly alluring fragrance, and saw a figure peeking out from behind the curtain. This scent, could it be? Tan Tian's face flushed with excitement as he moved closer to the aroma. He gently pulled back the delicate curtain. Behind the curtain was a breathtaking spring scene that kids definitely shouldn't see, with vibrant flowers showcasing a stunningly delicate figure. It turned out the one bathing behind there was Bai Xiaoru. Tan Tian couldn't help but have a nosebleed because she was just too stunning. He stood there, dazed, staring at the girl bathing in the tub. After a moment, Bai Xiaoru finally noticed someone nearby and screamed, grabbing a towel to cover herself. Hey! Why did you just barge into my room? Get out! Tan Tian coughed awkwardly. I'm a gentleman, I didn't mean to peek. It's just that uncle and aunt told me to come in here to rest. Get out right now! Her shrill scream made the whole building feel like it was about to collapse. After a chaotic scene with things flying everywhere, it finally quieted down. Bai Xiaoru was getting dressed while grumbling. My parents must have heard Xiao Xiao talking nonsense again. How desperate are they to make sure I get married? Who would just send their daughter into a wolf's mouth like that? Tan Tian had no idea what had happened when he was drunk during the day, but now he was wide awake. If I want to sleep, I'll just sleep. I'm going to find Bai Xiao Xiao now. Saying that, the girl headed straight for the door, reaching for the handle. But after shaking it for a while, the door wouldn't budge. Tan Tian, with a bleeding head from earlier, advised from the bed, Don't worry, when I came in, they locked the door. We can't get out. This door had been locked from the outside, making it impossible for anyone inside to open it. Bai Xiaoru yelled in frustration, What the heck is going on? While the other three were hiding outside, checking the situation. It was late at night, and since Tan Tian couldn't go outside, he calmly lay down on the bed, saying, Just go ahead, I'm going to sleep first. Bai Xiaoru heard the noise and turned around, only to find him already snoring away. Outside, the warm moonlight bathed the world in a soft glow amidst the dark night. Before long, the night slipped away, welcoming the new day with the sweet chirping of birds that was oh so pleasant. At that moment, someone had unlocked the door to Bai Xiaoru's room. The maid standing nearby blushed, asking, Is it really okay, madam? Qing Lan smiled and whispered, I'm just here to open the door. And to check if the kids are up, she added, peeking her head into the room quietly. Just then, a scream calling for her mother rang out from behind, making Madame Qinglan jump as if her heart might leap out. Qinglan quickly turned around, signaling for silence. In the distance, Bai Xiao was running over, crying because her dad had confiscated the high-grade magic weapon that her master had crafted for her, with Wuda frantically chasing after her, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The commotion outside startled Bai Xiaoru awake in her room. With tears streaming down her face, she rushed in, shouting, "I want my master to take charge. Dad stole my magic weapon." Wuda, not backing down, chased after her, explaining, "That high-grade magic weapon is super powerful. I was just worried you couldn't handle it, so I kept it safe for you." Ignoring him, she burst into the room, causing Madame Qinglan to panic and pull her dress together. "No, Xiao, don't go in there." The three of them stepped into the room, the door wide open. They all froze, staring in shock at the scene before them. It was the sight of Bai Xiaoru, awake and sitting on Tan Tian, in a rather intimate position. The girl, still confused, rubbed her eyes and greeted her parents. "Good morning, Mom and Dad. You two can take your time waking up. I won't disturb you," Madame Bai Xiao said, pulling her little daughter out of the room. The reactions of everyone left Bai Xiaoru utterly bewildered. Only Tan Tian managed to respond, smiling at her. "Xiaoru, with you like this so early in the morning, it's hard for me to keep my cool." Xiaoru suddenly realized how strange her position was and yelled in anger, while the Huda family, stepping outside, sighed, "Why is the noise getting louder? Young people these days." It was one of those chaotic and twisted mornings, and a little later, Tan Tian was sitting by the scenic spot next to the lake, tiredly leaning against a post. The guy was wondering why, even though she was clearly sitting on him, he was the one in the wrong. She even said she definitely wouldn't be sleeping with him tonight. Talk about the heart of a woman being as elusive as finding a needle in a haystack. Just as Tan Tian was lost in thought, Bai Jianyu walked up and called out his name. "Uncle, what brings you here?" The lake deity smiled. "Did you rest well last night?" Mentioning last night made Tan Tian spit out blood, giving a thumbs up and nodding. "Why do you ask?" "I slept just fine." "Good to hear." The lake deity pretended to be calm, but inside he was thinking, "What a load of nonsense. You look like you've been through the ringer." He had to remind the young one to take it easy. He couldn't let it affect his health. After a moment, he sat down next to Tan Tian, saying, "I came to talk to you about the Deming." Even though they had taken a hit from the Xianji yesterday, the Deming definitely wouldn't back down. Tan Tian smiled. "I'm not afraid of them." The lake deity sighed. "Don't underestimate the De Tian Mingzhu. The Deming is not an easy opponent. From what I know, De Tian is currently in seclusion. Once he emerges, he'll likely have the power of a supreme being." Hearing this, Tan Tian had to think seriously because his current strategy was roughly at the supreme level too. If the Deming attacked, even if he could hold off De Tian, the other experts from Deming would outnumber Qingqiu by a lot. In the end, it would still be their side that suffered. With that in mind, he asked the lake deity if it was possible to invite his grandpa, the undefeated champion and the top expert of Qingqiu from 10,000 years ago, to help out. The lake deity looked gloomy at this point because after his father went into seclusion, he rarely contacted him. Even if he could reach out, it wouldn't be easy for him to step in. Tan Tian was even more curious about why he couldn't come out. That's because behind De Tian, there's another royal clan, a family that has been passed down since the ancient mythological era. If my father intervenes, the royal clan will have a reason to get involved, and things will get even messier. After hearing the whole story, Tan Tian nodded. "So that's how it is. Uncle, I think in a few days, I'll take Xiaoru back home. My place is on the outskirts of Zhongzhou, so the Deming people won't easily find us." The lake deity nodded. "If Xiaoru is with you, I'll feel more at ease." But this time, Tan Tian shyly scratched his head and asked if his uncle had any high-grade spirit herbs on hand. "I only have one old 9-leaf spirit herb, which is extremely precious. If you want it, I'll give it to you," the uncle said, secretly thinking he should be polite to his future son-in-law. "That's how we can show our goodwill," the uncle said as he pulled out a small vial containing a tiny spirit herb. The expression on Tian's face turned completely disappointed when he saw the tiny herb, making the uncle feel a bit awkward. "Is that all? Actually, besides refining weapons, I also know how to refine pills. I thought you had a lot of high-grade spirit herbs, so I could make a batch of top-tier pills to share with you," the uncle gasped. "What? You can refine high-grade pills?" Tian took the spirit herb, examined it for a moment, then sighed. "Well, it's low-grade, But it's a pity about this 9-leaf spirit herb. Wait. I just remembered I have a 1,000-year-old spirit disc and a 1,000-year-old soul herb in my vault. I'll go get them now. You must wait for me to come back. Don't rush to refine anything. Remember, wait for me. Watching the uncle rush off, Tan Tian smiled and nodded. Sure, I'll wait. That night in his room, Tian gifted by Xiaoru a box. When she opened it, she was stunned to find a top-tier pill, the most precious in the world. How did you get this? Xiaoru asked, surprised. Tan Tian smiled and replied, I noticed you've been stuck at the first level of the Emperor realm for a while, so I refined a batch of top-tier pills to help you break through. Hearing this, the girl was moved to tears. Refining a top-tier pill isn't easy. It must have taken a lot of effort. You're so good to me. Tan Tian scratched his head. Actually, it wasn't that hard because all the materials were provided by your dad. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest. I'll head out now. After seeing the girl accept the pill, Tan Tian said goodbye and returned to his own room. But just as he turned to leave, a hand pulled him back. This action from Bai Xiaoru left Tan Tian a bit confused as he turned to look at her. The girl shyly said in a soft voice, Don't go. You can stay here tonight. It's fine. Her shy yet adorable demeanor left Tan Tian stunned, but then he seemed to think of something, and his face turned comically lewd. Xiaoru, are you falling for me? Xiaoru, in a fit of rage, transformed into a fierce tiger, roaring, Get out of here, just get out. The quiet night turned chaotic in the place they were staying. The next morning, the familiar flying pot was back in the sky over Qinqiu, taking the three of them away. Xiaoru's gloomy demeanor prompted Tan Tian to speak up honestly. I don't want to leave. Can't we stay a bit longer? The little one shook his head. You can't stay here any longer. Every day you're here puts your family in danger. Plus, if they didn't return, Xiaoru feared Tan Tian would get sick. The guy, clueless, asked, Sick? But I'm as healthy as a horse, how could I get sick? Of course, it's love sickness. Last night, you called out an sister's name in your sleep. Bai Xiao, overhearing this, burst into tears. Brother-in-law, how could you call out another girl's name while sleeping next to one? The books say guys like that are scoundrels. Oh come on, I'm just a master worried about Yao Lang's training, thinking about it by day and dreaming about it by night. Don't overthink it. Xiaoru nodded, and sister has been home alone for a while. She must be feeling really lonely. Your sister doesn't lack weapons. I can also refine pills to help her, but we still need the right herbs. Hearing this, Xiaoru suggested they check out the Lang God Empire. Who knows, they might actually find the right herbs for pill refining. The Lang God Empire is a nation dominated by the Wolf clan, and it's known for its abundant herbs on the prairie. Bai Xiaoru remembered her father once kept a 5-year-old soul herb, which he bought at an auction in the Lang God Empire. After hearing the pitch from the little one, Tan Tian was excited. If that's the case, let's go check out the Lang God Empire. Coincidentally, today in the Lang God Empire, the 1430th auction was taking place. The beautiful host introduced the 1,000-year-old jade lotus, a crucial ingredient for refining a divine nurturing pill, starting at the price of a mid-grade earth-tier pill. The guests below quickly began to bid against each other, eager to snag this precious herb. However, Tan Tian felt a bit disappointed because he thought he could snag something good at the auction, but with the current competition, it seemed like they were just wasting their time. Just then, the system's interface suddenly lit up with a mission notification. The task was to collect the supreme healing herbs, the phoenix fruit and the supreme Dao fruit. The phoenix fruit could be found on the island of love, while the supreme Dao fruit was located at the supreme Dao tower. Tan Tian stared at the system for a moment, then smiled happily. He had been worried about not finding any good herbs, and by chance, he activated a top-tier herb mission. It was like being half asleep and suddenly getting a pillow. This system really knows how to take care of people. At that moment, the auction host put on a mysterious air and introduced the next item. The most spectacular act was about to begin, and the most important item of the auction today was the Nirvana fruit. This item was extremely precious, known for its beauty-enhancing properties and its ability to enhance one's figure. It was a necessary ingredient for crafting the beauty pill. A stunning beauty with delicate hands held the Nirvana fruit, and the illustration showed a girl with a perfectly rounded and radiant figure. Tan Tian nearly had a nosebleed. Just a moment ago, he had said there were no good items at the auction, and it seemed he had spoken too soon. Bai Xiao, sitting next to him, blushed when she heard about the figure-enhancing effects, and stared at her own flat chest. Maybe I should buy this for Yao Lang, Tan Tian suggested. Bai Xiao Xiao chimed in, you want to give this nirvana fruit to Njia? But she's already beautiful and well endowed. She doesn't need it. She thought to herself, look at me. I'm still growing and could really use that fruit. Tan Tian didn't notice Bai Xiao Zhao's strange behavior, and hurriedly explained that the nirvana fruit, when used by an ordinary person, would indeed only have beauty benefits. However, for someone with the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, it could significantly enhance their cultivation potential, even more so than top-tier elixirs. Hearing this, Xiaoru realized that Njia had the Ice Phoenix bloodline. We absolutely have to buy this for her. Everyone was excited, except for Bai Xiao Xiao, who felt disappointed and dejected because no one was paying attention to her chest. Huh? What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Are you hungry? The two said, don't mind me, I'll just go off on my own. While they chatted, the auctioneer had already started the bidding for the nirvana fruit, with a starting price of 1 top-tier elixir. I'll bid 2 top-tier elixirs. I'll bid 3. I'll bid 4. The women present at the auction eagerly competed to place their bids, with not a single man in sight. Seeing the women all getting so worked up over just a beauty-enhancing herb, a dog nearby smiled. It was just a single herb with beauty benefits, yet they were willing to spend so many top-tier elixirs on it. These women were truly out of their minds. A few girls nearby overheard the 2 dogs chatting and couldn't help but mock the guy, saying he'd definitely be a lifelong single dog, but hey, he was already a dog anyway. Who are you barking at, huh? I'm talking about you, you golden mutt. The lively atmosphere of the auction reached a fever pitch when someone dramatically fanned out their unique fan to announce a bid. I'll offer 2 low-grade imperial elixirs. A person and a golden dog, caught in their little spat, paused and stared blankly at the one making the bid. Tan Tian also shifted his gaze to see who was bold enough to throw down 2 imperial elixirs like that. Who is this person? It's hard to believe they can just whip out 2 low-grade imperial elixirs. Wait, is that the prince of the Lanshan Empire? Turns out the one bidding is a strikingly handsome wolf with long black hair, and he's buying that nirvana fruit as a gift for the beauty of his dreams. Thank you, Your Highness, I really love this. So tonight you better put on a good show for me, and I'll gift you the nirvana fruit, my beauty. The auctioneer was thrilled with this bid. 2 low-grade imperial elixirs, going once, 2 low-grade imperial elixirs, going twice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 2 low-grade imperial elixirs, going 3 times. If no one bids higher, this nirvana fruit will belong to the prince. Just then, someone spoke up, startling everyone. I'll bid 1 medium-grade imperial elixir. Everyone turned to stare at Tan Tian, who just smiled. What's up? I'm offering 1 medium-grade imperial elixir. Is there a problem? Oh my gosh, is he really using a medium-grade imperial elixir to trade for the nirvana fruit? This guy can't be serious, right? I don't see any beautiful ladies from the Fox clan around him. Is he really buying the nirvana fruit to please a girl? For a girl? Do you really need to spend that much? If I'd known, I might as well become a woman myself. The appearance of the medium-grade imperial elixir sent the auction into a frenzy. The auctioneer was equally shocked and asked for confirmation. Young master, are you really willing to offer 1 medium-grade imperial elixir? Tan Tian smiled. Of course. Do you think a medium-grade imperial elixir isn't worth more than 2 low-grade imperial elixirs? You think I'm lowballing? The auctioneer quickly shook his head. No, no. Of course, you've bid higher. So why are you still asking? Don't waste everyone's time. Seeing this, the auctioneer immediately announced, 1 medium-grade imperial elixir, going once. A second-tier imperial-grade elixir was up for grabs, and just then, the prince of the wolf god spoke up. Wait, hold on a second. This guy's background is shady. You can't sell the nirvana fruit to him. The prince's voice dripped with meaning, leaving the auctioneer in a tight spot. She was just the auctioneer and definitely didn't want to cross the prince, so now she was at a loss for how to handle the situation. Tan Tian turned back to the wolf god prince. What's the deal? Isn't the Lan God Empire auction supposed to go to the highest bidder? Or are you saying you won't allow competition against the royal family? The prince, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, chuckled and replied, Of course our empire's auction follows the rules. Whoever bids the highest wins. But I suspect you're just a scammer who can't even produce an imperial-grade elixir. The crowd nodded in agreement. It was likely this guy was just there to cause trouble because who could actually afford such a precious imperial-grade elixir? The woman clinging to the prince chimed in, A guy like this trying to charm a beauty like me deserves to be scammed. Bai Xiao Xiao, hearing herself mentioned, shot back angrily, Haha, A woman with no brains and no curves like you trying to seduce my husband? He wouldn't even look your way. You're only fit for the stray dogs around you. Prince, you have to tear that little vixen apart for me. The prince nodded maliciously. Don't worry. As long as they can't produce the imperial-grade elixir, I'll throw these 3 into prison for fraud. I'll leave that little girl to you, and I'll handle the bigger one myself, he said, casting a lewd glance at Xiaoru next to Tan Tian. Facing these baseless accusations, Tan Tian looked at the auctioneer and asked, Is there an elixir appraiser here? The auctioneer quickly nodded. Of course, we have one. All right then, let's take out an elixir that looks as stunning as a jewel from the jar. Get your appraiser to assess the grade of this elixir right here, right now, so I can prove I'm not scamming you. The appraiser was called to the stage to evaluate the elixir under the watchful eyes of everyone around. The old man examined the elixir with a magnifying glass for a long time before gasping, I can't believe this. The wolf god prince, feeling confident, smiled and asked, So, is there something wrong with this elixir? The appraiser immediately knelt down to report, informing the prince that the appearance of this spirit pill was perfectly round and brimming with energy. Even when placed among mid-grade elixirs, it could easily be considered top tier. I've been appraising elixirs for over 100 years, and this is the first time I've seen one of such quality. The prince, a real piece of work, was taken aback, not expecting that it was genuinely a mid-grade elixir. The she-wolf beside the prince wore a grim expression, and everyone around was buzzing with chatter, noticing that the elixir was casually taken from the jar, which surely contained many more. It was clear that the entire jar was filled with mid-grade elixirs. They had seen wealthy folks before, but never anyone this rich. Today was definitely an eye-opener. Tan Tian shook the prince's jar, saying, Now, my price should be calculated, right? If you still want to barter, then let's negotiate. The prince, furious, had no choice but to back off and not fight anymore. As soon as he stepped out of the auction house, he ordered his soldiers to follow the 3 of them and to take action as soon as they left the city. After the auction, the 3 of them, by Xiaoru included, successfully obtained the nirvana fruit and left satisfied. Xiaoru felt that the prince wouldn't let this go easily, so it was better to leave the Lang God Empire as soon as possible. Just then, Tan Tian's sharp eyes focused ahead, unleashing a wave of intense killing intent as someone drew a sword in their path. In the blink of an eye, the 3 were surrounded by the Lang God soldiers. Stop right there. Someone has accused you of being spies, so hand over what you have. Those who resist will die. Tan Tian smiled at the soldiers and said, Prince, if you can't win in a fair fight, resorting to robbery is just too embarrassing. From the nearby bamboo forest, the prince stepped out, saying, Haven't you heard that innocent bystanders can be implicated? Why complicate things? Tan Tian shook his head. Why bother with so much reasoning? You just want to rob us. The prince's sharp gaze locked onto them as he commanded, Deal with this one. Keep those 2 beauties for me. Immediately, the soldiers charged forward to attack. At that moment, Bai Xiao drew her imperial weapon and declared, Let me handle these guys. It was the perfect opportunity to test her new sword. The tiny girl, looking like a little kid, appeared in the center, swinging her sword with such ferocity that it unleashed a powerful force, sending the soldiers flying and causing them to meet their end instantly. The razor-sharp sword energy obliterated the surroundings, triggering terrifying explosions. In the blink of an eye, all of Lan Shu's soldiers were wiped out, leaving the prince in shock, his fur bristling. How could this be possible? An old wolf appeared beside the prince, tense and on guard. Your Highness, this woman seems ordinary, but the sword she wields is a top-tier imperial weapon with extraordinary power. Is it really a top-tier imperial weapon? Can you handle it, Master Cam? The old man nodded at the prince's question. Of course, but if I make a move, that woman might not survive as you hope. The prince, feeling anxious, urged, It's fine, it's fine. Master Cam, you must act quickly and seize that top-tier imperial weapon for me. If your Highness commands it, I shall go and snatch that top-tier imperial weapon. In that instant, the frail old man transformed into a massive wolf, muscles rippling with raw power. The old man thought, You think I'm scared just because I turned into a monster? Ha! At that moment, Xiaoru stepped forward to stop Xiao, saying, Let me handle this. I want to see what it feels like to fight after reaching the 2nd tier of the imperial realm. The old man scoffed, thinking Xiaoru was just boasting without shame. Seeing this, the girl immediately unleashed her divine ability, revealing her true form with gigantic tails behind her. So, you're also a 2nd tier imperial powerhouse? But I've already reached that level and have a death armor. If we fought at the same level, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. So, you should just die for me. Divine might, Wolf King! Instantly, the old man charged forward with a devastating punch. The punch contained terrifying power, capable of easily destroying a mountain, but it was blocked by a soft tail, forcing him to stumble back. The gentle clash between the fist and the fox's tail unleashed waves of air, scattering dirt and rocks around. The old man was in disbelief. She had only used her tail to stop his lethal strike. Xiao Ru smirked provocatively. Is this really the best you can do with your death armor? Now let's see you take one of my moves. Her tails transformed into gigantic forms, summoning a fox in the blink of an eye. This was the divine ability, Celestial Fox Claw. The fox spirit lunged at the old man, and a cataclysmic explosion rocked the scene. The prince was left dumbfounded and terrified, while Bai Xiao was overjoyed, clearly reveling in the chaos of the moment. As the dust from the explosion settled, it revealed the weary figure of the old man buried beneath the rubble. How long has it been since you leveled up to the second tier of the Emperor realm? He asked, his face smeared with blood but still curious. Xiao Ru gently touched down on the ground, smiling as she replied. I broke through to the second tier of the Emperor realm just a day ago. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of his head. No way! I've been training in the first tier of the Emperor realm for decades. Is it really possible to advance this quickly? After uttering those words, he slumped down to the ground, motionless. The one most panicked at this moment was the prince, realizing that Master Cam had been defeated in a single blow. This isn't good. I need to get out of here. His face turned pale as he hurried to flee, only to be blocked by Tan Tian. Prince, are you really going to run off without giving an answer? The prince, in a panic, dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let greed take over. I'll return to the palace immediately and hand over all my women to you. Their skills in bed are definitely better than that little fox beside you. Just spare my life. He pointed at Xiao Ru in the distance, making her furious. Tan Tian shook his head at the desperate plea. A gentleman doesn't take what others cherish. I think the prince should compensate me accordingly. The prince nodded vigorously. Sure, whatever you want, I'll give it all to you. Just as he finished speaking, a cold blade pierced straight through his chest, like stabbing into soft tofu. Tan Tian calmly withdrew the sword, blood spraying everywhere, while the prince collapsed to the ground. Now that we've settled our accounts, shall we? Xiao Ru stepped closer, expecting him to agree. They say they know how to please a man, you know. Haha, that kind of beauty trick won't work on me. What's this? Are you saying you're not interested in beauties? Xiao Ru teased with a smile. It's not just that a beauty trap like this can catch me off guard, Tan Tian said as he leaned in with a rose in his mouth, making Xiao Ru's face turn completely red. Wow, you two are so lovey-dovey! Bai Xiao exclaimed. Tan Tian, stop messing around. Xiao is still standing right here. Pay attention to your surroundings. Yeah, the vibe here is definitely off. Let's get out of here. The crown prince of the Divine Wolf Empire is dead, and if we stick around any longer, the empire will have to change dynasties. They casually left, and it was a while before someone finally approached the crown prince's body. The man embraced the lifeless form, angrily demanding to know who was responsible. Who killed my son? Your Majesty, today the crown prince had a bit of a scuffle with a human male at the auction, and he was accompanied by 2 female members of the Fox clan. The soldiers reported back to the Emperor of the Divine Wolf Empire, who was furious and ordered an investigation to find this person. I will crush him to dust to comfort my son's soul in the afterlife. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, howling in rage like a wolf. The soldiers around him immediately took their orders and dispersed to investigate. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the painting studio, the sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously. It turned out that Yao Lang was tirelessly practicing her swordsmanship, striking the wooden tree beside her. After a while, the face of Tan Tian appeared on the tree, and she sighed, wondering why her master hadn't returned yet. Was he really staying in Qinqiu to become a son-in-law? A wave of longing washed over her, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch the carved face. Just then, Tan Tian walked in, saying, "Hey, I'm back." The familiar voice startled Yao Lang, making her jump. Instantly, she unleashed her ultimate technique, shattering the tree in front of her, causing a massive explosion. Tan Tian, startled by the fierce attack, rushed to ask, "What's wrong, my disciple?" And Yao Lang blushed and turned away, embarrassed. "I was just practicing my swordplay. I thought my master had gone to Qinqiu to become a son-in-law and wouldn't come back, so I had to train on my own." Seeing her sulking, Tan Tian smiled happily. "All right, don't be mad anymore. Look what I brought back for you." He pulled out a bright red fruit from his bag, and Yao Lang recognized it immediately as the Nirvana fruit. That's the Nirvana fruit. I was planning to return a few days earlier, but we made a special trip to the Divine Wolf Empire for this. Do you like it? And Yao Lang stared at the plump red fruit and nodded. Of course she liked it. This Nirvana fruit was super beneficial for her bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. But honestly, Master didn't need to take risks for me. The little girl was about to say something when Tan Tian interrupted her. Alright then, I won't be mad at Master anymore. Actually, during this time, I really missed you, Tan Tian said seriously while secretly thinking that since he had been away for so long, he couldn't let Yao Lang feel like he didn't care about his disciple. He should just give her a calming pill first. And Yao Lang was taken aback by Master's heartfelt words and instinctively asked, "You miss me?" "Yes, I miss you a lot." The little girl's eyes glistened as she looked at her beautiful master. "Actually, I missed you too, Master." Just then, Xiao Ru's voice echoed in, startling in Yao Lang and making her blush. "Tan Tian, what are you doing running so fast?" Xiao Ru walked through the gate and spotted in Yao Lang, happily calling her name. The two girls held hands affectionately since it had been a while since they last met, while Tan Tian suddenly froze like a statue standing off to the side. Strange, didn't Tian return earlier? Why haven't I seen him? And Yao Lang pretended to be clueless. I don't know either, while Tan Tian was stuck in his frozen state, so Xiao Ru didn't notice. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a mysterious ruin filled with dry bones suddenly emerged, causing the celestial phenomena to shift. This was temporarily unrelated to Tan Tian and the others. After returning and resting, they immediately dove into training together. The clash between Yao Lang's shattered spirit and Bai Xiao Ru's celestial demon claw was intense and fiery. After a fierce battle that ended in a stalemate, the two girls retreated, staring at each other. And Yao Lang couldn't help but smile and compliment Xiao Ru. "You've really gotten a lot stronger since you went out this time. It's all thanks to the high-grade Imperial Elixir that Tan Tian refined for me, which helped me break through to the second level of the Imperial Realm." Hearing this, Ndio Lan shot a glance at Master, who was munching on a fruit in a tree. "Master treats Xiao Ru really well. Even I, as a disciple, have never gotten to drink a high-grade Imperial Elixir." Tan Tian smiled shyly, saying that high-grade Imperial Elixirs aren't a big deal. "Once I refine a supreme-grade elixir, I'll let you use it, and you'll catch up to Xiao Ru in no time." Xiao Ru and Ndio Lan were both stunned. "Master, you can actually refine supreme-grade elixirs?" Tan Tian nodded, saying it shouldn't be a problem, but he still needed to go to 2 places to gather materials. "Where are those places, Master?" Just then, Mo Qingqing walked in, asking if Master Tan Tian had returned. So, the group headed inside to chat comfortably. Tan Tian spoke up, asking Qingqing why she was in such a rush, wondering if something had happened. The Empress Mo Qingqing nodded, saying something big had gone down. She received intel that a phantom of a tomb appeared in the sky over the sky-connecting sea yesterday. According to ancient texts, this was a sign that the Supreme Being was about to emerge, which is why she hurried over to inform her master. Hearing this news, Yao Ling was shocked because the ancient tomb's phantom in the sky over the sky-connecting sea was likely located on the Demon God Island. Demon God Island? Isn't that where you get the heavenly root and the phoenix fruit? Yao Lang, have you been there before? The girl shook her head, saying she had never been. For their people, that island was extremely dangerous, guarded by many demon emperors, including the formidable 9 Nether Dragon Sparrow, who was already a semi-supreme being in Yao Lang's previous life. A semi-supreme being? Demon God Island is indeed perilous. We should just pretend this supreme tomb doesn't exist. Master, you shouldn't go. But Tan Tian shook her head, insisting she had to go to Demon God Island. Because there are medicinal herbs I need to concoct the supreme healing elixir, plus the supreme tomb is about to appear. This is a 2-for-1 deal. How could I pass it up? Yao Lang and Xiao Ru immediately wanted to volunteer to go along, but Tan Tian refused them. According to Yao Lang, Demon God Island was very dangerous, and they needed someone to stay behind just in case the wolf god might investigate and retaliate. Hearing her master's explanation, the 2 girls wanted to say something else, but Tan Tian cut them off. You two just stay calm. In fact, if you went with me now, you might just end up being a hindrance. If the strongest force on Demon God Island is only a semi-supreme being, I can handle it. You two just stay home and wait for my good news. So she set off alone, riding her flying pot to find Demon God Island. But this island was no small place. Where on earth should she look for the heavenly root and the phoenix fruit? But let's be real, Demon God Island isn't uninhabited. There are bound to be spirit herbs and magical beasts on the island that know the lay of the land. So, all she needed to do was catch a magical beast and ask for directions. That would make things a lot easier. With that in mind, the guy piloting his flying pot started circling the island, looking for a magical beast to interrogate about the spirit herbs. At the same time, a half-human, half-snake monster was leading a little girl through the forest, urging her to hurry up. Come on, no slacking off. If we don't find 10 magical herbs today, there'll be no chilling out later. The little girl with 2 horns on her head was tightly bound by a rope, looking bewildered as she suddenly pointed ahead. There it is. The half-human, half-white monster followed the little girl's gaze and spotted a flower blooming vibrantly on the cliffside. Immediately flicked its long tongue, wrapping it around that magical herb. The magical herb was effortlessly plucked from the cliffside by the long tongue of the monster, spiraling down into its grasp. Who would have thought this was a 1,000-year-old mystic spirit herb? Using this little gem to hunt for treasure is seriously effective. The king is definitely going to be thrilled when he sees it. As the monster was focused on the magical thread, the girl spun around and made her escape. The monster, seeing this, got furious and shouted, "You think you can run away, little girl? If I let you slip away, the great Love Emperor will have my skin." And with that, its long tongue shot towards the little girl. The little girl was taking her steps when a tongue suddenly wrapped tightly around her legs. "Tonight, I'll come back and use a red chain to tie you up, so let's see how you can run away after this." The child lost their balance and fell to the ground, but their face remained calm as they suddenly said 2 words, "Done already." As soon as those words were spoken, a razor-sharp wave of energy sliced the monster into 3 pieces, taking it out in an instant. A sturdy hand lifted the girl with 2 horns on her head to her feet. Tantian swooped in, lifting the little girl and brushing off the dust from her tiny frame, gently reassuring her, "Don't be scared, kiddo, I won't hurt you. Now you're free, just make sure you don't get snagged by any nasty monsters again, alright?" The little girl's wide eyes stared at the rope that had tied her up, now loosening and about to fall away. Tantian looked at the somewhat dazed expression, and wondered if this girl really didn't know how to talk. When it comes to chatting, the guy suddenly realizes he's totally slipped up. Died and forgot to ask her where the phoenix fruit is, so now I gotta hunt down another monster just to get my memory back. What a hassle, what a hassle. Next time, I've gotta be more chill about it, Tantian thought as he sheathed his sword, getting ready to bounce. But just then, that little one grabbed his hand tightly, pulling him closer. "You know where the secret sauce is hidden?" Tantian was shocked to find out that you could actually talk. "I thought you were just a silent type." Our unicorn clan is naturally gifted at treasure hunting, so Mo Shao Demon Emperor snagged me to track down some magical herbs for him. I've already helped him find a heavenly root once before. Listening to the little girl explain, Tantian nodded. So, what she meant was that with the heavenly kin in Mo Shao Yaodi's hands, it would save a lot of hassle. Just take him out, and that's that. But the little unicorn shook her head. Big bro Mo Shao Yaodi is super strong, with the power of an emperor. I can help you find him on this island. Tantian smiled and ruffled the little girl's hair. Since you've called me big brother, from now on, you're my little sister. What's your name? The little unicorn shook her head, saying she didn't have a name. What's this? Tantian is shocked once again by something that has no name. Oh my gosh, I've stumbled upon a little girl who's had a rough start. She's been snatched away since she was tiny and hasn't even been given a name yet. So from now on, just call me Tananin. That's right, and then take me to meet Mo Shao Demon Emperor. He had the audacity to raise my little duckling sister, and I'm definitely gonna settle the score with him for that. The scene shifts to the Cave of the Monsters, where they're chatting away. You should definitely swing by my place sooner rather than later. Hanging out in a dump like Dong Chao isn't exactly thrilling, right? Dude, you have no idea. Because of the whole situation with the Sword Master at Kunlun Sword Sect, I got totally kicked out of the Northern Sword Sect. I've been dealing with all kinds of crap, but finally, I found a chance to break free. Mo Shao smiled across the table, saying, "Alright, once I track down the ultimate heir to the legacy, we'll head back to Central Continent, and take down the Kunlun Sword Sect to avenge you." Thanks, big bro, but the other emperors on the island are also on the hunt for the ultimate treasure. I'm pretty sure you'll be the first to find it, right? Hearing my little bro ask, Mo Shao smiled. That little unicorn I caught has a knack for finding treasures. How could they possibly beat me to it? The white monkey perked up at that, excitedly thinking that once his bro inherits the supreme legacy, he'll totally level up to the title of Demon Emperor, But it'll have to be changed to demon god instead, haha. When that time comes, our bro won't forget to treat you right. Just then, a monkey jumped in, reporting that a human monk had come to seek revenge for his sister. Mo Shao Demon Emperor was puzzled. His sister? I'm only interested in the female monkeys. I've never bullied any human women. The little guy has the audacity to insult my big bro's honor? I gotta step in and teach him a lesson about respect. The white monkey burst out of the cave and found that all the water soldiers around had been taken down, and there stood a mysterious young man with his back turned to it. The white monkey, furious, screamed and charged forward to attack. How dare this human come to the lair of Mo Shao Demon Emperor and act so recklessly? I'll make you taste the power of my iron rod. At that moment, Tan Tian turned his head back, and when the white monkey got a good look at his face, it was so scared it nearly wet itself. Instantly, the monkey's charging stance came to a screeching halt, while Tan Tian curiously eyed the white monkey. The white monkey gasped in horror, "Fong Fong Master, the tattered sword." Tan Tian's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, it's you. The monkey from the mountain range. You actually escaped from the Tower of Demonic Beasts?" Just then, Mo Shao Demon Emperor rushed over. "Cousin, why are you kneeling before this guy? Get up and fight." The white monkey thought to itself, "If I could beat him, why would I run to my cousin for help?" It then collapsed next to Tan Tian, saying, "I drank too much earlier, and now I can barely move. Good grief, just a little alcohol has me completely wasted. I'll step aside and let you handle this human." Another monkey approached Tan Tian, giving him a sideways glance. "So you're Mo Shao Demon Emperor? What are you going to do about the debt for bullying my little sister?" The soldiers and other monkeys around them buzzed with chatter. Why is the great demon emperor picking on someone's little sister? And what's so special about this human? Has the demon emperor changed his taste? Even though it didn't understand much, the monkey was furious and shouted, "When did I ever bully your little sister? Don't go spouting nonsense." Tan Tian, equally angry, pointed at the little unicorn girl beside him. "The one who took my little sister to find treasures for you is none other than you. Isn't that bullying? What are you talking about? She clearly has horns, she's from the demon tribe. How can she be your little sister?" "What? And it is my sworn little sister. If I say she's my little sister, then she is. Well, that's a problem. My sister isn't even of age, so your actions are considered illegal child labor. You owe her a hefty compensation. Then just give all your magical herbs and treasures as compensation to my little sister." Mo Shao Demon Emperor, furious, charged forward to attack. "I'll compensate that monkey. Die already." Its massive hammer slammed down onto the ground, cracking it open, but Tan Tian easily dodged to the side. "And then, just wait here and watch your big brother handle this big monkey, okay?" The little unicorn girl nodded obediently. "Be careful, big brother." After a quick blink, the supreme weapon of life and death, the Death Sword, was summoned by Tan Tian. "Don't worry, little sister, I'll take care of this quickly. What's there to be scared of from this dried-up monkey?" As Tan Tian charged towards him, Mo Shao Demon Emperor smirked with disdain. "You showed up just in time." His hammer, crafted from a strange stone, swung out, creating a massive vortex aimed at Tan Tian. The destructive power was enough to seriously injure anyone caught in its path, but Tan Tian swiftly dodged and countered with his sword energy. His face remained calm and composed, even while battling a seasoned third-tier emperor. The familiar annihilation technique, Devour the Sun and Moon, summoned a shadowy crescent that enveloped the monkey. From a distance, a terrifying explosion was seen, shaking the entire island. The battle wrapped up quickly, and in the lair of the Heavenly Beast Emperor, two figures were rummaging through treasures. "Oh my, this guy's bananas are made of gold too? How rich can he be?" The little unicorn, Taninin, was digging through the pile of gold and jewels with her brother when she suddenly shouted, "I found something! Brother, this is the heavenly supplement root I once found for Mo Shao Demon Emperor." The little girl exclaimed, holding up a ginseng that looked like a weird turnip with a strange face. "So this is the legendary 10,000-year heavenly supplement root? If refined into a potion, it could elevate Mo Shao Demon Emperor from a third-tier emperor to a supreme being. What a waste if he dies uselessly now." As Tan Tian spoke, he glanced at the remaining monkeys trembling below. "So, do you want to avenge your master?" The white monkey shook its head in fear. "In this world, only those with real skill can possess such treasures. Our master had his chance and squandered it, so how can we seek revenge?" "Wait, isn't Mo Shao Demon Emperor your cousin?" The white monkey stammered, shaking even more. "That was ages ago. It doesn't count. Tan Tian's eyes blazed with anger. I don't care if you're distant relatives or close ones. You must seek revenge for Mo Shao Demon Emperor. The monkey was so scared it couldn't even cry. Our master, the Emperor, was killed by you. How can we dare to seek revenge? Even if you just farted, it would blow us away. But there are still 3 other emperors on the 10,000 Beast Island, right? You could ask them for help to avenge me. No way, 1,000 times no. I can't beg you, my lord, just because we're from the same hometown. Spare my life. I'll head back to Central Continent right away and won't dare to step foot on Wanyao Island again. I've said it 1,000,000 times, but the monkey isn't listening. Tan Tian coldly threatened, I might go back to Central Continent, but first, I need to ask the other demon lords to take revenge for Mo Shao Yao Di. If not, don't blame me for not showing hometown loyalty. The little unicorn next to him was puzzled. Why do we need the other demon lords to help us get revenge? Well, if Mo Shao Yao Di had so many good things, then surely the homes of the other demon lords have treasures too. That phoenix fruit might just be in someone's vault. The little girl thought for a moment and suggested, then why don't we just go straight to their place and take it? Tan Tian, the righteous gentleman, explained, that's not called taking, it's called stealing. If we do that, we'll be the bad guys. So what should we do, Big Brother? That's why Big Brother wants the other demon lords to take action against me first. Then we'll have a reason to demand compensation from them. It's all about using logic to persuade people, the little unicorn praised. Big Brother, you're so wise. The white monkey sighed in helplessness. Clearly, it was all about brute force, not logic. But my lord, I heard cousin Mo Shao Yao Di say that his relationship with the other demon lords is always tense. I'm afraid those 3 won't come to seek revenge for you. Tan Tian smirked slyly. Then just tell them I know the location of the supreme tomb on Wanyao Island. They'll definitely come looking for me. That night, the sky was filled with stars, and on this demon god island, you could see even more stars shining brightly. At that moment, Tian was comfortably soaking in the spirit spring while the little unicorn was busy chasing fish in the pond. And Anne's treasure-finding skills were truly amazing. Even a 1,000-year spirit spring like this could be discovered by her. It's a pity Yao Lang and Xiao Ru aren't here. It would be so much fun to soak in the spirit spring together. I can bring them here later. After all, a 1,000-year spirit spring has the effect of cleansing and purifying. As he spoke, he stretched out comfortably. Suddenly, he felt something strange from beneath him. It turned out the little unicorn had dived underwater and caught something of Tan Tian's. Big Brother, I caught something. It's a huge fish. Tan Tian exclaimed in shock and then, let go. That's not a fish. Let go, quick. Just as Tan Tian set off for Demon God Island, and Yao Lang and his crew stepped onto the familiar tribulation platform. Xiao Ru was really worried, asking if he truly wanted to face the tribulation now or if it would be better to wait until Tan Tian returned. Yao Lang quickly shook his head, saying it was all because of him that the master had come to the Love God Island alone. He wanted to speed things up to help his master. Bai Xiao Xiao also tried to persuade him, but facing the tribulation was super dangerous. What if something unexpected happened to his sister during that time? Don't worry. My cultivation has progressed a lot these days while training with your sister. Plus, with this nirvana fruit, I believe I can break through to the Emperor realm. Bai Xiao Ru saw that she couldn't change his mind, so she nodded in agreement. If she was determined, then she should face the tribulation now. She and Xiao Xiao would protect her, otherwise, others would cause trouble. So, under everyone's protection, the tribulation platform began to activate its protective formation. The terrifying power from Yao Lang's small body started to erupt, connecting with the dark clouds in the sky. The girl sat in meditation, with the nirvana fruit floating in front of her. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, 2 people were riding wolves, flying around. The old wolf caretaker wondered if he was mistaken. Did the Hao Tian Empire really not have a reputation? Are you sure your son was killed by someone there? The ruler of the Wolf God Empire nodded in response, saying, Old monster, I see you've been in seclusion for a long time. You haven't heard that the Hao Tian Empire has produced a top-tier weapon refiner named Tan. My son was indeed killed by him. A top-tier weapon refiner? That's a good catch. He must have a lot of valuable stuff on him. We should definitely increase our share. This old man is the Huan ancestor. The wolf god ruler pondered for a moment, and said, aside from the 500 maidens we agreed on earlier, we'll split the spoils of that bandit evenly. The Huan ancestor nodded in satisfaction with this collaboration. Just then, the 2 were drawn to a distant flash of lightning and stopped to investigate. wondering how this little kingdom had someone facing the Emperor Tribulation. Let's check it out. Maybe the one who killed my son is over there. So, the two of them rode their wolves straight toward the distant Tribulation platform, and it seemed like a big battle was about to unfold. On the Tribulation platform, Yao Lang activated the defensive formation, using her spiritual power to shield herself from the bolts of lightning. The Bai sisters stood guard around her but suddenly looked serious as they glanced behind. It turned out that the two old men had caught up and stepped onto the Tribulation platform. "Little sister, do you know someone named Tan Tian?" Xiao Ru coldly regarded the two of them, knowing they had no good intentions. "What do you want with him? What's up?" "That guy killed my son. If you know where he is, hand him over quietly, or I'll wipe out the Hao Tian Empire." Xiao Ru's face turned icy. "So, you came to avenge that useless prince, huh? Your son wanted to kill someone for treasure. He's just asking for trouble. As a father, how can you teach your kid like that and still have the nerve to come here and cause a scene?" The wolf god emperor was furious at these words. "I remember now. He had two female foxes by his side, and you must be them, right? If that Tan Tian guy doesn't dare to show his face, then I'll use you two as bait instead." His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent as he lunged to attack. Facing this fierce assault, Xiao Ru was also enraged. "Do you want to die or what?" And so, a fierce battle erupted between the two, shaking the Tribulation platform to its core. Xiao Ru revealed her foxtail, and unleashed all her power because her opponent was no ordinary foe. The wolf god emperor's aura was equally intense. Being a seasoned expert, his foot stomped down, turning the once sturdy Tribulation platform into a deep pit. Each devastating move collided with the other, and just a moment of carelessness could mean death for either of them. The fight grew more intense, and Xiao Ru poured all her strength into preventing him from interfering with Yao Lang's tribulation. For now, the two were evenly matched, but as time passed, it was clear Xiao Ru was starting to fall behind. Xiao Xiao, worried from the sidelines, quickly drew her imperial weapon and shouted, "Sister, let me help you." But just as she was about to jump in, an old man suddenly appeared, blocking her path. The Elder of Harmony stared greedily at the sword in the little fox's hand, smirking. "With your cultivation level, you think you deserve to wield an imperial weapon? You should just hand it over to the Elder." Bai Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth in anger. "No way, you old geezer!" The Elder of Harmony didn't waste any time and immediately attacked, unleashing his ultimate technique, the wood vine dance, sending a vine from his body to snatch the sword. The vine easily snatched the sword from Bai Xiao Xiao's hand. The Elder of Harmony wore a smug grin. "This sword belongs to me now." The vine wrapped tightly around the sword, pulling it toward the Elder of Harmony. But in that very moment, a sharp gaze appeared and a cold voice echoed like a frozen phoenix. A magical seven-colored flame suddenly appeared, enveloping the ancient master of harmony. The old man was totally freaked out by the flames, but he didn't have time to react. Bai Xiao Xiao also stared blankly at the person who had just made a move.